When he heard a scream in the woods, he ran faster than lightning. When he saw that the woman in trouble had 2 eyes and nothing unusual about her lovely body, the man began to cry with joy. The frightened girl with her eyes closed heard a weird sound. When she opened her eyes after that, all the goblins had already been destroyed. Standing by her was only the man holding out his hand, and as they touched, he trembled wildly until a big smile lit up his face and he said they should marry. This man is what you call desperate for attention. He can't see an e-girl without instantly wanting to send her Discord nitro. The funny thing is that it all goes pretty well for him after he saw civilization for the very first time. He was still shocked to see again that they didn't have any tentacles. But then the police arrived and asked to see his player card. But what the main character did was show them his middle finger right in front of their face. On the day he went to take the test that checks his strength. When he puts his hand on a strange white orb that is used to check a player's rank and how strong they are, almost nothing takes place. The orb just gets a little bit darker, and the more it darkens, the stronger the person testing it is. Because of this, everybody gives him an F rank and says he is weak, and Owen Wu feels hopeless. He picks up his new card and leaves immediately. With that card, he is allowed to go into E rank gates. The watching girl feels sorry for him, since with such a low rank he might not survive for long. But just then, pure darkness eats away the orb until a crack appears in it. The girl stops moving. This has never happened before. Even the S rank players only manage to make it really dark, not fully black, and they never break it. Now she keeps thinking about who he really is. Here's the real story. Oking Wu has just come back after being the demon king in hell for 10,000 years. All demons feared him on sight, but getting tired of hell, he decided to go back to earth. One of his servants named Balrog asks him why he wants to return when he already has it all in hell. Nobody dares to make a sound for a moment. The demon king looks down at his servant and Brog begins to tremble, too afraid to look at him as he remembers Gluttony's power. That power allows the demon king to take in any demon he touches, both their bodies and abilities. It's also how he defeated the 7 princes of hell. All around the throne, the weaker demons tremble as well. They know their king is upset. The feeling of gluttony surrounds Balro and he appears afraid to die. At last, the demon king talks, asking how this empty life after 10,000 years in hell is supposed to be fulfilling. The same ugly world and endless battles only made him hate it more. He takes off his helmet and we now see Des glaring in frustration, saying there has to be more than this. Ro thinks his king must be hungry and quickly asks for food. The helpers run in carrying food and Balrog mentions the meal might not be good, but it proves their dedication. He opens the tray and offers his king a nasty-looking octopus head. O says no and throws it back at Balrog. Food that disgusting is not something an ordinary person would eat. Angry energy pours from him as he demands kimchi chige. The demons are totally confused. They start yelling and act like it's a mythical dish. To them, kimchi must be a kind of bloody raw meat, but he is quick to say otherwise. Balrog is still eager to bring any monsters inside, and he is worn out by how clueless they all are. Demons don't really get food, they usually just eat any prey they catch. Balrog thinks beating the 7 princes would be exciting, while the main character really just wants to read books like anyone else. Balrog slams his hand down and pleads with MC to end him for being too weak to satisfy his king. If these fools would finally listen, maybe he could put up with them. Realizing his followers aren't getting it, O says he would at least like someone to care about. Then a woman enters and asks if she can be that person. Her name is Lilith, queen of the succubi. As she gets closer to the throne, the other demons are taken by her at once. Standing in front of him, she wants to know if her king really won't accept her feelings. She tries to seem charming, but O is completely put off by her. She volunteers to spend the night with him, and he quickly tells her not to even think about it. Lilith twines her tentacles around his arm, and he looks sick to his stomach. The lesser demons watch her try to attract their king and feel jealous of him. All the while, the main character keeps struggling to get her away from him. The succubus known for taking men's energy is nothing like the cute image most imagine, and O covers his eyes, asking her to go away. To him, even Brog is easier to look at compared to Lilith. Looks don't matter much, but Lilith is on a whole different level. MC makes a fist and decides he must go back to Earth. Lilith and Brog are shocked by what he says. They call to him, hoping he doesn't really mean it. But after 10,000 years trapped in that pit, O won't change his mind. As they wait for his reply, he thinks everything is finally ready. He gets up from the throne and says it's time to get his reward for lasting 10,000 years in hell. Afterward, he tells Balrog to set it up. Brog looks crushed, not giving up hope that his king will remain. But O warns him to hurry up and do it now. Balrog squeaks and says sorry right away. He orders the smaller demons to fetch Ian and bring the 7 princes of hell's armor. Soon, Ian the creepy shaman appears and starts chanting. The room grows cold and all the statues glow brightly. The light draws together at the middle of the platform. Balrog says, oh, everything is ready. Lilith starts crying as her king moves away, and Balrog also tears up while the main character removes his armor. Both look heartbroken, still wishing he won't go. Even so, MC walks straight up to the platform. As he gets close to Ammon, the shaman tells him that if they pour enough mana into the armor of the 7 princes, it can tear open space and time, creating a crack between worlds. He listens, then gets ready. purple power flows out from his body as he thinks of going home. He blocks out distractions. Energy gathers around him and the giant demon gate appears. The gate opens wide and a strong rush of mana bursts into the room. Ammon makes a shield against the force pouring from him, but the magic is too strong and Ammon can only stare in awe. The statues start shaking from the power until an eye on one lights up. Soon, all the statues do the same as O's power gets even stronger. Ammon witnesses this and tells the main character the gate is opening wider and fully unveils itself. He knows there are no family, friends, or a lover waiting for him on Earth, but just getting out of hell is enough. When he stands by the gate, Lilith weeps and calls out to him. Her constant crying makes him stop for a short moment. Balro tries to calm her down as she asks if he is really leaving. Not meeting her eyes, O tells her not to cry. He really doesn't wish to see that face again, but Lilith blushes right away, misunderstanding him and acting happy. Bubbles start coming out of the holes on her body, and then liquid sprays out. That terrible scene makes O completely shocked and scared while Lilith keeps talking about wanting to go with him. He quickly jumps through the gate before anything worse happens. Lilith runs to the gate, yelling that she will follow him no matter what. MC gives a small smirk and shows her an insulting gesture, hoping he never meets that crazy person again. He slowly goes down into a control room, only thinking about returning to Earth. He lands next to an orb, happy to almost be home. Suddenly, the orb sends out electricity and a screen pops up saying a nuclear crack was found. Shields appear in the room and another message says the Guy defense system is now on. O has no idea what is going on. More warning messages pop up everywhere. They all say the core has too much power. He reads the messages in confusion until a new notice appears saying the Gaia system is almost overloaded. The shields get even stronger, the electricity increases and he is shocked so badly that it almost destroys his mind. Another message shows up saying it's impossible to close off the core crack. Upset by the attacks, O pushes himself to hold on until the system starts trapping him. Right as he tries to resist, the main character passes out. After some time, he wakes up with sunlight shining on his face. He looks around, finding himself in a forest, and wonders if he actually made it back to Earth. He still feels a lot of pain as he tries to get up and checks his body. Status window appears, and he doesn't understand what it means. It shows that almost all his powers are locked, and his stats are much lower than usual. Just like that, he went from a king to a nobody in the woods. Kang Woo checks again and sees it's true. His powers really are locked away. While he is looking at this, a loud scream rings out in the forest. Kang Woo quickly turns and sees some ugly goblins running at him. They rush toward him ready to attack, and he doesn't understand why. Earth surely didn't have monsters like these before. He tries to use a spell to destroy them, but his magic stops working right away. He then remembers that magic doesn't work well in the Myriad Demon Palace. By this time, the goblins have already reached him and he doesn't have many choices left. Staying calm, he clenches his hand and decides to use a different power. Right away, Kang Woo slices through the goblins before any of them can attack him. A demon blade comes out from his arm and cuts them down quickly. The shadow of the last goblin covers him and he focuses on it. A message says he defeated an E-class normal monster. After killing the last goblin, he gains more experience and reaches level 4. With dead goblins lying everywhere, he tries to figure out what kind of monsters they are. The most surprising thing is the experience and level system. It seems strange, but he really does feel himself becoming stronger. He looks at all the bodies, not saying a word. After that, he decides to learn more about the place he is in first. Luckily, he still has his gluttony power, so he uses it on the goblin bodies. He learns a few things about their bodies, but nothing new about the world he is in. Still, when he uses the skill, his magic stat goes up by 1. Kang Woo becomes afraid and confused when the system talks about magic. He gets upset because magic should only exist in hell. That makes him wonder if he isn't on Earth. The thought makes him feel terrible. The only reason he put up with hell for so long was to get home. Then another scream comes from deeper in the forest. This time he feels a bit calmer. The voice doesn't sound like it's from a monster. When it happens again, he is sure it comes from a person. Kang Woo runs toward the sound as fast as he can. As he moves, he really wishes to see another real person and hopes they don't have tentacles. Lilith comes into his mind and he starts hoping even harder. He finally arrives at where the screams came from and sees lots of goblins around a girl. Just one look shows him she has everything a man could ask for. When he sees she doesn't have any tentacles, he gets tears in his eyes. He is finally seeing something that doesn't make him feel sick. But while he is amazed, the goblins are about to hurt the helpless girl. She closes her eyes and expects what's coming for her, but all of a sudden, she hears the goblins screaming instead. When she opens her eyes, she sees Kang Woo attacking them without holding back. She can't figure out how he finished them off so quickly, but at least she's not in danger anymore. Kang Woo reaches out to help her, and she gives him a sweet, grateful look. As they touch hands, he gets excited because this is the first time he has touched a real girl. Even though his hands won't stop shaking, he puts on a calm face. The girl says thanks again and tells him her name is Han Solo. But Kang Woo is still trembling a lot, and Han Solo starts to think something is wrong with him. He suddenly grabs her hand and asks her to marry him. Now she feels totally uncomfortable and doesn't know why this man is being so odd. Han Seo doesn't get what he means and he quickly understands he went too far. Kang-woo says sorry and tells her his name, but she still looks puzzled. He asks if she's injured and she tells him it's not a big deal. But her legs keep shaking and her wound looks really serious. Han Seo loses her balance and falls onto Kang-woo. A phone slips out from her cloak and as soon as he spots it, he is sure this place is Earth. He helps Han Seo to sit down and chooses to take care of her injury with the basics. While tearing the fabric for the bandage, he notices that he can fully understand what she says. As he wraps the wound, he remembers banning demon language in hell so he wouldn't get rusty in Korean. At least talking to her is simple now. When he finishes, Han Seo softly thanks him for the help. He hands back her smartphone and when she grabs it, he notices it says the year is 2023. That means he had spent 5 years in hell. He is shocked that monsters appeared on Earth in such a short time, although he thought the time difference would help. After that, he decides to stay beside Han Seo because she can hardly walk. As they sit, Kang-woo tries to find out more about this place. She shares that she came into the forest for a solo gate mission. After she woke up as a god player, she admits it was silly to take on an E-rank gate by herself. Hearing all this about players and hunts makes Kang-woo puzzled. He asks her level and she says she's at level 6. When she asks him how he got here, he only gives her a short answer. Han Seo looks away when he gives her a smile. Then when he leans closer so their bodies are touching, she blushes and moves away from the awkward scene. He stands up quickly and says they should leave now. Kang-woo is still concerned about her wound and asks if she'll be fine. Her legs still tremble but she says she will be alright. He puts his arm around her to help her walk. Han Seo feels nervous being so close to a good-looking man but Kang-woo insists on helping and says he will go with her. She points where to go and lets him help her. He seems truly happy just to be next to another human. He has not talked to a human in 10,000 years and feels lucky she is not too wary of him. Right now, he wants to keep things easy and get used to being on Earth again. Soon after they make it to their goal, they see a large portal ahead. Kang-woo still doesn't know where it goes and he is sure this kind of space rift shouldn't be on Earth since no machine is making it. He asks himself how such a big gate can stay open. Han Seo lets go of his hand and tells him to hurry so they can leave. They go through the portal and Kang-woo puts a hand over his eyes as they cross the rift. When he opens them, he can hardly believe what he sees. The first thing he spots is a man looking for people to join a goblin hunt, but there's more. People everywhere are busy with different things, some using advanced terminals. Someone is even trying hard to talk a thief into joining a team. As Kang-woo looks at everything, one thing catches his eye the most. These are regular humans and none of them have tentacles. In front of him is a crowded city filled with people and futuristic sights. Han Seo looks over as seeing the city makes him shake. Tears of happiness roll down his cheeks. He is finally home. Han Seo notices his old cloak and pauses for a moment. Then she quietly invites him to have a meal with her at her house. Kang-woo thinks it sounds almost too nice to be true. He just got home and the very first nice girl he meets invites him over. Calmly, Han Seo adds that she only wants to thank him by making him food. It keeps looking better for him. Kang-woo tries to act casual and says there's no way he could say no. Just then some people stop and ask them to wait. When he looks back, he sees 2 officers asking for their player cards. Han Seo starts to take hers out but Kang-woo has no idea what they are talking about. With no way to avoid it, he uses his best skill. His eyes turn black and the centers glow green. This ability lets him change what people see and control how they sense things. This is known as the power of oblivion. While the officer doesn't notice, a demon-like presence covers the officer's eyes as Kang-woo gives him the middle finger. Because of the hypnosis, the officer takes Kang-woo's card, even though it's not real. Afterward, Kang-woo walks away with Han Seo, and the other officer tries to wake his partner. When they get to Sala's apartment building, she tells Kang-woo they need to use the stairs because there is no elevator. He walks behind her, noticing all the little details about Earth that he forgot. The scent in the old apartment, the narrow stairs, the cold rail, and even the dusty window. Everything is starting to seem real again for him. Plus, he's heading to Sala's home and maybe wishing for more to happen. Right now, Kang-woo feels sure his future will finally be bright. As he dreams about living with Han Seo's mom greets her at the door. Kang-woo's hopes disappear as soon as he hears Sala call her mother. Her mother hurries over and asks if she's alright, but Han Seo quickly answers that she's safe. At the same time, Kang-woo starts to doubt if this visit was just to have dinner. Then Han Seo introduces him and says he helped her today. Her mom takes his hands in hers and sincerely thanks him for saving her daughter. She says she's not sure how to thank him, but Kang-woo says it's really no problem. She invites him inside and says she'll make a good meal. Kang-woo thanks her kindly. He wanted to be alone with Han Seo, but he still thinks this is much better than living in hell. Sala's mom heads into the kitchen and asks for her help making food. Before changing, Han Seo looks at her phone and sees a message from her mother telling her to text when she goes somewhere risky. When he sees the phone, Kang-woo remembers he still needs to learn about Earth, so he asks to use hers, pretending he lost his own. Han Seo tells him not to worry and gives it to him. Kang-woo acts happy like a child, running his fingers over the screen. Then he sits at the table, ready to learn what he can. He searches for news from 2018 and sees something big. 5 years ago, everything changed because strange gates showed up all over the earth, letting monsters come in. Weapons didn't help, and not even the Chinese military could win. With America in charge, a worldwide emergency group was made, and Korea was the 9th country to join. The very first player appeared in America, though no one knew her name. After that, others appeared everywhere, and people started to believe these players were humanity's new hope. As he reads, Kang-woo realizes it all started the same day he ended up in hell. That makes him wonder if one of those gates is what sent him down there. Even so, for now he thinks of the article as just a guess and plans to find out more later. Soon after dinner is brought out, he gives thanks and he can't take his eyes off the food. It feels almost unreal, but there is no question about it. It's kimchi stew, the meal he's wanted for such a long time. They tell him to start eating, but Kang-woo is so surprised that he can't speak. He slowly raises his spoon and takes some stew. Han Seo and her mother sit down to eat as well. Han Seo notices that something seems wrong with Kang-woo. His hand is shaking while he brings the spoon to his lips. She and her mother wait to see if he enjoys the food, but he remains silent. He just keeps eating spoonful after spoonful. This starts to make them concerned. As he eats, Kang-woo remembers when he fell into hell 10,000 years ago. To survive, he used demonic power and turned into almost a demon. But since he was still a person, the taste of everything he ate there felt wrong. He stayed alive by eating demons, but their taste was terrible. Little by little, he nearly lost his sanity. What helped him survive was his desire to return home. Now that he's finally home, eating real food again brings tears of relief down his face. Han Seo gets up to bring him another bowl, and her mom grins, pleased to see that he likes it so much. The so-called king of hell eats like someone who hasn't had food in days. He's just thankful he's on Earth again. Han Seo doesn't mind his sloppy way of eating at all. She just looks at him calmly and admiringly. Then there is a loud explosion, but Kang-woo is eating so intently he doesn't even notice. Person comes in through the broken entrance, complaining about having to break in. Hinola and her mom hurry outside to see who just entered their house. The thug comes in further and shouts for Sola to show herself right away. He insists on knowing who let her go into the gate. Sola gets mad because he's so bold. She may be shaking, but she stays brave and tells him to leave her place. The demand clearly upsets him, and he can hardly believe she said that. Sa repeats herself and calls him Hey Hyun, asking what gives him the right to come in like this. She tells him to stay away, letting him know she's truly a player, but Taehan thinks she's joking. He starts laughing loudly and teases her for trying to act strong. In the next moment, he suddenly punches the wall next to her. He's angry that someone as weak as her would dare call herself a true player. Sola stands in front of her mom and tells him again not to come closer. Taehan looks down at their mom with clear hatred. He complains that their dad died young and their mom hardly makes any money. That makes Sola mad, and she yells that their problems are all his fault. He acts like she said nothing and grabs her, trying to pull her toward the Andress Guild. Sola fights back and says she'll never agree to join that useless guild. Taehan gets upset by this, saying he's trying to get her a good team. She loses control and bites his hand, making him bleed. Right away, he hits her to stop her from doing anything else. Their mom runs to Sola after she lands on the ground. Now Toon is extremely angry. Clenching his teeth, he asks if she really thinks being kind will keep her alive in this world. He tells her to come quietly and be a sacrifice. Since she believes she's a true player, he says they should fight for real, player against player. Their mom begs her son to stop hurting his sister and says she will work harder. She gently reaches out for his hand, but Taehan pushes her away, knocking her down. Sola begins to cry and runs to help her mother. She yells at her to get up, but Taemin doesn't even seem sorry. He's just angry their mom bothered him when he had told her to stay away. Sola gives her brother a sharp glare, but he doesn't back down at all. He stands over them as if waiting for her to do something. He reminds her that she's low level while he is a stage 2 metahuman. To him, she has no chance. Then he makes fun of her, asking if she thinks she can actually win. He holds her by the mouth and calls her stupid, saying she's only good looking. He admits he just wants her in the Andress Guild to impress his seniors. Besides that, she doesn't matter to him at all. At that moment, he feels something odd. He glances over and sees Kang-woo finishing a whole pot of kimchi stew. Even though the house is a mess, this guy cares only about food. Taemin looks at him, confused who this strange guy is. Kang-woo ignores him and keeps eating like nothing's wrong, which only makes Taemin more upset as he snaps, asking if Kang-woo thinks this is a place to eat. Angry, he walks up and asks if Kang-woo can't tell what's going on. At the same time, Sola fears Kang-woo is getting mixed up in her family's problems. Hammon calls out to the King of Hell, but Kang-woo still does not reply. He just keeps eating calmly. Hammon turns as though to leave, then suddenly smashes the table and sends food flying everywhere. Kang-woo's quiet meal is ruined, and for a moment he can't believe what happened. Sa looks shocked while Taemin keeps tearing up the place. Kang-woo watches, stunned, as his food falls onto the floor in front of him. For him, this feels like a nightmare coming true. Sola calls out to him and Kang-woo cries out sadly at the ruined kimchi stew. He drops to his knees in misery and Tamien starts to think maybe this man is crazy. Even Sala is surprised by how hurt he is. Her brother wants to know where she found this poor guy. During all this chaos, all the fool cares about is the stew. While Kang Woo keeps crying, Tamien tells him to stop acting weak and get up. Kang Woo grieves for the meal like he lost something precious. Then Kang Woo lifts his head, his eyes turning scary. Tamien stops moving as a dark, powerful energy comes off him. This is what you get for messing up a man's favorite food. Kang Woo is ready to fight him for wasting the food, and Tamien finally looks afraid. That fear just makes Tamien even angrier as he bites his lip and tightens his fist. Lu Fire circles his hand. He plans to take Kang Woo down. I'm facing he wouldn't be so bold. Nuts. Tamien quickly blocks an attack he didn't expect, then looks at where it came from. It was Sala. She holds her staff and tells Kang Woo to escape while she deals with her brother, but then Kang Woo surprises her by turning his arms into demonic blades. He goes straight at Tamien, ready to take him down. So Ah just looks on, completely shocked by what she's watching. Kang Woo dodges Tamien's next move like it's no big deal. Tamien thinks he wasn't fast enough this time, but then Kang Woo comes from the left, acts like he's going to punch, and then hits him with a knee in the stomach. That hit knocks the breath out of Tamien, but he gets back quickly and throws another punch. Kang Woo dodges and Tamien starts swinging wildly. Since his moves can be guessed, Kang Woo strikes his side again. Tamien probably has never been this embarrassed before. Blood drips from his nose as he grabs Kang Woo's legs and says the hit wasn't that powerful. Then he tries to slam him down, but Kang Woo replies with a strong punch, showing how much weaker Tamien is. Next, Kang Woo uses his blades on the thug, leaving him beaten up. Tamien doesn't even get a chance to catch his breath before Kang Woo strikes him again. He shoots fire from his fists, but Kang Woo dodges effortlessly after tricking him with a fake. Kang Woo punches Tam in the stomach. He falls to his knees, quietly cursing. Tamien wonders who Kang Woo really is as he tries to stand. But before he can, Kang Woo steps on his head and holds him there. Tamien still wants to fight back, but Kang Woo is not done with him. The Demon King sticks his blades into him and Tamien lets out a weak scream. Kang Woo tells him to stop crying and be a man. This is just the beginning of his payback. He says he'll make Tamien pay for every bit of kimchi stew he wasted. Tamien can't figure out why he's this angry over food, but he doesn't know what Kang Woo went through for the past 10,000 years. Kang Woo pulls him up by his hair for disrespecting that important meal, and with a deadly look asks if kimchi stew means nothing to him. Now Tamien realizes he made a big mistake. He tries to say sorry, but the words don't come out right. Before he can talk, Kang Woo begins smashing his head into the ground again and again. That stew had to be very important for Kang Woo to get so upset. Even now, it's not enough for him and Tamien is barely awake. Kang Woo orders him to say kimchi stew is sacred, then he begins counting 1, 2. Tamien is already trembling from the pain in his arms. When Kang Woo says 1, he quietly says kimchi stew. It's too quiet, so Kang Woo pushes the blades further into his arms. At this point, Tamien wishes he hadn't done any of this. He can't believe how much pain and shame he feels now. Looking even wilder now, Kang Woo starts counting once more and Tamien finally shouts it loud enough, saying that kimchi stew is sacred. But that still doesn't completely satisfy Kang Woo. He steps on him and tells him to yell louder like he's worshipping a god or saying he loves someone. Stella can only watch as her brother goes through this suffering. She is frightened and can't understand because none of it seems logical. Kang Woo keeps pushing Tamien to shout as much as he can, but he can never make him happy. The shouting still isn't enough, so he orders Tamien to keep screaming until his voice reaches a very high note. Scared, Tamien does what he is told and yells as loudly as possible, complimenting kimchi stew until Kang Woo is finally pleased. In the end, the Demon King pulls away his weapons and stops Tamien's suffering. He looks down at him one last time and warns him not to ever speak badly of kimchi stew again. Tamien stays lying there, hurt and wondering what is wrong with this crazy man. Later on, someone tidies up the house and the broken furniture is piled to the side. Seol takes care of her hurt mother while she lies on the couch. She is still very worried about her mother. After that, she looks over toward the kitchen. Tamien is left to wash the dishes and clean up the mess he made, grumbling the whole time. He wishes he had never met Kang Woo and just hopes he goes away. Being embarrassed was bad already, but Kang Woo also took his clothes. Kang Woo, however, doesn't care at all and keeps looking at his phone. Tam keeps complaining to himself, thinking about how kimchi stew messed up his life. He looks angrily at Kang Woo, clearly upset after everything. Kang Woo sees this, puts his cup down slowly, and Tamir quickly yells and goes back to the dishes. Next, Kao asks if he is mad that kimchi caused this trouble. Tamir knows it's a trick, so he doesn't answer wrongly. Remembering his time in hell, Kang Woo tells Tamir he doesn't know how lucky he is to have clothes, food, sleep, and calm. He says the boy should treasure living on Earth while it lasts. Tamir replies politely, but on the inside he wants payback. He waits for a chance to tell Andros everything so he can get help against Kawu. While he is thinking that, Kung Woo calls for him to come to the table after finishing the dishes. Tamarin stands in front of him nervously, and Kung Woo says there's barely any reason to keep him alive. Tamir holds back his anger and pretends to agree that he's useless, but Koo grabs him and says he isn't going to kill him. One look at him makes it clear that Tamir might wish he was already dead. Kawu gives him a cold, menacing look, and Tamir feels crushed by the dark energy coming from him. He then sees a demon before him when Kawu uses Oriax's power of fear. Orax coils around Tamir and fills him with deep fear. He cries and begs the demon not to come closer while that third eye stares down at him. He begins to scream as shadow-like hands move over his body. But in real life, Kawu is just standing above him while Tamir cries, begs, and wets his pants. Koo gives him a final warning: Tamir must never talk about what happened in this home. Ori doesn't just fill its targets with lasting fear, it can also force them to serve the Demon King. After seeing Tamir's scared state, Koo tells him to leave. Still shaking, Tamir goes outside after being completely embarrassed. Kung Woo is just happy to see him leave. SLA watches as her weak brother finally goes out the door. She's still too shocked to speak. After everything, Kung Woo has saved her again like a hero she didn't expect. That hero looks at his phone and sees he has no money. If he wants to keep living here, he needs to earn money soon. Then something gets his attention. He sees an article about magic stones and realizes they could help him earn money. Okangu asks Solo to show him any magic stones she owns. She looks in her bag and finds the E-rank stone they got from the goblin. The article said that darker magic stones are worth more. Kung Woo looks closely at it, but he doesn't feel any magic in it. He notices something inside though and remembers getting a magic point by absorbing the goblin's power, making him wonder what these stones really hold. Then he understands it's not demonic energy, but a different power called magic. Even with that, he still does not know the source of the demonic energy. Koo returns the stone to SA and decides to collect and sell more stones for now. To do that, he will need a player card, which makes him think about those police officers he saw. SA tells him there isn't a player support center close by. The nearest one is at Seoul Station. She has to go there as well, and she asks if he wants to join her. She looks at her house and her hurt mother, and Selmer explains she needs money for her family. She admits that it was foolish to hurry into the gate and thanks Kang Woo for saving her and giving her a lesson. After spending so many years only seeing monsters, the Demon King thinks he might have finally met an angel. Zur says she is going to study the basics again and try for her second awakening. Kang Woo wishes her good luck but still decides not to help her now. After that, SN goes to get ready so they can leave. When she goes to her room, Kang Woo thinks that traveling with her will make his hunting slower. Even though it's tough, he knows it's the truth. For now, all Kang Woo can do is regain his power and remove anything that delays him. At the same time, Selmer changes into a white robe. Kang Woo stands near the window and thinks about just one thing: becoming strong enough to stay alive here. He reminds himself to keep going like he did back in hell. Then Selner comes out and asks for his ID. Since he clearly doesn't have one, she says they need to go to City Hall first. Later, Kang Woo checks his new ID on the train. What worries him is how simple it was to get. At the office, the lady even asked if he wanted something else, and Kang Woo was shocked. No report said he was missing. That means nobody noticed he was gone those years. This thought crushes him. He falls into sadness and is dragged back to the memory of hell. Selma snaps him out of it by calling to him and pointing forward. They are almost at the player station. Kang Woo looks outside to see the city. Sir is happy as well. He puts the ID away in his pocket and says things will be different from now on. And he agrees that the city really does look amazing. Soon the train stops at the player support station. They get off and Selma leads him to the player support center main office. Kang Woo is still amazed by how big the building is. When Selma says she has something for him, she hands him her old phone so he can call her later. Kang Woo thanks her, feeling like destiny truly may have sent him an angel. After this, she leaves to enroll in the basic classes and they go different ways. Before going, Selner says she might come late and asks if he wants to have dinner with her later. Kang Woo agrees at once, glad to have another chance for dinner with the prettiest girl here. He looks at the building again and watches the players all around him. Then he notices a machine that uses ID cards and walks over to put his card in. The terminal checks his identity and prints out a waiting number. It also tells him to go to the testing area. Then the number starts to glow, making him feel puzzled. A marker appears on the ground and guides him where to walk. He follows it, sits on a bench, and waits. Behind him, two players begin talking. One says he got a D rank on his exam. His friend says he might get a B, but he laughs. He mentions it's nothing compared to people like Bake or Chaff. As they keep chatting, Kang Woo scrolls through his phone. He overhears them mention the top 5 guild masters, all S ranks from their first awakening. They say an S rank could be chosen by one of those guilds, though they know they are far from that. Kang Woo thinks about those 5 guilds and the people at their heads. From Airpier Kim Jae Hyan to Red Roses Cha Yongju, Hanw's B Kong Hyan, Sonari's Jung Hyanju and owners Cham Hyuk. These are the masters of Korea's top 5 guilds, and Kung Woo guesses he will meet them when his power returns. That thought stays with him as he looks at his stats. They're so bad that all he wants is to get his strength back soon. Still, he hopes that having player tools might help him grow even stronger than before. Finally, his number is called and he goes to the test area. After waiting so long, Kung-gu enters just to be told to sit again. When he reaches a table, a staff worker begins setting up his test. The lady checks who he is and gives him a marble to check his rank. The darker the marble gets, the stronger the person is. Kung-woo worries his power might show up as too high. He puts his hands on the marble and it glows bright white. He instantly thinks he made a mistake, and the worker is surprised by its brightness. But once the test finishes, she tells him he's frank and asks him to take his hands off. Kung-woo can't believe it. The King of Hell has ended up with an FR rank. The helper starts explaining the next steps, but he's too shocked to reply. He knew his powers were sealed, but this is much less than he thought. She says he will get an E-rank player card and can enter gates of that tier. To get into higher-ranked gates, he'd have to have a guardian with him. Kung-woo keeps thinking about whether his odd powers change the outcome. He guesses if Baoro found out, he'd go after the woman. When painful memories from hell come back, Kung-gu asks about raising his rank. She tells him one way is to finish the basic course, which bumps him up to dank. That's the class Sola takes too. Another option is to turn in more magic stones. Gu chooses this right away because it's faster. When he's about to go, the woman tells him to wait for his player card. She offers to sign him up for the class as well, but he says no. She feels bad for him, thinking failing the rank test upset him. When the door opens and Kung-woo leaves, the attendant thinks he won't last long if he goes into a gate. To her, someone with F rank like him should just quit being a player. Then she sees the marble turning dark again. It becomes pure black and starts cracking, making her wonder if it's ruined. When she takes it, the marble breaks. He doesn't get what happened. She was sure Kung-woo tested as frank. She stares at the broken marble, feeling stunned and at a loss. Even Bikong Hyan only made it go dark gray. She calls the front for a new one and tries to forget the thought that anyone could turn it completely black. Outside, players group up near a gate to make parties. Like in RPG games, they need tanks, healers, and mages, but nobody wants a thief in their group. Kung-woo sees a young thief rejected over and over. He quickly wonders why thieves are always refused but doesn't think about it much. He gives an officer his player card, who checks it and lets him through the gate. Kung-woo comes out the other side and finds himself in a forest. He stops to get his strength back since the teleport makes him dizzy. After stretching, he begins hunting for monsters. Just then, someone calls to him from behind. He turns to look and sees a huge man towering over him. The man is so large he is almost bear-like. The man asks if Kang-woo is hunting alone and if he has had his second awakening yet. Girl with the man says they're ready, and then Kang-woo learns the big guy's name is Tu. He then says he hasn't had a second awakening. Tesu gets excited hearing this, which makes his friends uneasy. He acts too proud, then says an E rank like Kang-woo should find a group, especially if he hasn't done the basic course. Kang-woo is already annoyed by the guy, but Tesu keeps urging him to join their party. His teammates clearly don't approve that he brought in a stranger without telling them first. Teo tries to convince them with a bit of pressure. He makes it easier by saying they don't have to share magic stones if Kang-woo comes along. That finally makes them agree. Still, Kang-woo says he wants to hunt alone. He isn't interested in anyone slowing him down. Teo acts like he never heard him and starts to introduce everyone. He asks Kang-woo for his name, and Kang-woo tells him while also making it clear again that he doesn't want to join a team. Tammy-soo just laughs and asks him to relax. He says he is only 24 even though he looks like he could lead a country. Then Tamisu pulls out his player card, which shows his real age. Kang-woo finally agrees to talk more casually, even though he can't stop thinking about what happened in the years he was gone. He thanks Tamisu again for inviting him and explains that he already has his own plan. Now, even Tamisu's friends seem uneasy because Kang-woo keeps saying he'll work alone. Tao finally stops asking, but first he warns him about a strong goblin called a hobgoblin. A hobgoblin is like a boss and much tougher than regular goblins. Kang-woo thanks Tu for the warning and admits he's actually a good person. Tu leaves together with his group and they go their separate ways. Kang-woo thinks that if he were really an inexperienced rookie, he probably would have joined them. But it's better to hunt alone this time. Once he decides, he goes into the forest to start. He moves so quickly through the trees that he soon finds goblin footprints. Soon after, he comes across a camp full of goblins. Kang-woo rushes in and takes down one before the rest see him. Next, his armbades appear and he slices through another goblin. Seems he found a perfect spot. The goblins freeze from fear, but they still grab their weapons to fight him. Acting politely, he tells them to start fighting. The goblins rush at him with anger, but they don't stand a chance against the Demon King. Kang-woo cuts them down one by one before any can get near him. more goblins keep attacking him but none of them can hurt the King of Hell. These dirty monsters are too easy and he keeps beating them without a problem. The battle keeps going but the goblins just won't give up. They're so clueless they don't even notice they should escape. After some time, the goblins finally figure out they can't win and start shaking. Even after taking down many, Kang Woo still sees a lot left. That only makes him more excited. There are more foes for him to fight so he keeps on going. All the fighting finally tires him out. Bodies are everywhere and he admits clearing them all took effort. System message pops up, letting him know he got experience for defeating the goblins. His level goes up by 4, and he finds out leveling also gives him more demonic energy points. Afterwards, he touches one body and uses gluttony on the others. His power finds some demonic energy, but it's not coming from the magic stones. He also sees the amount left inside each body changes, depending on how long they've been dead. So if he takes monsters right after they die, he can collect demonic energy quicker. He starts taking it in. He's glad he can sell the stones and increase his demonic energy at the same time. Once that's finished, he just has to grab the magic stones. While picking them up, he thinks about how much chicken he can buy with all that money. He even thinks that pulling flesh and bones from goblins is like eating chicken. He starts to drool, already thinking about eating with Sil after he gets paid. The thought of Sil feeding him like someone special makes him so happy he starts picking up stones quickly. Suddenly the ground starts shaking and the air feels different. Kang Woo feels uneasy and turns to look where it's coming from. A huge goblin comes out of the trees and Kang Woo thinks it might be the hobgoblin Tadu mentioned. Its very presence is scary. The monster looks at Kang Woo and gives a loud scream. Kang Woo is shocked to find out it can use magic. The hobgoblin charges right at him, giving him barely any time to react. He pulls out his blades and gets ready for battle. He's staying calm because his demonic energy should be more powerful than the hobgoblin's magic, but it still doesn't mean he's out of danger. The creature swings its sword down and Kang Woo barely gets out of the way in time. Even though it is huge, the hobgoblin stays quick and launches another attack. Kang Woo is in trouble, but he still manages to defend himself while in the air. The goblin doesn't give up and comes after him again, ready to crush him completely. Another hard swing cuts through the battlefield. Kang Woo blocks it with his blades, but what really matters is the monster's great strength and size. He pushes the weapon away and tries to attack, but the hobgoblin uses its shoulder guard to block him. His stats are too low, so his hit just bounces off and knocks him backward. He knows he needs a real chance soon. The goblin keeps swinging at him, and Kang Woo avoids each attack. No matter how big it is, the monster attacks over and over without leaving an opening. He keeps dodging, still looking for a clear chance. Every attack almost hits his head, and he thinks this hobgoblin is much stronger than the weak goblins before. That's normal for boss monster. He jumps aside from another hit, and the hobgoblin ends up slicing a tree in two. The monster is breaking its own area now. Since there are no weak goblins left, Kang Woo already feels like it is an easy target. He grabs a dead goblin's skull and throws it past the monster's shoulder. The hobgoblin sees the skull and gets furious at the disrespect. Rushes at him exactly as Kang Woo wanted. He squeezes his fist, bringing together crushing power and anger. Then he uses the rage from the demon Crossell and pushes that force into the hobgoblin. At first it seems like nothing happens, but that's not true. The monster suddenly goes even crazier, wanting to destroy Kang Woo. Kang Woo is glad the plan worked when the hobgoblin attacks again. He moves out of the way as the attack cuts down everything behind him. The hobgoblin won't stop attacking wildly, not caring what it hits. Kang Woo says this skill increases the target's strength a lot but also makes them lose control. With no sense left, the monster swings everywhere and breaks anything it finds. The wild attacks go on, but Kang Woo doesn't get touched. That actually makes it simpler to dodge. Then he rushes forward to attack since his enemy has left itself open. A quick slash cuts the monster's leg, making it fall to its knees, but it still keeps fighting. Now even angrier, it tries to hit Kang Woo with its weapon but is too slow. He's already won. Kang Woo stabs the blade through its head and kills it. This is the first monster he has beaten using a buff. Happy the hard fight is over, he says it was troublesome, especially since before he could have beaten it easily. Then the system shows up again. For clearing a monster hideout by himself, he earns 150 bonus experience, gets 3 more levels and reaches his second awakening at level 11. Kang Woo is thrilled by the win, and he sees the new skill is called Insatiable Hunger. With this, he can take in more demonic power from enemies he has beaten using gluttony. With his other abilities, he's sure this will help him become stronger much quicker. He quickly looks at the dead hobgoblin and chooses to try out his new ability on it right away. He uses gluttony and a dark fog covers the body. The smoke looks even darker than before and he wonders if it's because of the new skill. Then the skill starts to work and he pulls in even more demonic energy. His demonic energy amount rises by 3, that shows it works. Stronger monsters will help him get stronger faster. After absorbing the energy, he checks how much himself improved. Kang Woo looks inward and is surprised by what he feels. He isn't just twice as strong. His power has grown 3 times more than he thought. Such fast growth also makes him worried because gaining strength quickly might be risky. While thinking deeply, he goes into the Myriad Demon Gate. There in the shallow water, Kang Woo sees that the seal on the gate is weaker. He can't tell why this happened because except for the awakening, nothing else has changed. Suddenly, an idea comes to him and he thinks each new awakening might make the Myriad Demon Gate's seal weaker. A small smile comes to his face which soon turns fierce. If he keeps leveling up like this, he might really get back his old power. This makes him want to challenge higher-level gates and level up even faster. He sees the magic stone from the hobgoblin and picks it up. Still smiling wildly, he sets a new goal to reach his third awakening at level 20. Later, the scene shifts to a lively restaurant filled with people eating, drinking, and enjoying themselves. Kang Woo and Seola sit together at a table, and Kang Woo is eating a lot like he can't stop. He rips into the chicken and chugs his cold drink. Like most people, good food makes him really happy and he can't hide it. Sailor seems a little bothered by how he eats, but she doesn't mind. She asks if the food is really that amazing and he says it's the best. Then she suddenly asks if it's better than her kimchi stew. Kang Woo knows this is a tough spot because he doesn't want to say anything bad about her cooking. He's lucky though because he says he likes her kimchi stew more. Sale laughs and says she was joking, but everyone knows that was close. Kang Woo gives an awkward laugh too, happy he didn't mess up. Then she shares her chicken with him, thankful for everything he has done. While he's still chewing, she asks about his family and friends. He takes a drink of beer before replying. Then he puts the glass down hard and says he doesn't have any. The hit makes a fork fall from the table. He continues that he doesn't have a place to live either. If Baoro heard, things might be different. Chella, looking worried, asks where he sleeps. Kang Woo admits he has no place to stay. When he picks up the fork, Chella is clearly unsettled. He then offers him a room. Surprised, Kang Woo checks if she's serious. As she gets another fork, she assures him everything's fine. He's helped her a lot, so he agrees and quietly hopes for the best for them both. Now at least he won't be sleeping outside tonight. But even then, Chella can see he has a lot on his mind and hasn't shared it. After this, Kang Woo remembers he has something to give her. He slides her a pile of cash and says it's around 3 million won. Sela is shocked and asks why he's giving her so much. Kang Woo says he's paying her for letting him stay, but she doesn't accept. For her, it would seem wrong to take it after all he's done. But Kang Woo keeps pushing, saying her family could use the help. She tries to say no again, so he tells her to just see it as money for groceries. That way both of them benefit. After thinking about it, SA takes the money and thanks him. Kang Woo gets distracted by her sweet eyes and says it's no big deal. She promises to use only the best meat for his kimchi stew, and Kang Woo gets super excited thinking about his favorite food every day. He calls her an angel and says he'll make more money selling magic stones. They really do seem like a married couple already. After he calms down, he asks if there are any D-rank gates nearby. Chella tells him that there is one close, but she avoided it because it is full of lizard men. When he hears that, he chooses to go there the next day. He wants to fight stronger monsters so he can unlock awakenings faster and also earn more money. While taking another piece of chicken, he wonders if lizard meat tastes good and asks Chella about it. Later that night, Chella opens a room in her apartment for him. She explains he can have it as it used to be her brother's room. Sitting on the soft bed, he thanks her for letting him finally sleep in comfort. As SA walks out, she turns off the lights and they say goodnight. Kang Woo gives her an embarrassed smile before she closes the door. Then he lies on the bed and thinks about how he hasn't felt this much comfort in 10,000 years. Calm and quiet make it even nicer. As he starts to fall asleep, Kang Woo tells himself that coming back to Earth was the best idea. The next day, he goes to a gate and sees the usual group of players looking for teams. Now that he is a Dan, he can see bus parties searching for people working on their third awakening. When he goes inside, Kang Woo notices the same thief from before asking people to let him join, but nobody does, and even Kang Woo feels a little sorry for him. Still, he shows his ID to the officers and enters the gate. Once inside, he takes a moment to stretch and get ready for the hunt. Then he uses the power of silence to make his steps almost noiseless. Afterwards, he runs into the woods. He recalls Si Hal's saying, "Lizard men can hear well but can't see well." So the most important thing is sneaking close without making noise before they join together and attack him. It works. Kang Woo soon finds 3 lizard men who don't notice him at all. He has already decided to take them out. He also remembers that Sala mentioned fire hurts them most. So Kang Woo quickly summons Devil Andress's hellfire and throws it at the unaware monsters. They get hit by the fire before they can react. The fire affects their bodies right away, and in moments, Kang Woo is cooking all 3. All they can do is scream while the fire covers them, so they jump into the river to try stopping it. It does not work for them. Kang Woo says regular water can't stop this type of fire. Only special energy or magic can remove it, so the lizard men burn to death. He notes that the fire burns a target's life force, not just the body itself. That's why he uses gluttony on what's left, to absorb all the energy he needs. After absorbing the demonic energy, Kang Woo remembers that Tamu's guild is named Andress and assumes the name has some origin. If the situation turns out badly, he's willing to destroy everything. Then he spots more lizard men watching from behind the trees. They're clearly mad about their fallen friends, but to the Demon King this just means more strength. After defeating them, he wonders if it's smarter to hunt lizard men in large groups or to go after them one at a time. Right then someone yells to him and he turns around. This stranger glances at his gear, thinks Kang Woo is a beginner and asks if he wants to join their group hunt. Already feeling irritated, Kang Woo asks who they are. Their leader answers proudly, saying they come from the Andress Guild. Kang Woo looks at the pendant the fool wears and doesn't care at all for his attempt to seem important. He starts to walk away and simply says he's not interested. The leader gets offended that Kang Woo dismissed them. The girl next to him worries their master won't be happy when they go back, so the idiot decides they'll beat Kang Woo up and take him away half alive. The entire team seems like they want to pick a fight. The leader clanks his armed guards together and says they are about to teach Kang Woo something. At the same time, Kang Woo rushes through the woods, burning every lizard man he meets. The lizard men keep crying out as the flames consume them, but they are helpless. Each time a lizard man dies, Kang Woo quickly absorbs the body. After some time, he finishes off the entire area and eats every lizard man around. While absorbing the last one, he thinks it might be better to take this risk to get stronger quickly, but he's still not certain. Just then, someone calls him again. He instantly realizes it's the same silly leader from before. The guy appears with his follower and says he's just checking if their new member is hunting well. Kang Woo can see that he's the kind who bullies the weak, so he plays along and says that he is doing well by himself. The leader makes fun of him, saying it's not possible since his outfit is clean and there are no dead bodies. Kang Woo says he's taking a break, which just makes the leader more upset. He asks why Kang Woo is being disrespectful to a senior, and Kang Woo responds that his act is bothering him. That pushes the guy and he seems ready to attack Kang Woo. Kang Woo doesn't mind and even asks if he wants a fight. One of the ugly followers gets excited, but the leader stops him. The young guy doesn't get it, but the leader wants to deal with Kang Woo himself. From Kang Woo's look, he would really enjoy defeating this fool. The party leader warns that Kang Woo will be sorry for crossing him. Kang Woo, for his part, seems almost eager to see what he'll do. The leader then pulls out his sword and strikes it against his metal guards. Everyone else in the group watches, waiting for trouble. The fool reminds Kang Woo that lizard men react sharply to noise, but the Demon King doesn't think much of such a weak move. Kang Woo slightly tilts his head and smiles as they wait for the lizard men to appear. The leader keeps tapping his sword, and before long the water ripples as a huge group of lizard men arrives. The party leader tells the mage to make a barrier so the monsters can't get to them. Safe behind it, he looks down at Kang Woo and tells him to kneel and beg. Of course, facing the lizard men is too much for most people, but Kang Woo feels thrilled. He questions if this silly plan is all the fool can do. Now the party leader gets nervous. Kang Woo warns him that if he wants to cheat, he should go all the way. Kang Woo's eyes shine red as he claps his hands together. Harsh and thunderous sound bursts out, so loud that it attracts even more monsters. The Andress Guild party is shocked when the ground begins to shake below them. Kang Woo keeps stamping, making everything louder. Now really scared, the leader begs him to stop before things get out of hand. Kang Woo stops right away and gives the leader another smile. The leader calls him crazy for what he just did. Now things get even more intense. Inside the barrier, the group watches the lizard men get closer. In seconds, they are surrounded by a huge crowd. Nobody moves and the mage starts trembling. She's never seen this many at once before. The leader yells for her to stay calm or the barrier will fall. He then shouts at Kang Woo, demanding if he wants them all to die. Kang Woo just laughs and jumps up onto a branch. The leader looks up in fear, worried that Kang Woo might leave them for good. Kang Woo says he already knows the lizard men are drawn to noise. Right then, the monsters rush at the group and start hitting the barrier hard. The mage fights to keep the shield working, but it gets weaker with every hit. Realizing they don't have much time left, the leader yells his anger at Kang Woo. He shouts at him and asks if he has gone mad. Kang Woo tells him he has it all wrong. He's not going to die in this place. The only ones facing death are them. After that, he uses the power of silence so the lizard men can't notice him. The monsters pay him no attention at all and keep focusing on the Andress Guild party. As they continue to attack the barrier, the leader finally notices that Kang Woo can control sound. At that same time, the barrier breaks and his friends are quickly taken over. He yells for the mage to put the barrier back, but when he looks over, a lizard man's tail has already stabbed her. Tears fill her eyes as the monster comes closer to eat her. The leader falls to the ground and can do nothing but watch her get torn apart. All his friends' bodies are scattered around him. Trembling with fear, he tries to stay quiet so he won't be the next target. One lizard man picks up a fallen teammate, and he can only watch in horror. In just a short time, his whole team is nothing but torn flesh. The boy's weak hand drops the spear. He struggles not to puke from what he sees. When he looks up again, the monsters are now after him. He begs Kang Woo to help him, saying he's sorry for acting so full of himself. Kang Woo happily calls him Saiyan Ba and wishes him luck. The fool curses the Demon King with all his hatred as the lizard men start eating him alive. Few seconds later, they finish him off while Kang Woo watches them eat. For him, the best reply to evil is to be even worse. After the whole Andress Guild party is dead, Kang Woo burns up the leftover monsters and makes the place clear. Still, he seems sad about how simple it was. After turning them to ash, he uses gluttony to collect the demonic energy he needs. Next, the system shows up and says gluttony can't be used on anyone guarded by the Gaia system. He remembers hearing of the Gaia system while coming to Earth. Seeing the human bodies, he figures out that players have that protection, though he can't eat their bodies or get their powers. Even so, what matters most to him is how much demonic energy he has. His demonic energy stat goes up to 30. Seeing that, he feels good about how much stronger he is now. It's not just about the amount. Kang-woo uses Hellfire and notices the quality of his demonic energy is better now too. He just needs to level up now. Excited for his third awakening, he picks up the last magic stone near Saiyan Bei's body. After all the hunting he's done, the third awakening seems very near. He moves deeper into the woods to keep looking for monsters. 3 days later at Seola's place, he's enjoying another bowl of his favorite meal. Kang-woo gives a compliment about Han Seola's cooking, and she asks if he's going hunting again. He says yes and lets her know he'll be back before dinner. Han Seo is worried he's pushing himself too much without any rest. While she puts the kettle on, Kang-woo tells her not to worry, he feels okay. She shares that her lessons will finish soon. Once they are done, she'll start hunting goblins. She's unsure if it'll go well, but she wants to have her second awakening as soon as possible. Kang-woo tells her she will achieve it soon. Then Hanla offers him some more tea before he leaves, and he happily agrees. She suddenly recalls something and asks if he has heard about the new gate rumors. She explains that people are now talking about cow players. Maybe it's only a story, but she warns him to be careful while inside the gates. These cow players lie about their rank and hurt other players. Kang-woo thinks the story started because of what happened in the Andress Guild party. He's certain that he checked the area and was sure no one saw anything. Since it looks like the lizard men are responsible, he believes he is safe even if the talk points to him. Still, he knows he has to stay alert. He has to stay careful and keep gaining levels. After more fighting, he finally hits level 20 and gets his third awakening. The system tells him about it, and he can feel his strength rising a lot. Kang-woo tests this by using Hellfire and sees right away that it's true. With each level up, the seal on his Myriad Demon Gate gets weaker, so more demonic energy can come out and make him stronger. He notices a magic stone nearby and checks it. Thanks to the third awakening, he's now able to change the magic inside magic stones into demonic energy. After absorbing one, he's very surprised. It gives him as much demonic energy as taking down a whole monster. That means he can boost his strength twice as quickly. But he'll need to stop selling the stones. He takes out his phone to check his balance and sees that he's earned a lot these last few days, so he won't have to sell them for a while. He understands this allows him to use this ability even more now. Kang-woo takes off his shirt and wraps it around his waist, getting set to hunt again. For a brief moment, he stands in the sun, then crouches and rockets into the sky using his power. That power grows wings for him so he can stay in the air and travel smoothly. He remembers he has not found the lizard men's boss, but he can't see it well from above the forest. And since he doesn't have enough demonic energy, he isn't able to use governance yet. Then he hears someone calling and knows it's Tesu. When Kang-woo gets closer, he sees 2 rough players picking on Kang-2. He realizes something is off and thinks about what might have happened. Then he sees Kang-tao standing in front of the thief from before, the one who tried to get into a party earlier. An upset Kang-2 shouts, asking why they're going after one of their own teammates. The 2 bullies get mad at Kang-2 for being so loud, worrying he will attract the lizard men. While they argue, Kang-woo understands the thief was set up and guesses these 2 are the cow players Sula talked about. At least now he's sure the stories aren't about him. But then, the red-haired bully suddenly attacks Kang-tesu and tells him to be quiet. Kang-tesu blocks it using his heavy shield, but the strength behind it still pushes him back a bit. He is angry but also looks tired. The 2 bullies are irritated by how tough he is and wonder if he really only reached his second awakening. Kang-2 holds onto his shield tighter and bangs it hard against the ground. Then he tells the cow players it won't be easy to knock him down. He uses a skill and his shield starts to glow with bright orange sparks. Still, the 2 players aren't scared. They believe Kang-tao can't win against them unless he's had a third awakening. 2 tries to look brave, but he's clearly worn out and can't hold on much longer. The 2 move in closer to finish it, but the green-haired one warns his partner they can't kill the big fool. Oh catches that and starts to think about what they could mean, so he keeps hiding in the bushes and waits to see what will happen. As Kang-taesu struggles to keep his skill going, MC remembers their last meeting and thinks about helping. Just as one of the bullies tries to finish Kang-taesu, Oh spots something strange about the player. He steps out from hiding, making the man pause in shock. He already noticed demonic energy surrounding their weapons, making him wonder who these 2 really are. The 2 players ask who he is, wanting to know if he's just passing through or if he's an unlucky person. Kang-tao is surprised to see the protagonist again and can't figure out why he suddenly appeared. Then the 2 fools warn, oh now that he saw this he won't leave here safe. The green-haired one says to his friend that they don't need MC alive, so he can do as he likes. That only makes Kang-2 more puzzled, especially after they say they've already hit their goal by catching him and the useless thief. That makes the red-haired thug very happy. He points his axe at him and rushes forward, ready to take down the Demon King. Oh stands his ground and doesn't move at all. Tang Su screams in fear as the attacker moves closer. Now, the blade is only a short distance from the protagonist's head. MC just slaps the fool in the face. His teammate can only watch while the idiot falls to the ground. The red-haired boy quickly gets back up and his friend shouts, demanding to know what he's doing. He tries to explain something feels wrong but doesn't notice O getting closer. Before he can move, the Demon King attacks him fast and keeps hitting him down. Kang Taesu is surprised to see him deal with him so easily and starts to doubt if this is really the same person. The protagonist Kang Woo he thought he knew. The other bully tries to help and pulls out his sword. Right as he swings at Kang Woo's head, O uses destruction power and knocks him out in one hit. The blow throws him into a tree and knocks the air out of him. He falls down and his partner can only watch, unable to do anything. O grabs the red-haired fool by the hair and starts to question him. Using a cold tone, he asks where the demonic energy came from. The idiot answers back and asks how MC even knows, so he slams his head into the ground when he won't answer. After that, he pulls his head up and makes sure he knows who is asking the questions. Giving him one more chance, the protagonist asks where he got the demonic energy from. The man says he can't say, and O makes him sorry by using the power of fear. A demon shows up in front of the scared fool and pulls him into a horrible nightmare he never knew before. After being frightened, he suddenly admits the demonic energy came from his guild master. MC watches the desperate man give up the answer, but his teammate yells at him to stay quiet and calls him Seo Taeho. Who's scared by what he saw, Taeho keeps shaking. His teammate shouts again and asks if he is out of his mind. O is annoyed by the outburst. He creates a ball of demonic energy and shoots it at the other man, telling him to stay still for now. Then he looks at the scared Taeho and questions him about the guildmaster. Scared for his safety, Tommy says it was the Andress Guild. He tells them that the guildmaster held a ritual and gave him those abilities. Owen wants to know what the purpose of the ritual was, but when the man won't say, he plans to force him to answer. Tammy is shaking a lot while trying to talk about the ritual, but suddenly he starts to twist around and foam comes out of his mouth. He shouts, spits blood, and dies right there. Now Kang Woo is really angry. He says, the guild must have put something in Tommy to keep him quiet about the ritual. After that, Tommy comes over and asks if he really is Kang Woo. At the same time, the thief wakes up and looks around, confused. Kang Woo says who he is, and Tammy Soo is happy it's actually him. Then they see the thief is up, and Tommy calls him Tam Hai. He tells Kang Woo the boy's name and says the Demon King helped both of them. Then the big guy asks why Kang Woo is here since he thought he was at the E-rank gate. Kang Woo laughs nervously and says he just had some reason to be here. Tammy So starts to think Kang Woo was never new, and that's probably why he said no to his request before. He thanks Kang Woo for saving them from those mean guys while shaking his hand a lot. Tommy also tries to thank him, but he is so shy nobody can hear his voice. Tamizo gets even happier after knowing Kang Woo is high level and says he will pay him back for helping. After thanking the Demon King, he talks about the Andress Guild and mentions that their name is already not trusted. Looking at the two dead, Tamizo says he never thought the guild used cow players as members. He grabs his phone and says he will tell the Hang Corps everything. He says Hurang Corps is a government group for players, and once they know Andrews uses cow players, they will look into it right away. Kang Woo thinks for a moment, then tells him not to report it now. Both Tammy Soo and Tamahan look at him, not sure why. Kang Woo says he will take care of the Andrews Guild himself. Tammy Soo hesitates, then trusts Kang Woo and agrees. Kang Woo tells them both to forget about this, but suddenly, Tammy Soo drops to his knees. Kang Woo just watches, wondering why this big guy is being dramatic again. Tomo offers to help Kang Woo and says they should go after the Andress Guild together. The Demon King is really confused by this and can't understand what this guy means. Tammy So gets even more excited because he thinks Kang Woo wants to get back at the guild by himself. Even the dead people here would be scared of this guy's energy. He says Kang Woo's sense of justice reminds him of heroes in movies, and then starts talking about how much he loves watching films. Instead, it only makes him seem even creepier. Then Tammy Soo slams both hands on the ground and says he's impressed by Kang Woo's strong sense of justice. To show his thanks, he begs again to join him and swears he'll pay him back along the way. Now Kang Woo is completely scared, thinking Tammy Soo is just another Belrog. If that wasn't enough, the thief interrupts and says he wants to pay him back as well. He calls himself a Dudek Bung and promises he'll find a way to repay Kang Woo. Kang Woo is mostly confused by that strange name and wants to know what it means. Tai Hun says it's a name for bandits because they're not good at fighting or taking hits. That helps Kang Woo understand why thieves get looked down on. Tears fill Taehun's eyes as he says that's just the sad life for players like him. Then Taesu speaks up again and tells Taehun he should join Kang Woo's team if he wants to repay him. Kang Woo knows that doesn't benefit him at all. Taehan becomes emotional and tears start to fall. Though he is moved by the idea, he still says he was only a useless bother to Tammy Soo, just getting beaten all the time. Taehan says he hopes to become strong enough to help both Kang Woo and Taehu. Taehu praises his bravery and will, while Kang Woo just thinks these two are crazy. Then Taehan bows and starts to go. Kang Woo decides it isn't too bad having favors owed to him. The real issue is what to do about Taehu. Once the big guy says bye to Taehyun, Kang-woo asks what level he is. Taehu says he is level 12 and reached his second awakening recently. His first awakening skill was C rank, so he got this far by hunting. Kang-woo is surprised and asks what rank the second awakening skill is. Taehyun replies it's in a rank, and Kang-woo says the big guy is stronger than he thought but wonders why he hasn't joined a guild. Taehyun answers he thought about joining before but now doesn't see the need. From the look on Kang-woo's face, he clearly doesn't understand what this guy means. Sadly for him, Taehyun says he's made up his mind to stay with Kang-woo, still acting super passionate like a Balrog. Even with that, he could be a great teammate for Kang-woo. Having a high second awakening usually means stronger ones in the future too. That makes Kang-woo think of Seola, who will soon have her second awakening. In the end, Kang-woo agrees and lets Taeho become part of his team. Taesu then asks for his phone number so he can help anytime. While Kang-woo puts his number in, he says he wants something in exchange. The big fool lights up, waiting for instructions. Excited like a kid with candy, Kang-woo asks him to form a party and train with someone finishing basic training soon. That person will be a healer, and Tao happily says yes. After saving the number, Tu promises to make a strong team and not let him down. Then Kimu wonders if he should go right to the Andres Guild. Just after, he picks up the barely conscious cow player and checks if he is still alive. The poor man tries to move away, but Kang-woo wants answers and tells him to be honest if he wants to live. With a frightening look, he tells the man to nod if he understands. The man quickly does. Then Kang-woo lets go of his neck. He finds out the man's name is Kang Chho. Tu near them seems worried about how Kang-woo is questioning him. Kang-woo gives Chelho a hard look and asks about what he said earlier on catching a player and taking them away. After hearing this, Chelho starts shaking and insists he never said that. Kang-woo hits his face with a kick and Chelho yells. One look at him shows that the kick woke him up completely. Kang-woo pulls him up again and asks if he remembers now. This time, Chelho admits they take people alive as sacrifices. The frightened thug keeps shaking while Kang-woo thinks about what he just learned. Then he throws Chilo aside. He also recalls Haunt Hyen saying the same thing before. That's when Kang-woo gets an idea and shows a scary smile. He grabs Chilho again and looks at him with cold, terrifying eyes. Then he says he has something to ask him. With that look, Chilho knows he's going to regret his choices. Later, Chilho passes through an alley carrying bags. Someone stops him and flashes a light in his eyes. After making sure of his face, the man says he and TJO left to catch more sacrifices. He asks why Chilho took so long, then notices all his injuries. Since it was a D-rank gate, it seems odd. He also asks about Tjo and Chilho says he died. This surprises the man a lot. Chilho tries to leave, but the man keeps asking how Taejo could die in a D-rank dungeon. As he hands over the bags, Chilho explains there was a strong player inside and Timho died trying to help him beat that person. The man opens the suitcase and sees there is a body inside. The body looks unharmed and the sacrifice is still alive. Still, he says Chilho is acting weird and Chilho blames it on Tamho's death. The man tells him not to think about it and says having less people might be good. With this sacrifice, they can still finish the baptism, and since Tamho is gone, all the evil power can go to Chilo. Even so, Chilho still looks worried. He gets even more upset when the man asks if he can give a little power this time. Then the man jokes that maybe Chilho killed Taejo to take it all. Now angry, Chilo yells at him to just take care of the sacrifice and leaves. As he leaves, the man wonders where he is going. Chilho ignores him and keeps running, wanting to get away. After that, the man carries the suitcase inside, thinking Chilho took Tjo's death harder than he thought. Later, he goes into a weird room where a cult ritual is already happening. The guild leader is at the altar and says he is late. The man repeats what Chilho told him and talks about Taejo's death, but the leader is only interested in the sacrifice. He tells him to bring it quickly because they are short on time. The suitcase is unzipped and the guild members start chanting. And the guild leader lifts Kang-woo's body onto the altar. He calls on Andres for power, saying 1 year has passed since his conversion. He then prays to his god for more power. The chanting continues as Kang-woo is readied for sacrifice. The leader thinks this will please his group by giving them the evil power they want as players. Then he takes off his mask, showing a rotten face, and begins the ritual. He tells one of his men to get magic stones, and the man opens a box full of them. As his followers want more, the power in the room becomes darker, and the leader dreams of turning into a full demon. He asks who was to be baptized this time, and the man answers it was Chael Hole, but that person ran away. When he hears this, the leader says there will be no baptism today. The followers look shocked, but he tells them to be quiet right away. He says only those who do the work should get baptized, and that without him they wouldn't even have the chance. Since no one owns the sacrifice now, he decides to keep it for himself. And he looks at his lackeys and says the ceremony will start. The wild leader crushes a magic stone and spreads evil energy through the room. At the same time, the marks around the altar start to shine. With this number of magic stones, he can perform more rituals and keep gaining that power. Suddenly, the air splits open and dark power spills out. The leader hopes to take in all the energy, but if he does, it would kill him. That's why he needs something to pass it through. If the sacrifice soaks up the energy until dying, he can drink the dead person's blood to take the collected dark power. So he pours it into Kang Woo's body, unaware he's trapping himself by doing this. He even wishes for the energy to destroy Kang Woo and finish him off. Sadly for him, Kang Woo goes on taking it in, pretending to be in pain. The guild leader begins to think Kang Woo might have a rank skill since he's surviving so long. That just excites him since a stronger medium means even more dark power for himself. The veins in Kang Woo's face stand out and his body trembles as he continues to absorb power. The leader is stunned at how strong this medium actually is. Now excited, he urges Kang Woo to keep yelling and take in more and more as the amount keeps going up. During all this, Kang Woo quietly gets more of his past strength back. Soon, the absorption gets totally out of hand, and the leader can't figure out why it won't end. For the first time, he feels scared and begs for things to stop, but it's too late now. His followers also start to panic, not sure what's happening either. Then their leader starts yelling too, pleading desperately for the energy to stop. After some time, it finally ends. The remaining energy fills the place. Shaken and shocked, the guild leader kneels and scratches at the ground. He can't figure out why everything failed. Kang Woo stands up and calmly says the boost gave him 20 extra levels. The leader, lost, asks what Kang Woo means and how that could happen. Kang Woo then asks if he can have the ceremony again, grinning. He teases the leader and challenges him to try it one more time. That drives the guild leader crazy, making his followers anxious. He yells at Kang Woo and attacks, but Kang Woo dodges the fireball with ease and it blasts apart the wall behind him. Kang Woo mocks the weak attack, which makes the leader start flinging spells without aim. He keeps hurling fireballs endlessly, furious like Kang Woo destroyed his whole life. After all the attacks, the assault finally stops. He lifts his head to see if Kang Woo is dead. Too bad for him. Kang Woo is still fine because he absorbed all the demonic energy. Crazy leader is very angry. He tells his followers to stop waiting around and attack Kang Woo. They all charge at the same time while their leader stays back like a coward. Kang Woo takes out his arm blades as one of them comes close, then rushes forward before the enemy can even attack. After defeating that one, he quickly takes care of the rest of the followers. One of the followers looks at his boss and calls him Chade Akin. The wild guild boss starts laughing in a creepy way. Then he uses another fire spell which he calls Hellfire. As soon as Kang Woo sees that obvious move, he just laughs. Dekong gets even angrier at being laughed at, and he still doesn't know how Kang Woo can control demonic energy. Still, he thinks Kang Woo is not stronger than him. Kang Woo then shows him what real Hellfire is like. Deokin is shocked and can't believe Kang Woo can make something that strong. He starts trembling, unable to accept that someone might be stronger than him. Then he looks at Kang Woo and sees a real demon looking back at him. He quickly sees he has no chance, so he puts out his small flame. Then, surprising everyone, he drops to his knees. Kang Woo asks him what he is doing. Suddenly, Deokin calls him the great incarnation of Andros. Kang Woo can't believe this joker is trying that now. It's clear this was his last try to avoid being burned. Deokin keeps bowing and calling Kang Woo their god, king, and messiah. His followers can't believe what he's doing. He even shouts at his followers to worship too, really thinking Kang Woo will give them eternal life. Kang Woo quickly understands what's going on. This fool is using the oldest and most obvious trick. The others kneel too while Deokin keeps praising him, hoping this behavior will save him. Kang Woo stops using the spell and approaches the shaking fool. Deokin says he feels so overwhelmed he could explode, and Kang Woo says he's not totally clueless. Next, he pretends to play along and releases the power from the sky, showing his demonic wings. Deokin looks up at him like a desperate believer. Kang Woo laughs loudly, then claims he is Andros, the king of hellfire and leader of all demons. Then he tells Deokin to send everyone else away so they can be alone to talk. After the followers have left, Kang Woo begins to question him. First, he tells him to stop pretending to worship. Ihan still looks terrified, but is able to ask who Kang Woo really is. Kang Woo quickly stops him, saying only he can ask questions and Deokin should only answer them. With a harsh glare, Kang Woo asks how he used magic stones to make a crack through magic. Ihan replies that he picked it up after someone preached it to him. He tells him that a man in a demon mask approached him one day and promised eternal life for joining the demonic faith. Kang Woo throws him to the ground, calling him foolish for trusting without knowing anything. Deokin quickly adds that the masked man crushed their guild fast and gave them no real choice. Afraid for their lives, they took his teachings and did as he said. When Kang Woo asks where the man is now, Deokin says he never saw him after that. They only got instructions through letters, yet Kang Woo still calls him a dog for following those orders. Deokin tries to say it was because the man was too powerful, but Kang Woo doubts it. He knows Deokin might have been forced in the beginning, but later chose the ceremonies to chase more power. Kang Woo starts to think about who the masked man is and understands it can't be ignored. He then commands Deokin to bring the letters. The guild leader hands over one letter and Kang Woo is shocked that's all there is. This just shows how foolish this guild leader is. Kang Woo opens the letter, finding out it asks people to accept demonic power, become demons, and gather as many players as they can. He still isn't convinced, so he asks if Deokin was the only one who was contacted. The guild leader says he never met anyone else. Kang Woo can't believe that. If the goal is to grow the demonic religion, Deokin should not be alone. Mad at the thought of the demonic religion making Earth like hell, he grabs Deokin and gives him 3 tasks. Find out more about the demonic religion. Stop the ceremonies and don't tell anyone what happened here. Deokin, crying, agrees to every command. Kang Woo tells him to leave and the man runs off at once. Even now, Kang Woo feels he still needs to fix the Andress Guild's problems. When Deokin starts looking into this, the government will likely find him. But Kang Woo still believes the demonic religion is important to check out. And once Deokin and his group stop being useful, Kang Woo also plans to deal with them. With things settled for now, he takes some time to heal himself. After a while, he heads home and greets Soo Yoha, the only woman in his life. It's obvious she's worried since he was gone for so long without calling her. He looks at his phone and notices all the missed calls from her. He just didn't have enough time to answer. Kang Woo is sorry and says nothing bad happened and this helps her relax. He thanks her for caring and promises to call next time if he's out so long. That makes her face turn red. Then she hurries to finish making dinner and Kang Woo asks for his favorite dish. Sola tells him she is already cooking kimchi stew with the best meat. Happy, he thanks her for always preparing great food every night. She also tells him some happy news. She has had her second awakening and Kang Woo is surprised. Acting a bit proud, she asks him to listen carefully. Her power is B rank called Blessing of Light. Kang Woo doesn't really understand what that means, but he is glad because with Tesu, all 3 of them could be a strong team and be better than most teams. He wonders if any guilds offered her a spot and asks which one she wants to join. Thought quietly says she doesn't actually want to join any guild. Instead, she wants to support Kang Woo in any way. He feels lucky to have her as a friend but thinks teaming up right now isn't smart. Next, he says again that she wouldn't be very helpful to him yet. This makes Sela sad and Kang Woo feels a bit guilty but knows she will be more helpful in the future. Because he's already very strong, teaming up right now would stop him from getting enough battle experience. So to make sure she trains properly, he wants a party where everyone matches well. So he tells Sa that he knows a tanker she should work with for now. After she gets better, they can all team up and try a tougher gate together. After hearing this, Sela cheers up and agrees to join Tao. Kang Woo thinks they will gain levels quickly with such strong abilities. Sela, for her part, is already eager to get stronger and work with him, and he says he will provide whatever she needs until then. Seeing her so cheerful makes Kang Woo smile a little. As he thinks about when to start training her and Tasu, Sola serves his dinner. Kimchi stew always cheers him up and he grabs a spoon right away. But SA stops him and suggests he should try it a new way. He then adds ramen to the stew. To him, this makes it look almost heavenly. As he takes his chopsticks, he promises to destroy the demonic religion and protect this world and his tasty meal. The next day, Kang Woo heads to the player support center to pick up his C-rank player card. The worker tells him it will be emailed to him the next day. He wishes he could have it now, but she says they still need to add the magic stone ID, so he leaves, unhappy he can't get it today. Then he realizes something. Since he returned to Earth, he hasn't really gotten a real rest. As he can't act against the demonic religion yet, he finally decides to relax. He starts walking around the city, thinking of what he can do with his time off. Then he grabs his phone and browses through webtoons. He remembers how he used to read them often before being taken to hell. But he decides to avoid repeating his past habits right away and just try anything new he can. He sees a PC shop and goes inside. He's never visited one before and is amazed. After sitting at a gaming computer, he sees he can even order food from the menu. He chooses to order ramen since people say PC room ramen tastes special. While waiting, he starts one of the most famous games there. It's a team strategy RPG where every player has a different job. Of course, he goes for the class that causes a lot of chaos. When the match starts, he is amazed by how nice the game looks. He quickly finds out that defeating monsters gives him gold. Soon, his teammates see he's new and the chat becomes unfriendly. The worker delivers his ramen and places it in front of him. Even though his teammates keep complaining, Kang Woo enjoys the ramen happily. The harsh messages keep coming, but the Demon King doesn't care at all. He is too busy tasting how wonderful the ramen is, especially with the pickled radish. He drinks some soda afterward and truly asked himself if this is paradise. Only then does Kang Woo look back at the monitor and notice that his character has died. A loud voice suddenly shouts about having the worst teammate, and Kang Woo, looking confused, turns around to locate the source and sees a girl staring angrily at him. She snaps at him, demanding to know why he's staring, then tells him to mind his own business because she's already in a bad mood. But when she sees his game screen, she doesn't know if it makes her feel any better or just more frustrated. Not only is Kang Woo clearly a newbie, he's eating ramen calmly in the middle of everything, which makes her even angrier. She walks up to him and orders him to stand up while she's still asking nicely. Kang Woo is clueless about who this crazy woman is or what she wants from him. That only makes her madder, and she calls him a troll while reaching for his shirt. Kang Woo dodges her hand, and she is surprised by how quick he is. He asks her to stop troubling him and questions why she's upset. She tries again to grab him, but he is much faster than her. And she stops messing around and goes at him with real effort. They end up having a short fight, with Kang Woo avoiding all her attacks. They move so fast it is hard to see, but he dodges every move she makes. He finally stops. She realizes now that he's not just any normal guy. Getting interested, she asks who he is and wonders if the Mir Guild sent him. Kang Woo replies that he doesn't know what she's talking about and isn't in a guild. She insists he's lying, saying that someone with his skill must be part of a guild. Kang Woo asks about her guild, and she replies that she's in the Red Guild, which is one of the top 5. After saying it, she realizes that she wasn't supposed to share that information. Kang Woo doesn't pay attention to that and asks for the bill, which makes her upset because he's acting like she doesn't matter. He looks annoyed too now that she's still bothering him. She keeps asking him for the truth, saying she's never seen an A rank level player without a guild. Then he shows her his player card, which says D rank. She still can't believe that he's actually new. He thinks that something isn't right. If he really was a D rank, she should have easily beaten him. After that, Kang Woo gets up to leave and says goodbye. She stands still, shocked, trying to figure out if he is really who she thinks. The moment Kang Woo gets outside, his face becomes serious. He hasn't regained all his power, but years of battles gave him quick reactions. Still, meeting someone almost as strong as him was a huge surprise. He remembers her final attack and knows she disappeared for a moment. If his instincts hadn't kicked in, he could have lost the fight. Her strong skills surprise him and he is confused about who she is, but he also feels relief for escaping. Then something catches his attention. At the same time, the girl he fought opens a window and jumps out. When she is sure the area is empty, she takes out her phone and contacts her guild. The Red Rose strategy team answers and calls her Chaein-ju, sending her to HR. Park Yan-woo answers the phone and asks her what happened. As the guild leader, she quickly tells him to look into something important. Kang Woo asks if it involves a follower of the demonic religion, but she says she's not certain. Kang Woo points out that the man is keeping his real identity secret. He still can't believe Kang Woo is actually dank. Since Kang Woo only has a D-rank card, he says that it means he wouldn't need a mana scanner, so fake cards are easier. Hank rank and above are a lot more difficult to fake. Still annoyed, Yanju explains what happened, and Yan Woo says if Kang Woo were just another D-rank worshipper, he'd only target lower-level players. She interrupts and tells him Kang Woo is stronger than that. He was able to follow her moves. This surprises Yan Woo, as no known demonic religion follower has ever managed to react to her speed. Yanju has studied the demonic religion for a long time, and all of them before were weaker than her. But after seeing Kang Woo in action, she cannot tell what he truly is. Because he is talented, they start thinking he could even be a manager or boss among the demonic religion. Upset, Yanju squeezes the button she tore off in her hand. Then she tells Han Woo to quickly find any information on Kang Woo. She hangs up, still not sure if he is a part of the demonic religion. But she is sure about one thing: he could defeat her with no problem. At the same time, Kang Woo notices that a button is missing from his jacket. So much for having flawless reflexes. Standing in the alley, Yun Woo thinks that if Kang Woo is actually a D-ranked player with that kind of skill, her place as a top player isn't safe. Kang Woo, on the other hand, decides he should enter a C-rank gate as soon as his card comes. He looks back for a bit like he feels someone is being unfriendly nearby. Later, Young Woo returns to the PC room and sees her rank has dropped. Because Kang Woo messed up her streak by being no help, she promises to get back at him for it. Meanwhile, far away in the city, Kang Woo can sense that dark feeling. The next morning, Kang Woo goes to a C-rank gate. The guide says you can run into monsters like trolls there. At the gate, officers stop him and say that only C-rank players in groups of 5 can go in. They continue and explain that because the chief troll is inside, solo entry isn't allowed right now. Kang Woo thinks he's lucky. The same moment he gets his license, a boss monster appears there too. Nearby, some groups decide to quit for the day since the boss showed up. He notices C-rank gates feel different than easier ones. Players bring better weapons and armor here, and security is much stronger. This works against him because he wants to enter alone and get rewards before others arrive. Then he hears a team nearby getting excited to take down the chief troll to earn a lot of money. At the same time, some facing others sound unsure he wouldn't be so bold. Nuts, worry and doubt move through the group as people complain about the boss monster. That makes Kang Woo think of a tricky plan, and it shows why he used to be known as the King of Demons. He sneaks up behind a player in the middle of a conversation and uses his rage power on him. Works right away and the man's whole mood shifts. He starts asking his teammates why they're acting this way, and they look at him, surprised by how suddenly he changed. The man begins talking about how bullies hurt them in middle school and that he always wanted to fight back. When the gates showed up, he thought this was his chance to stop feeling weak. Then he yells, asking why they still have to be afraid of monsters. A teammate gets worried after seeing this behavior and doesn't realize Kang Woo has also used rage on him. His mood changes too, and now he's shouting that they should just defeat all the monsters and stop being afraid. Another member is pulled in and says she'll never let the monsters get away with killing her younger sibling. A man with a scar on his face looks around at how wild things are getting, and this gets him excited too. He joins the shouting, saying he'll make everyone who underestimated him bow down. Soon, all the players are yelling about fighting monsters and everything gets wild. The guards get nervous, questioning why the players are making such a fuss. Then the crowd rushes toward them, asking for the gate to be opened. Before long, the players push through the gate like a wild crowd. A guard reports what's happening to headquarters. While he is distracted, busy talking to others, Kang Woo slips past him and heads right to the gate entrance. Seeing all those wild players move together looks great to him. Now he can go in and take the rewards waiting for him. Kang Woo goes through the portal and finds himself in a desert. The desert is huge and nothing like the gates he has gone through before. Kang Woo shades his eyes from the bright sun and quickly sees the place is really big. Finding the boss is not going to be simple. He opens his status window and sees that a special skill can now be used. His demonic energy is a bit over 50, so he can use it. Then he jumps up to a high hill. From there, he turns on Astaroth's observation skill. This ability lets him see the whole area at one time. Even with all that information, he searches and notices a large group of trolls. Within that group, he finds the troll leader. He turns off the skill because it's clearly wearing him out. As he thinks about how to get near the trolls, more players run into the desert. Kang Woo decides again to use them for his plan. While those players attack the weaker monsters, he goes straight for the chief alone, jumping over the sand. On his way, he spots some trolls and draws them close. Kang Woo lands and uses his special skill to start fighting. Using his ability, he summons a long demon staff and puts on a showy display. Like an extra in a cheap kung fu movie, he twirls the staff around before pointing it at his enemy. Then he throws it at the chief troll and defeats the boss right away. The system rewards him with bonus experience for beating the boss and causing the most damage. He goes up 4 levels. It happens so quickly that even Kang Woo is surprised by how simple it was. How can a boss be defeated with one strike? He begins to think the chief troll might not have been a real boss after all. So he looks at the status window. Still, he can't understand why a C-rank gate boss was this weak. After some thought, he figures out the answer. He realizes he has become much more powerful. Since he can't hunt safely anymore, he decides to go all out. He jumps down the slope, brings out his arm blades, and gets ready to finish off the rest of the trolls. After changing his mind, he chooses to enjoy the fighting like the crazed person he is. The trolls charge toward him right away, but Kang Woo just waits for them. The thrill makes him smile. With a wild look in his eyes, he says he'll destroy them all at the same time. In an instant, he slices through the crowd without making a sound. The trolls turn back, unsure of what took place. Then the marks on their bodies start to shine, and they all burst from the inside. Kang Woo stands there while blood runs across the sand. He enjoys the scene, saying he used his blade power to make the trolls blow up from inside. The system tells him he has gained 2 levels and opened a new skill named Terra Blade. It also says that registered skills can be used with better control. More trolls arrive as he's still reading the system's message. He wants to try his new skill on them. His fingernails split and he lets a purple fluid drip onto the sand. Marks cover the ground and the trolls do not see what's about to happen. They rush at Kang Woo, but as soon as they walk on the marks, blades shoot up and stab their feet. They try to run away, but there's no getting out of this. Each step they take on the marks brings up more blades that stab them again and again. When it's done, Kang Woo notices that the blades now work much better since they are a real skill. With the monsters gone, he's ready for his reward. Kang Woo starts absorbing the bodies and picks up 2 demonic energy points. He feels let down that it's only 2 points and sees that it is getting harder to level up now. Even so, the speed is not bad. He just needs 4 more levels for his 4th awakening. After eating the bodies, he decides to hunt a bit longer before leaving. Later, other players reach the place and get upset when they can't locate the boss. They start thinking the government might have given wrong info since they don't find even a single helper. And they recall seeing some trolls escaping. They also spot leftovers from the chief troll's corpse, but the body itself isn't anywhere. That makes them lose their drive and they choose to go back instead. One of them suggests they keep looking, but even he gives up as everyone else keeps complaining. Nearby, Kang Woo watches quietly and feels happy that they still haven't found him. He decides to mix in with the crowd and sneak out while there's confusion. When the players walk out of the gate, they swarm around the guards and ask to be paid back for wasting their time. While the crowd is yelling, Kang Woo looks for a moment to escape. Then someone yells for silence and he looks at them. A group of soldiers shows up, and people see that they belong to the Hwoarang Corps. Everyone gets nervous right away because their arrival often means something bad. The soldiers move aside for a woman with white hair. The players know her as Buang, the leader of the Hwoarang Corps. She seems like someone people don't want to challenge. She strikes her sword down and tells everyone to be quiet. She looks at everyone and says there are rumors of cow players turning up in danked gates. As the top members approach each player, Beck tells them they will check everyone who's reached their 3rd awakening. Kang Woo feels nervous right away. This is trouble for him. Annoyed by what's happening, he tries to think of a way to get past Biek and her soldiers and hopes she didn't spot him yet. He keeps watching the crowd closely, ready in case anyone makes a move. The soldiers tell everyone not to worry, the check is easy. They are only searching for players on a certain list. Even so, Kang-woo knows he's done lots of sketchy things, and he hopes he isn't on that list. With all the watchful eyes, escaping is out of the question, and slipping past Bike will also be hard. As he looks for a path out, he starts to feel angry inside. Then Bike comes over and asks to see his player card. He does his best to stay relaxed as he hands her the card. While she goes through the card, Kang-woo thinks about being more careful now that cow players are showing up. They have a short talk, and Bach mentions she can't let her team do all the checking by themselves. Kang-woo tries to flatter her and says she looks impressive. B keeps checking for anything off on his card, but he distracts her by asking more questions. She explains that cow players have been appearing more often recently, which led to these spot checks. Once she's done checking, she returns the card. Kang-woo, as he takes it back, notices that her hands are a bit shaky. He mentions cow players harming others for cash and she agrees, but he realizes she's not being honest. He is also aware that the government is chasing the demonic order. Bake says goodbye quickly and goes to the next player. As she walks away, Kang-woo asks for the suspect's name so he can report if he ever spots them. She thanks him but suggests he let the professionals handle it. He agrees so he doesn't seem odd. She notices he just hit C rank and tells him to keep training in D rank gates, and he thanks her. Bake tells Kang-woo he's a good person and hopes others will be like him. He accepts the kind words but knows if more people were like him, things would get chaotic. Next, he sees Bake check the next player. After that, he makes a call and asks to meet up soon. Several days later, he meets Soo and Sala at a coffee shop. Soo finally meets Sala and wants to know if she is the healer Kang-woo talked about. She says hello but hesitates to shake his huge hand because she doesn't want it to get squeezed. Soo watches them like a weirdo and comments that she and Kang-woo look nice together. After they sit, Kang-woo tells Soo he wants to take Silo with them into Dank Gates. The big guy agrees right away, knowing a healer is a big help. Things get uneasy when he calls Silo Kang-woo's sister-in-law, and she starts to blush a lot. Soo tells her not to stress about it and asks her to talk more about her skills. Along with healing, she can also make her teammates stronger, more durable, and increase their skill. Soo is amazed and asks if she can heal and boost others at the same time. Dolo says yes but says her attacks don't do much. Soo still can't believe it. A healer who can also boost and defend is special, so Sala thanks him for the kind comment. She also adds that she is not looking to join a guild at the moment. At the same time, Kang-woo is struggling because she didn't say no to being called his sister-in-law. In any case, Soo drinks his beverage fast and claims the three of them are about to do big things together. So Kang-woo just looks at him, thinking how wild he sounds. Then Kang-woo asks if Taesoo already knows someone for the dealer spot. Soo says he has two people in mind. They both just got their second awakening and he promises that Kang-woo will be impressed. Kang-woo thinks back to last time and is doubtful of that trust. Soo admits he can make mistakes sometimes and then suggests meeting each other before tomorrow's hunt. They agree. Taesoo tells Kang-woo she wants to level up quickly so she can stay close to him. He tells her there's no need to hurry. Meanwhile, Taesoo still acts like the perfect extra, smiling at them like someone happily watching young people in love. Then Soo says they'll see in Easton tomorrow. Kang-woo asks why go so far and Tao explains he wants to clear the troll gate there because something happened at the nearby one. Kang-woo is surprised when he hears it's a beginner D-rank troll gate. Trolls are harder to fight than lizardmen, so the hunt should help Tao and Sala improve quickly. Kang-woo thinks the plan is good and is happy that Tao isn't just strong but also smart. After that, Kang-woo gets ready to go since he still has something else to do. When Tamuzu asks him about it, Kang-woo just says that he's going to level up. He is at level 29 now, only one level away from his fourth awakening. He enters a C-rank gate and uses observation to look for trolls. He sees 8 trolls and takes them out instantly. They die before they realize what happened. Kang-woo wipes the blood off his arm blades and thinks about how many more he has to defeat. Suddenly, a strange smell reaches him. It is human blood, not monster blood. He jumps toward where the smell is coming from right away. While he moves through the air, he guesses the smell is from at least 6 people. Maybe a C-rank team was killed quickly unless some cow players are nearby. Soon, Kang-woo arrives at the bodies and lands where the attack happened. Every player is dead and the scene is very violent. The demonic order usually keeps people alive, so this doesn't seem like them at all. The blood is still fresh, so the one who did it must be close. Then Kang-woo sees something that makes even him worried. A big set of bloody fangs is still chewing on the dead bodies. The creature roars, and Kang-woo can't believe he sees a hellhound here. Its roar shakes the area. It then jumps at him, trying to eat him in one bite. With no time left, Kang-woo draws his arm blades and slashes at the monster. But the hellhound's skin is too strong, making the battle even more annoying. Before he gets a chance, the beast surprises him and charges up a blast before shooting it at him. The moment it hits, it explodes, destroying everything in its path. The hellhound waits and watches the dust, trying to see if Kang-woo was defeated, but taking down the Demon King is not that simple. Kang-woo leaps into the air and chooses to use a new weapon. He calls forth a dark spear and unleashes its energy. As the hellhound lifts its head, Kang Woo creates a swirling wind and drives the spear down toward it. The spear goes through the beast smoothly, making it howl in pain. Kang Woo touches down as the monster struggles after being struck. For an instant he feels pleased he pinned it, but that thought turns against him. The monster stands up and attacks once more. Kang Woo dodges and sees a chance. He kicks the beast and uses the force to leap back. Spotting a new opening, he uses earth power just before the beast can attack him. The ground splits under them, causing the monster to go off balance. Quickly, he shapes his dark spear again and thrusts it straight into the hellhound's side. The beast struggles to escape, but Kang Woo uses all his might to restrain it. They hit the ground hard. The monster then bursts out of the dent and throws Kang Woo away. He recovers almost instantly, but this monster is much more tenacious than he expected. The hellhound stays on its feet despite its injuries and stares at him with fury. Kang Woo, in contrast, is feeling tired and knows he's still nowhere near his full strength. He steadies himself again while the creature gets ready to attack. The hellhound braces and becomes covered in a sharp red glow. Fueled by this energy, it charges again. Now, Kang Woo is angry that this beast is giving him such trouble. He calls on Baphomet's strength, boosting his physical power a lot. Still, the beast does not stop attacking. With this new power, Kang Woo stops planning and just thinks about defeating the beast. He gives a strong uppercut and sends the monster flying up. The beast tumbles in the air and lands, kicking up sand and dust. Kang Woo breathes out, thinking the fight might be finished, but the determined beast still refuses to quit. Just then, Kang Woo wishes he could use two powers at once. Even so, he used to hunt these types in hell. So he believes he can beat this hellhound, even at his present strength. He prepares to strike once more as the monster stands again, but all of a sudden it begins sinking into the earth. At least it's finally done. A message from the system shows up. He has beaten a C-rank Cracks fragment. He gets to level 30, unlocks his 4th awakening, and gets a special skill named Ruler of Demonic Energy. This skill helps him use demonic energy more quickly and easily, and even hide it from others. Kang Woo remembers hearing the words core crack before and wonders if that's what the system calls beings from hell. He also starts to wonder how that hellhound managed to come over it all. More and more questions form, but he doesn't have any answers yet. For now, he puts them aside and looks through the other system messages. As he looks, one thing catches his eye. His 4th awakening skill has a rank. With this, small troubles won't bother him anymore. Next, he eats the hellhound's body, taking in its demonic energy. He feels excited at the thought of regaining the power he had before at the Myriad Demon Palace, because maybe this time he can become even stronger than he was in hell. After that, he leaves through the gate and goes home. Right now, only a bowl of his favorite dish could make the day better, and he keeps thinking about it. While he is leaving, someone shouts out to him. He looks back and spots Yanju standing against a wall. Kang Woo doesn't like seeing her and feels they aren't close enough for casual talk. Then, she says her name. Kang Woo recalls hearing her name from other players at the support center. She agrees and tells him she leads Red Rose as its guild master. This makes her power clear, so he asks her purpose. She answers that she looked into him and starts talking about his past like someone following him. She knows he disappeared for 5 years and suddenly showed up as a player. Kang Woo feels a bit bothered but accepts that she is correct. She even knows exactly when he registered. The support center called his 1st awakening Frank, but she clearly does not believe it. Kang Woo stays silent and just looks at her without any expression. Yo adds that because he leveled up so fast she even thought he might be a criminal. Then she tells him his fingerprints are the same as her records. Kang Woo asks where she got that information. She says his fingerprints were taken when he applied for his license, so that proves he isn't using a fake name. After looking at her phone, she says Kang Woo is very talented and could even be better than her. Not just her, he might even have more talent than Baek Kang Yun. Kang Woo thanks her for saying such nice things, but again asks what she really wants. After a short moment, Yang Ju says she wants to sponsor him as the guild master of Red Rose. That's not what he thought she would say. He wants to know what he expected her to say. Kang Woo answers that he thought she wanted him to join the guild. Instead, she tells him that someone this shady can't join so quickly. She also says that if he really wanted to join a guild, he wouldn't have kept his strength hidden. Kang Woo feels like that's not really the main issue. Next, Yeonju tells him that she'd rather support him with money and help him level up faster. Kang Woo jokes with her, asking if this is like when they played that game before, and she almost gets angry. Thankfully, she calms herself down by reminding herself she's a guild leader, not a crazy witch. Kang Woo is only joking around, but she's still upset at how he messed up her leveling in that game. He even brings up her embarrassing bronze rank. She quickly says that's only because she keeps getting bad teammates. Then, getting serious, he wants to know why she's so eager to support him. She keeps it simple, saying it's because he's getting stronger. She likes how quickly he's gained levels while playing alone. With her help, he'd be able to join any gate a rank lower with no limits. Plus, he could team up with members from her guild. Any stones he sells through them won't be taxed, so he gets all the money. Kang Woo is amazed, and the deal just keeps getting better. He'll also be able to borrow rare guild gear for free, and if needed, they'll even offer him a place to live and a car. At this point, it's almost too good to be true, and Kang Woo can't help but wonder why she wants to help so much. Yeonju says it's an investment for what lies ahead, but it's still very generous. She also says the guild will ask him to handle some missions, and he'll need to do them to keep getting the support. After thinking about it, Kang-woo wants to know what the missions will be. Unfortunately, she can't tell him yet, so he chooses not to ask more. Kang-woo reaches out to agree, knowing he can just turn down a strange job if needed. With that, they make the agreement and shake hands. For him, this is too good to refuse, especially thanks to support from a strong guild. Yeonju is glad he agreed. After shaking hands, Kang-woo asks once more about the job, but she says she'll share details when it's time. For now, she thinks he isn't strong enough to help. She's surprised when he says he's not as weak as he looks. With plenty of certainty, he tells her he is tougher than he appears. She doesn't buy it though. Yeonju laughs and explains that his level isn't the reason she's not talking yet. The problem is she doesn't have proof, so she can't say more for now. Kang-woo still doesn't get it, but she gives him her phone and asks him to save his number. While he's doing that, he asks when the gear will be ready, and she tells him anytime, so he chooses to get it now, and they both go to Yeonju's guild house. He mentions that it's close to Seoul Station. Later downtown, people pause and gawk at a fancy sports car parked by the street. One young boy even pleads with his father to buy it for him. Many are surprised to see such a car in Korea. Yeonju approaches the car and gets inside, telling Kang-woo to join her, and even he finds it impressive. When they are inside, he asks about the price. She says she can't remember but thinks it's about 10 million won. Kang-woo is left speechless at that amount. He finds it hard to believe that someone who looks so relaxed owns something so pricey. While they drive, he points out how smooth the car feels, and Yeonju wonders if he wants to have one too. She reminds him that the guild can give him a car when he needs one. Kang-woo suddenly calls her older sister, which makes her look very unhappy. After that, he asks her for a car like this and tells her to pay attention to the road while Yeonju seems furious. Both of them start arguing playfully like siblings. At last, Kang-woo stops joking so she can drive better. When they arrive at the guild house, he's amazed by its huge size. The building is about as large as a support center, and he wonders if every guild looks like this. Inside, two people from the guild are waiting for them. One of them is Hyanu Woo. He offers a hand to Kang-woo, and after greeting him, Kang-woo meets the other person, Moon Young-ho, the commander-in-chief. Young-ho seems very serious and doesn't look pleased to meet him. Hoping to make things better, Hyun-woo thanks Kang-woo for agreeing to the guild master's invitation. Young-ho still acts like he wants to fight, seeming like the tough one of the group. Hyun-woo says he can show Kang-woo to the equipment room, but Yeonju says she'll do it since Hyun-woo is occupied. Young-ho thinks he'll come too. The guild master wants to know why. With a serious stare, he replies that he wants to see what kind of person Woo really is. She agrees, thinking they'll have to interact a lot anyway. They all take the elevator to storage, and there Yeonju tells the protagonist that he can borrow anything up to epic rank. She pushes open the doors, and Kang-woo is amazed by what he finds. After they enter, she tells him he can even get rare items if he pays a deposit. MC looks at all the weapons, feeling as happy as a child in a sweet shop. He asks about legendary and mythic weapons, and Yeonju says the guild members have those. Then he asks if they have things stronger than legendary. She replies yes, but borrowing one costs a 50 million won deposit. He's shocked this is the cheap rate, and it just reminds him he's very poor. When he asks to see the equipment, Yeonju suddenly brings his weapon down hard on the ground. Both are puzzled by his sudden anger. He walks forward, seeming very threatening. Then he tells Woo to be polite, and the main character has no idea what he's talking about. Young-ho says he should use respectful language when speaking to their guild leader. His face shows he is getting even angrier. Woo just grins and says he doesn't want to. That big guy lifts his weapon to hit the Demon King, but stops when someone suddenly calls out his name. MC remains calm, waiting to see what happens as Yeonju shouts at Yan-ho, asking what he's doing. He is very angry and looks like she might attack him. The guild leader asks for an explanation, but he is too scared to answer. Kang-woo quietly watches her scold Yeonju and tell him to stay out of it. He's surprised at how quickly the big man calms down. Afterward, Yeonju tells him to watch what he says since Yeonju might hurt him. He shrugs and ignores it, but he can see her guild members are very loyal to her. At the same time, Yeonju sulks nearby, and when the main character calls the guild master Noah, Yeonju almost gets angry again. Kang-woo decides he doesn't want the foreign car now and asks if he can borrow a unique rank armor. She says it's possible, but they need a team meeting first. Then the big guy interrupts again. He's mad because MC keeps calling Yeonju his older sister and starts to lose control. He swings at him, breaking part of the room. When the room settles, Yeonju is shocked that Yeonju stopped the attack. He looks like she wants to hurt him badly. Kang-woo at the same time is loving every moment of it. Yeonju tries to talk, but she hits his weapon away and makes him lose his balance. The main character, Kang-woo, looks pleased as she tells the fool to leave. She tells him that if he steps out of line again, she will make him regret it. Yeonju says sorry for the trouble. After that, she apologizes to Woo for how rude her teammate was. When Yanju is about to go, MC asks Yanju for special armor that he can move in easily. As she thinks, Yanju comes back and says MC can get the armor if he beats him, but this makes Yanju lose his temper and he is ready to make him pay since he won't give up. Woo stops her and says that the offer seems fair. This makes her puzzled. She doesn't know what his plan is. She thinks about how strong he could become and that maybe he'll be stronger than her one day, but Yandru is level 67 and has awakened 6 times. She does not believe the main character can win right now. She tries to stop them from fighting, but MC says it's alright. The look in his eyes shows he wants to teach Yanju a lesson. Yanju wants the fight too, hoping he can make MC respect his guild master. Yanju still cannot guess what Woo wants, but he is already getting ready for the battle. It turns out Yanju is just hopeless. Yanju saved him a long time back. Now he thinks MC wants to take his girlfriend. Right now Yanju is very worried, but the Demon King just doesn't care at all. A bit later they go to the training room and Woo says nice things about it. Yanju again says this fight is madness, but he does not seem worried at all. While MC is warming up, Yanju tells him to start when he's ready and sounds very sure of himself. He even says the main character can attack however he wants at first. MC asks if this is real and tells him to stop acting so cocky and take his sword. Yanju doesn't listen, so MC gives the fool one last chance to pick it up. The commander says he doesn't see a reason to use all his strength against him. Woo laughs and decides to give him exactly what he is asking for. Energy builds up at his feet and in a flash he dashes forward and kicks Yanju straight in the stomach before Yanju can react. Yanju is sent flying and crashes into the wall hard. The blow knocks out his breath and he becomes dazed. He falls to his knees, groaning from the pain. Yanju can only look in shock. Yanju forces himself to stand, but he can't tell what kind of move that was. Woo just used twisting and is now in pain. He knows the only reason he survived that was because of his armor. With nothing else left, he finally pulls out his sword. Now he stands ready to face him. He still can't believe someone who's only played for 3 weeks can be so powerful. In a teasing tone, Woo reminds him he should have gotten the first. Yongho demands to know what he's done. The main character tells him the answer is easy, he's just stronger, but Yongho still doesn't accept it. He bites his lip and tries to get up, but he can barely stand. Many laughs at him for thinking he was a beginner. Then he teases Yongho for complaining just because the fight isn't going his way. Next he says that playtime is done and becomes serious. Yongho grits his teeth, filled only with anger. With Yang Cho watching him, he knows he can't let himself fail. He grips his sword tighter and fills it with energy. A bright light bursts from the sword and goes straight up. Then he looks right at the Demon King, who mocks his skill name for sounding weak. Woo keeps annoying him and Yongho keeps falling for it. Full of anger, Yongho charges with his sword out. Woo knows he's still the leader, so he won't lose so quickly. He uses his shadow power to set a trap. Yongho doesn't realize when he walks into the shadows. Cyrillic letter 456, Yongho tries to warn him, but he is already caught. As Yongho swings down, the main character, Woo, laughs at the failed move. Yongho moves forward and just then, Woo jumps out from the shadow's edge. That's the moment Yongho realizes his target disappeared. But before he can move, Many holds his shoulder and says the battle is done. Then he lets out a shock wave and throws Yongho against the wall again. It only makes him look even worse in front of Yeonju. Yongho passes out again and falls to the ground. Yeonju is stunned and stares at Woo with fear in her eyes. The Demon King reminds her that he already told her he was much stronger than Yongho guessed. When the battle is over, workers arrive to clean up and treat Yongho's wounds. Yongho says sorry for everything and mentions that Yongho will be kicked out of the guild. She also promises to warn the others not to try something like this again. He says it's okay, he's just happy he got the armor. The armor is named Gargoyle Armor and is a unique rank item. Its stats are great, so Woo feels happy to own it. Even if Yongho is angry, he sees that her worker did not follow what she said. That fool also gambled away something very valuable and just tossed it like garbage. The main character, Woo, thinks this might be how love makes people behave. He tells Yanju that if this happens again, he will have to reconsider working with her. She promises her guild will respect him from now on. Next, he talks about the armor size and she replies that she will make sure it fits and send it to him. He leaves it on the display table for her to take care of. After that, Woo walks away and she reminds him to send in his sizes for the armor. Once he's left, Yeonju lets out a deep sigh. He can't stop thinking about whether he is actually human. Player who joined just 3 weeks ago just defeated her top commander. She considers Woo could really be world ranker level. There are only 8 world rankers in the world, and Korea has none. People once said Big Han Woo could be one, but it never happened. While she is thinking, Hayoung Woo comes in to talk with her. She tells him the gargoyle armor now goes to MC and she'll gather members to vote Yongho out. Woo is obviously sad, but Yeonju says this must be done to stop it from happening again. Then she asks what he needs to tell her. Woo shares that the government put a spy in the demonic order. That should help them find out more about the group. Yornu tells him to look into it more and bring back complete information. At the same time, old Woo stands in the city and checks his stats in the system window. he notices his demonic energy and other stats are going up. If he can strengthen his body along with his other stats, he won't have to rely so much on demonic energy. He also doesn't need intelligence or wisdom since they don't really help his dumb mind. The main problem is that he can't get the stats he needs. After his second awakening, the stats for his special abilities should have increased, but his demonic energy didn't get higher. But the rest keep going up. He can't figure out why this happens and thinks it might be since his demonic energy is already very high. It's much higher than everyone else's and lets him do things even top players can't. It also seems like the higher a stat is, the slower it goes up. So he thinks the level 30 area might not increase demonic energy at all. Since thinking too much won't help, he stops and tells himself there's still time before his fifth awakening. After that, he chooses to meet Giola and Kang Taesu at Easton Gate. Kang Taesu is already shouting his name loudly. Kang Woo tells him to cut it out and says he's done what he needed to. Kang Taesu then brings over the two players he talked about earlier. The handsome one is Kim Hyun and the small girl is Yun Bai. He instantly sees how good-looking Soo Hoi is and even calls him beautiful. Young Ju gets upset right away when Kang Tu calls her a brat, which just proves it's true. She snaps back by saying he's a middle-aged man in his 40s and really puts him down. She then turns to Kang Woo with bright eyes and says she's heard a lot about him. Kang Woo asks her about her class and special ability rank. She acts like she doesn't hear him as soon as she sees Yola, starts calling her big sister and pleads to take photos together. Koen Woo watches all this and thinks he might have found Kang Taesu's female match. Sehoyan steps up calmly, says he's a level 12 player and shares that he's a warrior with an A-rank special ability. While Yang B goes on taking pictures, Sehoyan also says that she is a mage with a B-rank ability. Yuan Woo tells him thank you and sees how steady and cool he is. On top of this, he has an A-rank ability and a second awakening, making Koen Woo feel that he looks like a character straight out of a Manhwa hero story. Toyo asks for his opinion about the new team members. Kang Woo smiles and answers that they are pretty good. Meanwhile, Sikihin gets pulled into Youngjis's fun and is soon snapping pictures of her and Shala. The big goof starts boasting, but Kang Woo tells him his last team almost got him hurt. Toyo says that was fate bringing him and Kang Woo together. The Demon King doesn't even know how to respond to that silliness. Toyo then asks for his thoughts on the team members. Kang Woo replies that it's good because they cover all the important roles for a team. For 4 people, this is about as good a setup as you can get. Also, 2 have A-rank abilities and the other 2 have B-rank abilities. So it's a strong group for hunting. Kang Woo tells them he'll join their hunt today. He wants to watch them work and point out things they miss or ways they can get better. Teammate Sui thanks him in his usual loud voice, which makes Kang Woo even more annoyed. He also tells them he will only help if things get dangerous, so they must pay attention. These people still have a lot to learn and he won't do all the work for them. Later, trolls come running out at the group and even more join from the woods. Tae is the first to charge and blocks them with his shield. The monsters go flying and Tae laughs at them while drinking. Trolls start to slow down. Then Yuban runs up and hits them with lightning magic. She quickly lets Taemate know that 5 more trolls are sneaking up behind them. The tank hurries to stand next to her and holds his ground. A bright flash comes from Taemate's shield and blinds the trolls, making them cover their eyes. As they focus on him, he yells at them to come and Han Seo gives him a boost with her light magic. He thanks her, then defends against the trolls without trouble. After that, she makes a glowing arrow and shoots at the monsters while Tae-Maid-Su keeps them held back. When she's done attacking, Tae-Su smashes his shield into the trolls and knocks them away. As the trolls try to stand up, C rushes forward and quickly slices through them. He finishes them all in one smooth move. When he turns, Tae is already giving him compliments. He asks if Sehun learned kendo before being a player. Sehun replies it was just a hobby, which is why he handles a sword well. After seeing him beat the monsters so easily, Tae-Su says that's more than a normal hobby. Then everyone looks at Kang Woo for his thoughts and they get tense while waiting for what he will say. Kang Woo jumps down from the tree and says he's going to mention a few things they need to work on. They wait nervously as he thinks there are actually many things they need to fix. First, he says Taesu has good instincts but solves too many problems with too much force and wastes energy. Dealing with trolls right away could cause trouble if a boss shows up. He reminds Taesu to focus on his main job, taking hits and keeping the group safe. Then he looks at Seola. Just hearing her name makes her tense up. He says buffing the tank was a smart move, but a healer shouldn't attack as well. Using Arrow of Light was a mistake. Sai quickly says sorry and feels bad, but Kang Woo reassures her they'll improve step by step. After, he turns to Yunai and reminds her she got scared when 5 more trolls appeared as she was finishing the first group. He tells her to use only enough power to stun them and let Sehun do the rest. When he finishes, he looks to Sehun. Kang Woo looks at him for a bit and says there's nothing to change. Right now, Sui's Hun is doing everything right. Kang Woo says the guy is really good and thinks maybe he's a natural. The rest praise Su-Hun too, saying how great he is. Afterward, Kang Woo tells them to go farther into the woods. As they walk, he asks them use his tips in the next fight. Right away, Tae Mage blocks a troll and does his tank job properly. Saizola helps where needed and Yumbai only uses just enough lightning to stun the enemies this time. After that, Sihan rushes in and defeats them, finishing the fight. Kang Woo watches from a tree and is impressed by how quickly they are learning. He thinks that if they keep it up, they'll be ready for set rank gates in a month. When it's done, Tasu puts down his shield and asks if they did better this time. Kang Woo wants to keep them humble, so he just says they did alright. They feel another monster nearby. Kang Woo's eyes grow wide when he realizes it's not a troll. A horned animal with sharp teeth runs directly at Tao's group. As soon as Kang Woo sees its eyes, he knows it's a demon wolf. Tao brings up his shield to stop it, but he doesn't look strong enough to hold it back. Kang Woo gets ready to help when he spots the demonic beast but suddenly waits. Sihan has already jumped forward and starts fighting the wolf face to face. He makes a gap and tells Tao to move away. He slices the monster with his sword, then moves away from its attack. Sihan covers his sword with a blue light and keeps pushing the wolf back. Things are going well, but he isn't quick enough to block its next hit. The demon wolf knocks him away and jumps in to tear him apart. Right when it seems he's finished, Kang Woo appears and shows the wolf what a real demon is. Using his great power, he slams it into the ground with one punch and cracks the dirt. Sihan can only look, surprised at how strong Kang Woo is. Blood falls from Kang Woo's fist as the system declares the kill and says he leveled up. Kang Woo picks Sihan up like he's holding a princess and asks if he's alright. The others hurry over to see if Sihan is okay too. They worry about Sihan and are shocked that Kang Woo hit down the beast with only one punch. Seola starts mending Sihan while Tao keeps saying how great his sword work is. At the same time, Kang Woo is amazed Sihan fought a demon monster that well. He thinks the kid is extremely strong. During this, Tesu keeps dragging Sihan around like a plaything and Sihan begs him to stop. So Kang Woo decides to help instead and supports him in walking. With his hands on Sihan's shoulders, he secretly checks his skills with his all-knowing power. The status screen shows Sihan has a triple S rank and is also the martial arts god's descendant. Kang Woo glances at him, uneasy and thinking about who this kid actually is. At the same time, Tesu keeps on wanting to help him walk. The more Kang Woo studies Sihan, the more he feels this guy is the true main character. Another impressive person is taking away his attention. He wonders if that crazy sword skill comes from the martial arts god. After Sihan can walk again, he thanks Kang Woo for his help, but Kang Woo starts to think the kid could be dangerous for him. Just as with Yongju, he decides to stay nice to Sihan and try to be friends. Still, he knows something could go wrong, so just being friends is not enough. For now though, Kang Woo feels Sihan is not someone who will suddenly turn on him, especially since he risked himself to save two. At the same time, he thinks the kid is a bit of a loser. Meanwhile, Young Bai tries to give Sihan an electric massage. Not knowing how this will all work out makes Kang Woo smile like he's a bit crazy. While he's deep in those dark thoughts, Silly slaps him out of it and asks if he's alright. He says he's okay and tries to forget these worries. Then the group starts asking the real question. Why did a demon wolf show up in a D-rank gate? The group also thanks Kang Woo for helping them. Silly Slot says Silly Hun is feeling way better after his treatment. Tu and Yunbai try to help Silly Hun stay calm so he doesn't overdo things. Kang Woo comes over and Silly Hun tells him he's a lot better, all thanks to Silly Hain. Kang Woo hears this and is glad he's alright. Silly Hun looks at him excitedly. He thanks him once more and calls him very strong. Tammy Sue and Silly Hun keep going on about Kang Woo, and Yun Bai finds their behavior hard to watch. Tamu says he's never met anyone with a second awakening like Kang Woo. Then he wants to know why Silly Hun hasn't joined a big guild yet, since someone that powerful could join any of them. When Tamu brings up the Mar guild, Silly Hun starts to tremble a bit. He says he doesn't want to join any guild, especially not Mar. Tamu is puzzled and asks if there's something wrong with that guild, but Sihin grips his sword tighter and says it's not a big deal. Even Tammy Sue notices to stop, so he says sorry for asking too much about his past. Sui Hunan replies it's fine and says sorry for getting too emotional. Then Kang Woo says they should all go home so Sihan can take a break. Suihan tries to say he can still hunt, but Kang Woo tells him to rest and not push himself. Next, Tammy Sue asks if Kang Woo would join them again the next day, but Kang Woo doesn't want to spend more time with that noisy person. He's let down, but Kang Woo reminds them that he can't always be there to help. They should learn how to hunt alone. Tammy Lee says he will work on improving and the group heads out. After leaving the gate, Kang Woo tells Silly there's something up so she'll need to go home without him. He looks at his phone, sees some missed calls and says something urgent came up. She asks about dinner and he tells her to eat first because he might be late. Silly Sign isn't happy with his answer but tells him to take care. He says he'll get home as soon as he's able. Then they say goodbye. Once Silly is gone in the crowd, Kang Woo decides to go ahead with his plan. At the same time, Silly Hun checks his cell phone while at the bus stop. While searching bus routes and thinking of the Mir Guild, Kang Woo walks up and says he needs a quick word. With a serious look, he says it's important and suggests they find a quiet place to talk. A moment later, they reach a calm alley. When Silly Hun asks what this is about, Kang Woo suddenly punches him in the stomach, making him lose his breath. After that, he catches Silly Hun by his collar and throws him to the ground. The poor boy tries to ask why, but Kang Woo puts his knee on the boy's chest and says he's setting up some insurance. While holding him down, Kang Woo says silly Han will get very strong, so he wants to get on good terms. Looking completely wild, Kang Woo says he wants them to become real friends. Trying to talk, Sihyun asks why he has to do all this just to be friends. Kang Woo then fills him with demonic energy. Sihyun starts squirming in pain and soon loses consciousness. Kang Woo uses soul subordination, reaching for Sihyun's heart to gain control over him. While doing this, he says Sihyun won't remember anything about it and will keep hunting as if nothing happened. Then, Sihyun's heart turns into a strange demonic heart with eyes and teeth. As Sihyun suffers, Kang Woo bends down and says he will get stronger with Han Seo and Taesu, and together they'll become the best team. A moment later, the Demon Lord lets go of Sihyun's heart and says that if Sihyun becomes his subordinate, they'll get to use a part of Kang Woo's power. Sihyun can barely stay awake after all that just happened. At the same time, Kang Woo looks down at him with an odd grin and says they'll be great friends. Shortly after, Sihyun comes around and quickly tries to get up. He has no idea what happened or how he ended up in the alley. The last thing he can recall is waiting for the bus. He checks his phone, sees an hour has passed, and tries to remember what happened next, but it only gives him a terrible headache. Not able to remember, Kaun decides he probably passed out after fighting the demonic wolf. He steals his jaw, upset about how weak he feels. While making himself stand, Sihyun tells himself he must grow stronger. He still has a long way to go. Then he suddenly remembers something. Kim Yong-hun, who is the vice guild master of the Mir Guild. As soon as he sees Yong-hun's face in his mind, Sihyun punches the wall and says one day his sword will reach the vice master's throat. As Sehun walks down the alley, Kang Woo is watching from a rooftop, and a system message says that soul subordination worked. He is pleased and decides to save the orders for another time now that he has what he wanted. For now, he only wants to see Sihyun improve. Meanwhile, Sihyun looks at his phone with no idea a wild demon lord has already made him his puppet. He finally reaches the bus stop and quickly gets on a bus. Kang Woo still watches, saying that Sihyun's natural skill might match Balok's one day when it's fully developed. He wants to use this new helper against the demonic order because the Myriad Demon Palace is still partly closed. Just like a stalker, Kang Woo secretly watches Sihyun get on the bus and promises to help him however he can. So yes, our main character is acting pretty strange here. Then he gets a phone call from Chokun. He picks up and Dekun says he found something important. He isn't completely certain but says he sensed demonic energy and it didn't seem to come from a human. Kang Woo thinks it was a demon and asks where this was found. Dekun tells him it was at the B-rank gate near W Jongbu. Kang Woo realizes that another demon has appeared. He remembers the Hellhound and Demon Wolf that showed up at other gates and feels excited that a stronger demon could help him gain more levels. After looking at his stats, he thinks this could help him reach his 5th awakening sooner than he thought. The next day, a train arrives at W Jongbu Station and he gets ready to depart. He's tired of always riding the train like a normal person and thinks it might be time to buy a car. As he checks details on the gate's monsters, he hears a player say there is something odd happening inside. Apparently, some monster went through a mutation, so now nobody is allowed inside no matter how big their team is. The guards tell them the mutation has made the gate too risky. Even so, the players keep complaining. An announcement is made that 10 players have died because of the event, so now entry to the gate is forbidden. That number surprises everyone. 10 deaths is a lot, even for a B-rank gate. Kang Woo already figures a demon is going wild inside but didn't expect the gate to be closed off. Reporters urge the guards for more info, saying people should know what is in there if it's blocked. The guards finally tell them the creature looks like a lion. After hearing that, Kang Woo guesses it's a boar, one of the strongest hunters from the second hell. It looks like a lion, has 5 legs, and has a special trait called full stomach. If it eats 5 targets in a day, it gets full and won't attack first anymore. Just thinking about those creatures from hell makes Kang Woo feel uneasy. But if 10 people are already dead, that means the boar appeared at the gate 2 days ago. So his plan is straightforward. Give it 5 monsters to eat, then defeat it when it's full. After making that choice, he calls Yanju. She is clearly not pleased to get a call from him, especially because she's training right now. Still, he asks her to help him get into the boar rank gate even though there are rules against it. He says she can manage it because she knows people at the top. Kang Woo hears loud noises on the phone and then she wants to know if he really needs to enter that gate. Yanju tells him it will be expensive and he promises to pay her back later. She just hopes he isn't planning to get killed in there. Next, she tells him to give the phone to a guard. Kang Woo moves over and tells the guard Yanju wants a word with him. The guard is shocked that Yanju is calling for him. When he takes the phone, people nearby start to wonder who Kang Woo is and why he can talk with Yanju so easily. After taking a shaky breath, the guard tells Kang Woo he is allowed inside as an investigator. In exchange, if Kang Woo beats the monster, he must share what he learns about it. Kang Woo agrees and says he'll try his best. that just makes the reporters even more curious about who he is. As people close in around him, someone suddenly yells for him to wait. Kang-woo looks back and sees a group from the Merc Guild. Their blue-haired leader is Kang Seo, and since Kang-woo was allowed to check things inside, Sun Soo thinks his own guild should be allowed in too. He walks up and asks if Kang-woo is the hunter that the Red Rose Guild has been supporting. Seeing the gargoyle armor proves it, Kang-woo starts to get upset when Sun Soo criticizes Red Rose Guild and says rude things about them. But he shrugs it off and says he would rather go alone than join a team. The rest of the Mira Guild members watch as their leader mocks him for treating a B-rank gate like it's as simple as a C-rank one. Sun Soo then adds that people like Kang-woo do not last long. He says Kang-woo is only looking for attention by hunting the mutant monster, and asks since when Fourth Awakening players acted this curious. Sun Soo keeps picking at him, but Kang-woo stays silent. Then something inside Kang-woo changes when Sun Soo thinks his silence means he's scared. Sun Soo even tells him to join their group so he won't get killed alone inside the gate. Kang-woo agrees, pretending to be nervous, and says he is afraid to go alone. But while he acts harmless, Kang-woo already plans to enter with Sun Soo's group for a much darker reason. After he counts the 5 other members, he knows that's just the number he needs to feed the Bayware. Sun Soo is just extra, and Kang-woo looks forward to taking care of him as well. Earlier, Sun Soo got a call from Vice Guild Master Kim Yong-hun, who told him to embarrass Kang-woo in front of others and make Red Rose seem worthless. That's the reason he did all this. Back now, Sun Soo isn't sure if Kang-woo is serious about joining. His plan to embarrass Kang-woo in front of the reporters is failing, and he is starting to think he is the one looking foolish. In the end, he decides to go in with Kang-woo, surprising everyone that the Mir Guild and Red Rose Guild look like they're working together. Even Sun Soo's own group feels nervous as Kang-woo walks in front of them. The reporters realize they have a big story. At the same time, as Kang-woo approaches the gate, Sun Soo stops trying to provoke him and just thinks he's a coward. He doesn't know that Kang-woo wants this to be the last time the two guilds work together. Once inside the gate, Kang-woo suggests teaming up to catch the mutated monster. Sun Soo spits nearby and asks if Kang-woo has even a little bit of pride. He can't decide if Kang-woo is actually foolish or just pretending. Kang-woo keeps quiet while Sun Soo goes on insulting him and calling him weak. Others join him, trashing Yeonju and the Red Rose Guild and bragging about their own guild and Vice Guild Master. Kang-woo listens without reacting and thinks about the Mir Guild. Its guild master Kim Jae-hyun also owns a business called Mir Electronics. He and his son, Yong-hun, wake up his players, then use the business's money to level up quickly and build the Mir Guild. While the group keeps chatting, Kang-woo guesses their guild has lots of money for more. For a moment, he thinks about making the two guilds fight so he could gain from it, but decides not to. Yeonju is still too helpful to lose. Thanks to Yeonju, he can get nice cars and rare items. So if one guild has to lose, it should be the Mirror Guild. After wandering for a while, Sun Soo grows annoyed since they can't find the monster anywhere. Kang-woo suggests looking more carefully, but they just call him dumb. The group starts making fun of the Red Rose Guild and Yeonju again, but Kang-woo keeps calm. As they walk, Kang-woo checks the area with his observation skill. He soon spots the monster behind a wall and sees that it hasn't fully eaten yet. After seeing this, he starts carrying out his plan. He uses temptation on the group, making them smell something strange in the air. And he watches as the burr slowly comes their way. As the ground moves, Sungu Cyrillic letter 456 tells everyone to get ready to fight. He tells Kang-woo to stay back, but Kang-woo makes fun of him for talking about dying. That makes Sun Soo very angry right away. Kang-woo also says people like him die early, and while Sun Soo argues, a teammate gets stabbed from behind by the monster. He quickly turns in shock. Cyrillic letter 456, the whole group stops in fear, looking at their friend stuck by the monster's claws. When the beast gets ready to eat its first prey, Kang-woo quietly marks the first count and laughs while the others struggle without hope. Sun Soo tells his team to gather details and they start their attacks. Arrows and spells fly at the monster, but it disappears before anything hits. Their attacks hit the wall and then they see the monster again after it moves quickly to the side. Sungu tries to keep the formation strong, but the beast takes down someone else in just a moment. When Sun Soo looks back, the monster is already eating the unlucky teammate. Hangu keeps his count going while the guild's helper begins to lose control. Sun Soo shouts for the others to speed up their attacks. As the monster comes closer, he gathers magic and hits his staff on the ground. Lightning bolt hits the burr, giving the others a chance to beat it. They hurry to finish off the beast, but it quickly kills two more of them. Now Sun Soo is very scared. He can't see how his team is failing so quickly. Even after Sun Soo's strongest strike, the burr just keeps going. The last person with Sun Soo asks for help, seeing there's no hope. As Kang-woo enjoys the panic, Sun Soo tries to make his last teammate stay put. Angry, he bites down in frustration and decides to use his last attack on the beast. Sun Soo leaps into the air, putting all his energy into his spear. He tries to strike with full force, but the monster easily hits him away. Sun Soo is sent into a wall and loses consciousness. He wakes up when the beast comes near him and he starts to cry. Kang-woo calls out the fifth count. By then, the monster has eaten the fifth person and Sunu is laying on the ground, hurting. Sun Soo watches the burr eat his last teammate. Out of breath, he notices pieces of bodies fall from the monster's jaws. Now the beast is full. He looks stunned when Kang Woo lands on the monster and asks how that's possible. Pray in one day it won't move unless something attacks it. Then he uses both the spear power and hellfire. Pray in one day set on defeating it at once. While he joins the two powers, Sun Soo just watches from his spot on the ground. Kang Woo keeps his mind clear, understanding it takes extra effort to use two abilities together. Once both are powered up, they join to become a flaming bident. The system notifies him he has gained the bident skill, which is rated S rank. Kang Woo thrusts it at the beast and the bident hits its heart. The burr screams loudly and moves violently. Sun Soo is thrown about during the confusion. After some time, the system shows that the creature was killed and Kang Woo gets 6 levels. He hits level 40, gets his 5th awakening, and raises his demonic energy to 60. He also reaches the standard for something called extreme demonic delay. Kang Woo looks at the system and sees a list of steps needed to become a demonic god. The first step is reaching 60 demonic energy. He still can't see what extreme demonic delay really is, but believes it's a huge power boost. Even with all of his time in hell, he never knew about it before. Now, he thinks if he keeps growing stronger, he might go past the power he had as the demon king of the 9th circle of hell. Plus, becoming a demonic god sounds even more appealing. Kang Woo clearly wants more power. After that, he starts to absorb the Burk in order to get extra demonic energy. Since he's an investigator, he should leave the body alone, but he can't ignore the chance to be stronger. The process works, giving him 4 more points of demonic energy. While he is absorbing, Sun Soo speaks up and asks what Kang Woo really is. Kang Woo looks at him and remembers there is still one bothersome survivor. He heads toward him and Sunu tells him to stop. With an unsteady voice, Sun Soo asks if Kang Woo is going to kill him. Kang Woo answers that he still has some use, so he can't kill him yet. He says not to worry because he only wants to ask a few things first. Sun Soo stays quiet after Kang Woo asks who told him to set him up. Kang Woo already guesses Sun Soo isn't smart enough to do this alone and knows his group already knew about him earlier. Even so, Sun Soo stays silent. So Kang Woo kicks him up and throws him roughly until he finally talks. After being asked again, Sun Soo at last says Kim Yong-hun is the one who told him to do it. Kang Woo then asks why their vice guild master picked him. The answer is very weak. Yong-hun asked Yongju out but she rejected him harshly, and since then he has disliked the Red Rose Guild. Sun Soo also mentions they wanted to improve the Mirror Guild's reputation and show they were better than the Red Rose Guild. Noticing how desperate he is, Kang Woo asks to see a picture of Yong-hun. Sung-gu gives him his phone and Kang Woo notices that Yong-hun actually looks alright. He also spots Si-hoon in the picture and points out that they look similar. Kang Woo can't believe all of this happened for such a silly reason and Sung-gu says sorry, explaining he was just following orders. But it was pretty clear he liked being in on it. When he tries to explain himself, Kang Woo stops him. If Sun Soo does his job properly, that's all that matters. Sun Soo quickly agrees and says he'll follow Kang Woo's instructions. Kang Woo tells him it's easy and might even turn out good for him. Bit later, they walk out of the gate and get surrounded by reporters taking photos. The media asks what happened to everyone else and if only the two of them made it. Kang Woo looks like he's going to answer but instead yells for an ambulance for Sun Soo, whose face is badly injured. The reporters won't stop asking questions and keep snapping pictures, and Kang Woo says the changed monster attacked, leaving him and Sung Soo as the only ones left. Everyone believes what he says and starts trying to reach the Horon core, but Kang Woo tells them it's unnecessary. He explains that the changed monster is already gone. While Sun Soo quietly asks for help, Kang Woo announces that Sun Soo was the one who defeated the monster and kept him safe. The so-called hero definitely doesn't look like someone who took down a scary beast. Still, the reporters keep pressuring him to reveal more. Kang Woo starts making up a tale. He explains that as soon as they got inside the dungeon, they could sense something dangerous. The monster was near the entrance and right away, they all realized it was very strong. They decided to fight because Sun Soo said if it got out, regular people would be in trouble. Kang Woo says the monster fit the government's report, having a lion's head and 5 legs, and Sun Soo's group was killed almost at once. Then he makes up even more, saying told him to escape when things were getting bad and then face the monster by himself. Kang Woo says he couldn't leave so he stayed there to the end. The fight was harsh, and after it ended, Sun Soo overcame the monster and claimed victory. The journalists believe every word, and Kang Woo even says that Sun Soo kept whispering every teammate's name before falling unconscious. Sun Soo tries to speak up, but Kang Woo puts his hand over Sun Soo's mouth and tells him not to talk until the ambulance comes. Afterward, the press asks how Kang Woo feels about Sun's acting aggressive earlier. With a sad look, he says Sun Soo was just being careful about his safety and wanting him to pay attention. To push the fake story even more, Kang Woo even forces himself to cry a little. He calls Sun Soo his rescuer, the true hero of this time. Soon, newspapers are filled with stories praising Sun Soo while he falls into a coma and is barely living. The next morning, Yang reads the report, and she instantly figures out Sun Soo was attacked by a person instead of that mutated monster. It makes her think if she's raising a tiger cub. Then the other woman with her says Young's rookie is pretty adorable. That woman is Jang Yeonju, the leader of the Samurai Guild. She wants to know where Yang found someone like Kang Woo. Yang replies that he's not some beginner. then asks when the older lady is going to leave. Hangju nearly snaps at being called old but lets it slide. Then Yang suddenly becomes serious and asks if the mutated monster is linked to the demonic order. Hangju says it's just a matter of time before people outside the main 5 guilds find out about the demonic order. Things only became peaceful after those guilds were created. If people discover the demonic order and the human sacrifices they perform, it could bring chaos once more. She wants to know what the Red Rose Guild thinks about this. Aang looks like she might send her right to hell. Right then Kang Woo walks in. Hyengu greets him saying she's a friend of Yang's. She starts to go since he's here, but Kang Woo says he can come back later so they can finish their conversation. She tells him it's fine because she was already leaving, but Kang Woo still feels sorry. Then she gets bothered when he calls her lady, thinking it means he believes she is old. Afterwards, she walks out but stops at the doorway to glance back at Yang for a bit. After she's gone, Yang tells Kang Woo that Wild Woman is just her friend. Then she gives him a card. It's the S-rank gate pass he wanted. Kang Woo says her guild works fast since he got it earlier than he thought. She tells him to stop complimenting her and warns him to not hunt inside an S-rank gate. He skips that warning and says he heard her and Hyenju talking. Yang pours tea for him and says they would have told him about it soon, even though it's secret information. Kang Woo acts like he does not know about the demonic cult and wants to know if they made the monsters mutate. Yang explains the cult is filled with wild fanatics and they've been more active lately. She doesn't know when the group began or how many there are, but the guilds are still chasing them. Yang quickly answers her mother-in-law, saying she will not stop her from leaving if she wants, then asks Kang Woo if he will help her. Kang Woo waits for a moment, then raises his S-rank permit, telling her not to be concerned. He says since she has helped him a lot, he should help her in return. Yang looks at him, her cheeks turning red like a little girl, and thanks him. She doesn't realize that he is only interested in the demonic energy he can get. Yang tells him she might call again in case of trouble, but warns him once more not to hunt in S-rank gates. After that, a shiny car rushes out of the guild building. Kang Woo is driving, glad to be using a car again. While going, he thinks it's a good time to look at his 5th awakening skill. This ability allows him to bring forth a demon from another world. The more demonic energy he uses, the stronger the demon will be. The trouble is he can only do this once every 3 months, so it has to be worth it. He thinks gates are like paths to other places. When a gate is stronger, stronger monsters can come through. Crack fragments probably work the same, so higher-ranked gates should help him bring more powerful demons too. Kang Woo arrives at his location and gets out because he is stubborn. He goes straight to an S-rank gate to try out the new skill. The guards check his card and let him pass. Security is very tight. If it weren't for the Red Rose Guild, he couldn't get close to an S-rank gate. The gate opens and he walks in. On the other side there is an open field next to the sea. He finds a spot, sits down, and wishes he can call out a high-ranked demon like Sibiru's. Then Kang Woo sits to meditate and starts the summoning. Skill is activated. He floats up as demonic energy flows from him. It is very hard, but he keeps going. The system begins forming a crack to finish the summon. Kang Woo, sweating a lot, stays focused and manages to open it. A green light glows from the crack, and the system tells him a deeper crack has formed because of the Myriad Demon Palace. Kang Woo quickly notices the different color. All the cracks he saw before were bluish, not green. Then another message shows up. A dimensional gate to the continent of Aliner has opened. He doesn't know where this place is and just hopes it won't take him back to hell. Locking the light with his hand, he searches for the demon he brought forth. The crack closes, but he doesn't notice he's standing in the demon's hand. Then he spots it, a dragon called Echidna, who is the daughter of the demon dragon Kareth. Kang Woo is shocked. Dragon, soon after, the beast crashes onto the ground after coming through the crack. He hears people talking in a language he doesn't know and looks up to see some strange faces jumping out after that. They keep talking, but he can't understand anything. A blonde man tells the others something, but Kang Woo still doesn't know what's going on. When they go closer to the dragon to check it, Kang Woo uses a skill to let him understand their language. He now hears the blonde man telling everyone to stay away, and an elf woman calls him Reynold. Reynold says the dragon is still breathing, but only just. Looks like it will die soon. The elf says the dragon cannot hurt anyone anymore, and Reynold calms down. Then Kang Woo steps up and asks who they are. Reynolds says his name is Rield von Iris von Arnon, and he is the 3rd prince of the Iris von Arnon Empire. Kang Woo has never heard of that empire. Looking again, he also sees there is an elf and a dwarf with them, which makes him feel nervous. He starts to think maybe they really are from another world. Then Kang Woo looks at the dying dragon and chooses to heal her. The others watch him closely as he goes forward. He uses resurrection, puts a hand on Echidna, and her wounds quickly heal. Reynold runs in to stop him but freezes when Kang Woo starts to talk with the dragon. Echidna thanks him for saving her while Reynold can only watch, confused. She says sorry for appearing so weak, and Kang Woo tells her it's okay. Suddenly, Rield puts a sword to Kang Woo's neck and the elf points her bow at him. Angry, Rield wants to know if he is the dragon's master. Kang Woo replies by asking why they want to kill Adiadna. This makes Rield yell that Adna is a wicked demon dragon. He says she caused a deadly sickness and many people in his empire died. Kang Woo says Titana says she did not do this, and if she truly had that power she wouldn't be this hurt and no one here could have defeated her. Reynolds stops for a moment, maybe thinking Kang Woo is crazy. Then he gets angry again and says Echidna started the disaster. He says she must die so the people of the Empire can be saved. Kang Woo is tired of the prince's talk and wants to teach him a lesson. He hits Reeld with an explosion, sending the whole group flying. They quickly get back up and prepare to fight again. Kang Woo tells them that even if Echidna really did all that harm, she is now his familiar, and that alone is enough for him to have a reason to kill them. Echidna starts to cry as her master defends her and shows he will not leave her. Reeld calls him an evil demon, and Kang Woo replies that he really is one. After hearing that, Reeld starts yelling wildly that he always knew Kang Woo was a demon. He then promises in his own name that he'll defeat Kang Woo for his empire's people. At the same time, the Demon King finds these people's actions unbelievable. Reynolds rushes at him and swings his weapon, causing an explosion when they meet. Kang Woo survives the blast but admits Reynolds' strike is not something he can block so easily. When Reynolds comes in for another attack, Kang Woo slams the ground and throws the whole group into the air. He uses another move and sends molten rocks falling on them as they are still up. The big guy puts up an iron wall to protect everyone from the rocks, but even he gets tired quickly. While he defends those in front of him, the large man misses the rocks falling from behind, and by the time he turns, they hit him. Suddenly, Reynolds yells hands, while flashes and bangs burst through the smoke. Then he breaks out, ready to attack with blades, and at that moment Reeld knows the fight will be tough. The mage sets up a magic shield using her orb. The main character destroys the shield and charges straight at Reynolds. When he gets close, the prince strikes too, sending out a flurry of slashes with his skill. O blocks it with iron wall and then kicks Reynolds, sending him flying to the ground. He even makes fun of Reynolds for shouting his skill first, saying it's the dumbest thing he's seen. But Reynolds quickly gets up and charges as soon as the MC lands, but O dodges the next attack. Even so, the prince keeps attacking again and again. Reynolds swings wildly trying to win quickly, but O is too quick. The attacks go on for a bit, and the main character admits Reynolds is really strong. Without his fifth awakening, things would have gone badly. Reynolds, feeling good, starts bragging, but he's still easy to predict, so O copies him and shouts a skill name too. When Reynolds hears that, he lifts his sword to block, but the MC fakes him out and kicks his knee. The prince feels sharp pain and draws back for a moment. He doesn't get it. O didn't even use his blade like in some fair duel. O laughs, calling Reynolds silly for falling for this, and as his team comes closer, Reynolds tells them to escape. He says the main character is too much for them, and the main character smirks, knowing it's over now that Reynolds hurt. The mage protests that they can't just leave him there. Reynolds yells back that he's okay and leaves the Arn Empire to them, but pushes him aside and calls him worthless, cursing about his injured leg. Reynolds sees MC getting ready to kill. The Demon Lord always acts like this and shows no mercy to his enemies. He kills to stay alive. In hell, caring is something no one can afford. Then the female mage jumps in front of the prince. He looks down at her while she begs for his mercy and asks him to let her die instead. Reynolds yells at her to stop acting crazy. She cries and admits that she loves him. Reynolds is left speechless. She is sorry for telling him now, then turns to him and says she'll do anything if he lets Reynolds go. He says no, and Reynolds can't believe O is so heartless. The protagonist says their struggle does not matter to him. If they were ready to hurt others, they should have known they might die as well. Reynolds is shocked by how uncaring he is. MC tells them to leave the drama for shows. Reynolds says he's ruthless, but MC does not even bother to explain. Right as O gets ready to end things, the system informs him that more people have come through the gate. Then the Gaia system starts to remove the intruders. Their bodies start to shine and they get scared, unsure of what's happening to them. When he sees this, the protagonist tries to finish them off before they are gone. He really wants their rare items as prizes, so he hurries over. But the system gets rid of them first. Just like that, he misses the chance to grab their gear. He blames his luck and feels upset. Suddenly, he starts to worry and quickly checks if Echidna is okay. Luckily, she is still there and was not sent away like the rest. While thinking about what the Gaia system does, he jumps down to her. He remembers seeing something about Gaia when coming to Earth and wonders if it's connected to monsters from hell these last 2 weeks. And he suddenly has a very bad idea. He starts to sweat nervously as he thinks about how he crossed over and wonders if everything happening is because of him. While his mind races, Echidna calls out to him. She asks where Reynolds and his group went and he tells her they are gone. She thanks him for saving her while he shyly brushes it off. He tells her to hold still so he can heal the rest of her injuries. Seeing how large she is, MC asks if she can shrink and she answers yes. Next, he asks about the continent named Alinar. Echidna explains that it's a world centered around the Arnan Empire, where people use swords and magic and share their lives with beings like dragons. Later, O drives together with Echidna, now smaller, and wonders if every monster except demons is from Alinar. When she asks about their destination, he says they are going to his home. She doesn't know the word, so she assumes he means his nest. He agrees and starts to picture himself in a nest with Sala. Echidna says thank you and mentions it's been a while since she's been in anybody else's nest. She has been by herself for a long time. She used to be with her father until he disappeared one day and she was left all alone. Afterward, all she did was read in her lair, feeling really lonely. One day, someone unexpectedly entered her home. It turned out to be Reynold. A kindness begins to shake and insists she never caused the drought or did anything bad. No matter how often she said she was innocent, nobody believed her. O notices how much she's shaking and that her eyes are full of tears when she looks at him. It makes him think of when he was younger. He grew up in an orphanage and never expected to see his parents. He never cared about who they were, he only wanted their love. He laughs at himself for feeling this way and tells Echidna that even if everyone blames her, he will still trust her. He pats her soft fur and dries her tears. The protagonist looks at her with kindness while they keep driving. Echidna says that she will always remember his name. When they get back, Soi quickly hugs Echidna and cheerfully calls her adorable. Echidna is almost squished, but O is busy eating and doesn't notice. He didn't think Sigilla would welcome her so quickly, but she thinks Echidna is too cute to resist. Sigilla continues holding the poor dragon and Echidna tries to get away. Soon, Echidna escapes and returns to her master, leaving Sigilla a bit disappointed. MC asks Sigilla how hunting is going and she says her group is doing well, gaining levels fast. Soon, they will reach their third awakening. She gives him thanks, saying all of this is because of him. She says she couldn't have found such a great party or life without him. Next, Salida thanks him once more, blushing deeply. He tells her that he should be the one thanking her since now he understands what it's like to be loved. After that, Salida asks if she can sleep with Echidna, and he can't help but wish it was him in her place. The next day, the main character is still lying in bed, having trouble getting up. He feels tired and not himself. When he finally gets to the kitchen, Salida mentions he slept late. O says he feels very tired and she asks if he's coming down with something. He says he's okay and tells her not to stress. Then an odd little girl next to him says hello during breakfast. He quickly senses that something is not right. A moment later, he figures out the girl is Echidna and totally freaks out. While Scylla treats it as normal, Echidna grins at him and he asks if she could always do this. She explains she felt weird while sleeping last night and when she woke up her body was different. As Echidna keeps eating, he thinks this new form might explain why he's so tired. He just hopes she can still shift to a dragon. So he asks her to switch back. Echidna stands up and begins changing. Her fangs come out and green light shines from her body. Seeing this, O realizes he might have made a big error. Her wings pop out, knocking over the table and shaking the house. Roars and they plead with her to realizes he might have made quit before the house is big totally error destroyed. The transformation blows out the windows and wrecks the place. A bit later they get her to stop and she says sorry. MC finds out that changing forms is actually easy for her. Sala calms the little girl and says not to turn into a dragon inside while he says she has to learn how to be a person. Ikid now offers to fetch a rock to cover the hole in the house, but Sala tells her it's okay. The little girl feels terrible about what happened and really is sorry. Then Sala says they need to buy clothes for Echidna. He says her own clothes are too old and worn to give. There's a store close by, so Sala decides to take her there. The little dragon is confused by all this. Both girls ask OA to come along too, but he says it won't be so simple. Saul asks if he is going hunting, but he says that's not true. Sounding bothered, he says he has to leave but doesn't share why. He goes to the Red Rose Guild later on. There, Yang wants to know if his story about the familiar and the people from Aliner is real. O says everything is true. She repeats it to him and asks if that's the reason he wants an ID for his familiar. However, she still looks like she doesn't believe him at all. The protagonist is amazed she understood it so quickly, but that small reaction ends up making her irritated. He then asks if she knows anything about the Gaia system, but she replies that she's never heard of it. At the same time, MC is busy looking at a cute picture of Echidna in a dragon costume. Yang is shocked that he is able to summon a dragon as a familiar and starts questioning his true identity. He ignores her and continues to admire the photo proudly. Then he says it's a bit late for questions like that, making her wonder if helping him was the wrong choice. Yang tells him to send her the photo of Echidna so she can work on the ID. Right after that, he asks for another favor which just frustrates her more. Before he can say more, someone knocks and he recognizes who's there. He turns around and sees Hua entering the room. She tells Yang she wants to talk about something. Ba says sorry for the interruption, but Yang replies she's already done with O. He becomes uneasy when Hua asks if he is the player Yang is supporting. The two introduce themselves and Yang mentions that her guild has already been working with the protagonist, who recalls his name and realizes he was the one she met at a C-rank gate before. Yang is surprised they've already met and jokes about whether Obai kept a guard up, but Hu says he acted polite and upright. If that was only the truth. Hearing this almost makes Yang upset since she does not view MC that way, so she moves on and asks what he wanted before. Both women are shocked when he requests an official pass to enter an S-rank gate. Even then, he remains completely relaxed. He explains that having his familiar with him will make hunting much easier, but his strange requests are making Young angry. With a serious stare, she asks if he even knows what appears at the Suan S-rank gate. Aloof then lists the monsters found there: wyverns, mountain giants, giant ogres, and a dangerous monster called El Cuero. Young warns him that if he enters, he must never get close to the lake. Olaf promises he'll be careful, but Hu jumps in to ask what exactly they are talking about. She notes that only weeks ago he was entering S-rank gates and moving up to S-rank seems crazy. Young doesn't explain in detail and just says that his skills can be relied on. While the protagonist secretly enjoys being praised, W starts to think about whether he was hiding his real self when they first met. Even so, she admits Young has a skilled player on her team. Young isn't even sure if that's good because he often makes problems. After that, MC gets ready to leave and the guild leader says he can begin hunting at S-rank gates tomorrow. She tells him again that S-rank gates are still very risky. W says he will remember that. As he walks out, Hwa watches him cautiously. When he's gone, Young looks at her guest and asks why she came. Hwa's face becomes serious when Young mentions the rumor about the demonic order. Hwa says that is not the reason she came. She says she has something she wants. Young asks what she means. Pa explains that one of her people got into the demonic order. That agent is supposed to give them a video with proof at a meeting point. Young wants to know why they can't just send it. Poa says it's not that easy and the agent has been missing for days. The meeting will happen tomorrow at Su and Hwaso Station. When Young hears this, she remembers that's close to the S-rank gate. Bo was planning to go there. Now the scene goes to Echidna jumping for joy and asking him what he thinks of her clothes. He tells her she looks wonderful and she happily shares that they bought the clothes at the department store nearby. Echidna thanks Jual too, and Jual says Echidna is pretty enough to look good in whatever she wears. Now Echidna gets ready to go hunting and Jual tells them to take care. While talking to Echidna, SA starts thinking about going on a hunt with him too. She wants to join him on a hunt and hopes she can grow stronger fast. MC interrupts her thoughts by asking if she's also going hunting. Then he tells her he wants to go hunting with her soon. That makes Sailor very happy and she starts looking forward to it right away. O smiles as she blushes, already imagining what it's like to hunt by his side. Then he and Echidna say goodbye to SA and leave. At the Swan S-rank gate, he tells Echidna to stay away from the lake and not to change form so no one will notice them. Once that's taken care of, he uses his power to find monsters. He discovers a huge ogre and chooses it as a starting challenge. Next, he uses the power of temptation, riding it on the wind to call the monster in. Then he gives Echidna a signal to prepare. She waits for his move while he uses Baphomet's power of 1,000 to make himself bigger and stronger. O jumps off the boulder and strikes the big ogre. Their fists hit, causing a huge shockwave that cracks the ground and shakes the air. The ogre's strength shows why it's called an S-rank monster. The main character's body shakes all over, but even with all that power, the ogre only shifts a little. He pushes the monster's fist away, slamming it against the dirt. Then he rushes through the dust, dashes up the ogre's arm with his black spear and pushes the weapon into its neck. The monster grinds its teeth and keeps fighting through the pain. Quickly grabs O and starts squeezing him tightly. Echidna jumps in using Dark Storm and Blades of Wind cut the monster, making it release MC. The Demon Lord attacks with lightning and strikes the giant ogre. Its brain is shocked and electricity runs through its entire body. This finally brings the monster down. After the fight, O gains enough experience to level up once. He now gets why hunters who are over level 65 usually come here. Echidna comes over and asks if she helped. He tells her she did a good job. She says she's gotten stronger since he summoned her. Then Echidna smells the monster lying on the ground and starts wanting to eat it. Suddenly, a loud screech fills the air and they look up to see a group of wyverns above them. O takes hold of Echidna and searches for a way to get away because there are just too many. When he knows he can't outrun them on foot, he opens his wings and flies off to find a safer place. Still, the wyverns follow, staying close and fast. He looks back and sees them behind him, but he still dodges their attacks in the air. Few of them then rip Echidna's dress and her mood starts to shift. O can notice something is off. It hurts her even more because he just told her the dress looked nice. She lets her anger take over, changes form and kills several wyverns at once. Just seeing her scary form and hearing her roar makes the rest panic and try to run away. But Echidna shows them exactly why angering a little girl is a big mistake, taking them down one by one. O can only watch the destruction, barely avoiding her claws as she attacks a wyvern close to him. She keeps going wild for a while and he starts wondering if she is still the same dragon that almost died to Reynold in his group. She is much stronger and scarier than he thought, making him nervous as he thinks she might be stronger than he is. When Sheeta lets out a final roar and defeats the last wyvern, she later wakes up in All's arms. He tells her they're still inside the gate and asks how she's feeling. Echidna holds onto him and says she has no energy left. She used too much strength as a dragon and fainted after turning back. Thankfully, the main character caught her before she hit the ground. Even after all that, she's still sad about her ruined dress, but her master tells her they can get another one. That's exactly how kids end up spoiled. She starts to complain again, but O gives her a stern look and says he doesn't want to see her transform out of nowhere again in the future. He firmly warns her not to lose control like that again. He really dislikes when people let anger get the best of them. Echidna quickly apologizes and says it won't happen again. Then she begs him not to leave her alone. Kang-woo assures her that he isn't planning to leave her. He just wants her not to act so recklessly anymore. As she cries on his shoulder, he decides they should go back and get her some fresh clothes. He knows if he's too lenient, she might do it again, so he thinks this warning was necessary. Even so, all the fighting turned out well and the system shows his level went up a lot. Even though he has seen her dragon form before, Kang-woo is still surprised that Echidna was able to beat the whole group of wyverns alone while using up so much of his demonic energy. Soon, Echidna falls asleep leaning on his shoulder. Kang-woo thinks to himself that she got stronger by absorbing the demonic energy he gave her. The more power she uses, the stronger she gets, and the more demonic energy he has, the more he can give her. Still, he can see that her body is under a lot of stress from all that power. Then Kang-woo hears a loud roar. He knows it's a giant ogre and thinks there could be two of them. So he puts Echidna down next to a tree where it's safer for her. Fighting both of those creatures without her by his side won't be simple. But the idea of the fight still makes him excited and he prepares himself. But when he looks again, two other players have already beaten those monsters. One of them looks like a rebellious troublemaker. The other tries to act like a trained assassin. Kang-woo only stares, surprised by how fast it happened. The two players come closer and he quickly becomes cautious. They tell him he could have been in real trouble, then stop, trying to figure out if those monsters were his targets. As Kang-woo watches them closely, he recognizes who they are. The quiet guy in the hoodie is Choff, the leader of the honorary guild. The tough-looking one is Bakul, Hanel's guildmaster and also Korea's top player. Bakul flashes a friendly smile while Kang-woo thinks it's crazy to meet two guildmasters at once. He keeps quiet and stays near Extao while they comment that he looks like a newcomer in an S-rank gate for his first time. Bakul says he's lucky they found him and offers to walk him back to the entrance. He also notices Kang-woo looks tired, but Kang-woo says they'll manage and tries to turn down the help. Choff calls Bakul a meddler for getting involved. Then Choff sees something interesting. While Bulka keeps trying to show his kindness to Kang-woo, Chia reaches into a monster's body and takes out a red orb. Kang-woo politely says he doesn't want to trouble them and that he's fine, so they shouldn't be concerned. He wants to stay unnoticed, so being near these two makes him anxious. At the same time, Chad holds the item in his hand and watches them with suspicion. Soon after, Echidna opens her eyes when she hears someone call her name. Kang-woo is still carrying her. He says they're finally outside and have to buy clothes before it gets late. He takes out his phone, uses GPS, and looks for the fastest way to a department store on the city map. But as they enter a quiet alley, he suddenly feels like something is wrong. At first, he thinks it is empty because it's so close to the S-rank gate, and it notifies him that she smells blood ahead, making him alert right away. And not any blood, it smells like it's human. The story shifts to an informant who has managed to join the demonic order as one of the followers. From what he's witnessed, the order is even crueler than anyone thought. He is able to record the evidence but cannot send it out because radio signals are blocked. When he keeps trying to contact his base, the order increases security as if they are starting to suspect him. Soon they catch him. Now badly hurt, the informant runs as fast as he can. He wonders if this is the end for him. Still holding the proof, he promises himself not to die before sharing it. Breathing fast, he presses his wound and thinks of getting the memory card to bake, but then he can't stand anymore and falls, scraping his knee. His whole body shakes and even though he tries hard, he can't move. His hands covered in blood shake as he pulls himself forward. He knows that he is just one step away from finishing what he set out to do. So he makes himself move toward the gate where the Horang Koram is. Then Owen and Echidna walk around the corner and see him. Trying to catch his breath, the man looks up and grabs MC's hand tightly. He looks down as the man puts a memory card in his palm and softly says, "Please." Not sure what is happening, O looks at the card and thinks about what it could mean. Then the informant falls down. The demon lord tries to talk to him and calls his name, but it's already too late. He's gone. The only thing left is a strange memory card, so Kang-woo chooses to find out more by looking into the man's memories. With his ability, he sees enough to learn his sixth awakening is now open. After seeing this, he knows the man didn't come from the gate, but nothing else makes sense. Now his only clue is the memory card, so he puts it in his phone to see what's inside. When it loads, a video file pops up on the screen. When he sees it, Owen-woo freezes in shock. Echidna starts to worry when she sees him trembling. Kang-woo's face turns red as the video begins, and he knows it's that type of video. He tries to act bothered, but his face shows the truth. He checks again in case he missed something, but it's just a video showing things he shouldn't watch. Finally, he tells himself it's not such a big deal since this is his first time. When Echidna asks what he's looking at, he quickly hides the screen and says it's important proof. His embarrassing moment ends fast when he senses people getting close. A group of masked men burst in and stop him. Right away, one points out he's been watching something inappropriate and he pretends not to understand. Echidna, in the meantime, doesn't get what's happening. the masked men pull out their weapons and say he can't be allowed to live after seeing that video. Ah Kang-woo wonders if he's truly done something that wrong. They clearly know he's lying and it's obvious they want the video, so MC slips his phone back into his pocket. After he finishes all of them, Ah Kang-woo wipes his hands and goes back to the informant's body. He checks the video on his phone again, trying to figure out why the demonic order needed it so badly. Then like a fool, the video gets his attention again. Suddenly he hears Young and Bake drop in nearby. When Young looks at him, Kang-woo starts sweating and feels scared. He quickly puts his phone away, hoping she didn't see what was on it. Looking down at him, Wee seems shocked to see Kang-woo there, which only makes him more uneasy. Kang-woo asks Young why she's come, and she says it's for work. Woo comes down fast and asks if he found a memory card with a video on it. He takes it out of his phone and shows it to them. Young quickly asks for it, saying it holds something very important. Kang-woo starts to sweat and waits a moment before giving it to her. She urges him to hand it over fast because she needs it immediately. Naturally, Kang-woo misunderstands and thinks about something inappropriate. Young gets annoyed having to repeat her request, and at last he gives it to her. She starts to wonder why he's acting strangely, while Kang-woo thinks there's more happening here. Young isn't the type to ask for a video like that. Then she tells him to watch it together with her because it's something important for him to see. That makes Kang-woo's thoughts even worse as he imagines silly things. Meanwhile, Young tells Hua to check on the agent. Hua confirms the man is already gone and gently closes his eyes out of respect. After that, Hua asks Kang-woo to say what happened here. Kang-woo admits he doesn't know exactly but tells them about what he saw. He tells them that the demonic order caught him after he took the card. Bot thinks he was simply unlucky to get involved. Then she suggests that he watch the video with them but stops once she sees Young acting strange. A moment later, Young plays the graphic clip and demands to know what this is. Both are embarrassed, and Kang-woo says he is not at fault while trying to stop Achida from looking at it. Uro stays calm and claims the video is not real. She says that the actual footage is hidden and can only be seen using a decryptor at their headquarters. The HQ even suggests fake adult videos to cover their tracks. When Oh hears this, he realizes the real file is linked to the demonic order. Then Young starts scolding him for watching it and not telling her about it. Echidna jumps in to stand up for her master, asking Young not to be so harsh. Seeing the little girl, Young asks who she is, and he answers that Echidna is his familiar. Echa obviously doesn't like Young and keeps making mean faces at her. Young doubts that's true. She says, "Oh, you seem like someone who'd have a big scary demon, not a kid." Hua interrupts and says they must go to HQ at once and view the real video. That night, they reach the Horang Corps headquarters. When Hwang walks in, the members get ready. She checks with a man called Park Junuk if the night team is ready. He says all is ready. Bing then shares the news that Agent Kang Dong-hun has passed away and asks them to work even harder for his memory. While she speaks about helping his family, Hanging watches and feels impressed by the way she leads. She tells Captain Jun Suk to decode the video as quickly as possible and requests to see General Chang Hun-jae. Instead, she finds out he has gone to check out an SS rank gate in Japan. Hanj is her boss and the highest authority in Haeyoung of 4 Corps. In the country, only Byron Kong-yeon can be compared to him. With nothing left to do, she goes to the investigation room and waits for the file. When the decryption is complete, they show the footage using a projector. The video shows a member of the demonic order speaking to a cardinal. The member says the summoning setup will be ready in 3 weeks and a big guild is on their side. He adds that if everything happens as planned, the order will reward them with something better. The cardinal interrupts him, says they are only getting started, and tells him he's being careless. Right away, the member quickly says sorry. The cardinal says there's still a long way to go and tells him not to talk at all until the summoning is finished. Then he spots the camera. The video stops there and Oh Young remain in the investigation room after watching. The main character figures the cardinal is the one bringing people into the demonic order and he thinks there must be more. Even so, he gets 3 important things from the video. First, if the man in the star-patterned mask is only a cardinal, then there has to be someone even more powerful above him. Second, the order is planning to bring something into the world. Third, a big guild is giving them support. He says they should start checking out the major guilds, and Haeyoung asks why. Bo says that since the spy is now caught, the order will try their hardest to cover up the summoning plan. It means proving things from the main order will be even harder, so the best guess is to follow the guild helping them, but he already says the Red Rose Guild is not it. Wang is impressed with his logic and gives him praise, pushing his confidence up. Yang says he's always been sharp and asks how they can check big guilds when even the government can't, and pushing too much might cause problems. Oh answers that there's a way and they can use bait. He reminds Yang that the demonic order goes after skilled high-ranking players, making her remember the rookies her guild lost. He says sorry for bringing up a sad memory, but she tells him to go on. MC explains those rookies are key to everything. Byung then points out that more cow players and missing cases in low-rank gates have been seen. He says they should make a rumor about a talented player appearing in the low-rank gates who may already be S-rank or higher. If that's not enough, they can add that the Red Rose Guild wants this player too. The demonic order should hurry if they think they will lose him. Haeyoung likes the plan but questions if the order would really act without care. Oh says they definitely will. Young wants to know why he is so sure. He replies that the demonic group can't resist the chance for more power. Shivering with excitement, he thinks the demonic order won't pass up a bait like this after already taking in demonic energy. In a steady voice, he adds that they won't be able to cover their traces. Rang says that even with patrols, the number of cow players hasn't really gone down. Young thinks the plan might work and asks who they'll use to attract them. Most low-level hunters with great talent are already in big guilds. She also points out that her own guild members can't be used unless they're fighting directly. She won't risk them. All says he understands. Then he says he already has the right person in mind. Sin ends up being the unlucky pick. He walks down the street looking upset. When he gets home, he kneels next to an old woman who looks sick. His face shows anger and hopelessness, like he's fighting his own life. The next day, he comes back to her and holds her hand, looking grim. From outside, Oh secretly watches him from a nearby rooftop. After seeing how much Sin cares for his mother, the main character gets moved and even jokes to himself that this guy acts more like the real main character. He takes out his phone and scrolls through the trending stories online, seeing that the bait is working. Sin's blurred picture is already at the center of stories. He even hears nearby people talking about Sin being the most talked about rookie, and he thinks of the one person he knows who can quickly spread rumors who's always at a computer. It turns out to be Park Hun-woo. As for Yang and Hua, Oh decides they're too stiff and serious to handle this. He glances back towards Sin's home and spots him coming out. When Sin leaves for the day, MC follows behind. At a C-rank gate, Sin meets Kang Tae-soo and the rest of his group. Ignoring the others, he sees Soo Lux is upset and asks her what's wrong. She explains that Oh hasn't been home for over a week, and she's really worried. At this time, a hunter in thick armor keeps watching them until a strange man runs up, begging to join a group. Sela says she's tried to contact him, but he always finds a way to avoid coming home. She feels like he just left his family behind. The others try to cheer her up, saying nothing went wrong for the main character in the gate and thinking he must have his reasons, but it doesn't really help. She still can't calm herself. Chun-bi watches as Solas begins to worry that MC is tired of her food. Solas then gets more upset, wondering if he now likes another girl. Chun-bi gets her attention and says maybe it's the opposite. When Sala asks her what she means, the kid says the demon lord is at his strongest now, so maybe avoiding her is his only way to control himself. C quickly interrupts her before she says something else foolish and tells Sala not to pay attention. He reminds her that Oh is a top player, so there's probably a good reason he can't join them. He then says they just have to train more and become stronger so they can stand with him. Talib's face turns red, but she's still a little worried. Still, she pushes herself to move on and gets ready to hunt. The group steps through the gate. Right after that, the mysterious hunter tells someone they've gone in. The person who hears this is Oh, and he's happy the plan is working. But not seeing Sinhala for a whole week has been hard for him too. Watching her seem so sad is making him feel worse, and she's not the only one struggling. Echidna, who is like a daughter to him, has also felt alone because he's been away. The main character hasn't been sleeping or eating well lately, so he hopes this ends soon. Second later, Kang 2 steps up and blocks an attack from a wild troll. The monster crashes onto his shield, but he holds firm. Even so, Kang Tae-soo clenches his jaw and admits how strong the troll is. Next, he pushes the troll off balance by lifting his shield and rushing forward. That gives Soo a chance to run in. Sehila gives him a boost, and he uses his secret dragon sword move to cut the monster before it can act. The troll spits blood, but it's not finished yet. The troll spins and tries to grab Sehun, but a lightning bolt strikes from behind and burns its brain. The monster falls dead. Tae-soo is surprised they defeated it, but Unbai quickly tells him not to jinx their luck. Sehun checks to make sure it's really dead and they already got the experience points. Still, Unbai tells everyone to stay careful. Everyone agrees sever monsters are tough. Still, Sehun says they must have gotten stronger if they can beat monsters like this in less than a month. Tu says that's all because of Sehun and his great sword skills. Sehun thanks him and praises Unbi for her magic too. After this, they begin collecting magic stones. As they discuss selling the troll's blood, Kang Woo stands quietly on a nearby cliff. He feels proud seeing how much better they've all gotten. Everyone knows what to do now and makes very few errors, so Kang Woo does not have to help. When the stones are gathered, Tao mentions that Sahin has gotten very popular lately. After hearing this, Kang Woo says that the real lure is finally starting to work. Still, he feels worried thinking about the cardinal from the demonic order and wonders why he hasn't acted for a whole week. Maybe the order is just being really careful. While he observes them, he thinks about hell and how unusual it is to meet someone like Sahu. Kang Woo puts down his binoculars and makes up his mind to look for the order by himself. Because they still have not appeared, he turns on his omniscient power to scan the surroundings. He soon sees two bright signals moving fast toward a group of trolls. In a moment, the two players defeat the trolls easily and move on. As Kang Woo watches, he can tell they are strong enough to handle trolls without trouble. They do not even bother to pick up the magic stones, they are going right for Sahyun. This makes him smile. The demonic order has finally fallen for the trap. After that, Siwon's team beats another troll. When they come back together, Ta compliments Siwon for defeating the troll without Yuan-bi being needed. She jokes that he will take her place if this keeps happening and tells him he should slow down. He laughs and then sees something odd. He warns Han Seo away. She turns in surprise and sees another troll coming up from behind, and the team tries to get ready, but the troll is taken down before they react. Everybody in the group is shocked. Who could have defeated a troll so quickly? When Sichin looks up, he instantly knows who the man is, the one mocking them. It's Kim Yong-hun standing there as if he likes being covered with the monster's blood. Tu and the others ask Sichin how he knows the vice guild master of the Mir Guild. Yong-hyun is the guild master's son, a pampered rich boy who was born with every benefit he could have. He does have some skills, but most of his progress came from his father's wealth. Jaehan asks why he is here, and Yong-hyun simply says it is to hunt. Things get tense as the two begin to argue. Then Yong-hun calls them brothers, and Sehun gets angry. Yong-hun laughs at him, saying Sehun has cheap, useless blood, which makes Sehun reach for his sword. Yong-hyun only gives a small smile and challenges him to try it. For a second, Sehun controls himself, but then Yong-hun mentions gossip about his trusted brother. Sehun goes still when he hears him talk about his special ability, which should be S-rank. Feeling furious, he demands to know why. Yong-hyun looks at him with hate and says he needs someone like him as a sacrifice. He adds that the others in the group would be good as sacrifices too. When he hears this, Tao thinks he is a dangerous player and quickly tells Han Seo to stand behind him, but Yong-hun says he wants to do something meaner to her. That finally makes Sehun lose control and he rushes forward, but Yong-hun easily counters him with hardly any effort. The others shout to him, but Sehun lands on his feet anyway. He can't figure out why his brother blocked his attack so simply, and this only upsets him more. A big man in a tuxedo looks like he wants to step in, but Yong-hun tells him to stay away. After that, he switches his weapon to full defense mode and jumps at Sehun. Yong-hun laughs loudly and taunts him for trying to attack so boldly. Flurry of slashes makes Sehun have to defend himself. He tries his best to block the never-ending blows while his brother keeps teasing him. Finally, Sehun blocks one and puts Yong-hun off balance. He sees a chance, swings to finish the fight, but Yong-hun still knocks his strike away. Right after, he kicks Sehun, sending him smashing into a wall. Tu and the rest call his name but can't do anything to help. While Sehun pulls himself out of the remains, he finally understands what's going on. Yong-hun is not the one controlling the sword moves, the sword is guiding him. His absolute defense mode is a special weapon made with his father's company's technology. It watches the enemy's moves and makes the user's body defend on its own. Back in the fight, Yong-hun calls Sehun an insect and tells him to stay on the ground where he belongs. Then he goes in for the final strike, but Tommy jumps in front and blocks it with his own shield. As Tao struggles to hold on, Yong-hun asks who this person even is. Tao ignores the question. He uses all his might to hold off the blade and promises that Yong-hun won't harm Sehun as long as he's alive. He shouts and gives a huge push, but then he sees something odd. There is no force pushing against him. He peeks behind the shield and notices Yong-hun untouched inside a barrier. Yong-hyun calls him a fool for facing him with gear that weak. Next, he uses the demonic power in his defense suit and blasts Tao away. After Taesu falls, Yong-hun says that his efforts did not matter anyway. Not caring much, he realizes Sehun is gathering power for another attack with Han Seo helping him. Sehun lets out his hidden dragon move again and charges forward, his sword glowing with dragon-shaped energy as he attacks. Yong-hyun blocks the attack once and their swords clash. As Sehun pushes forward, Yong-hyun starts having trouble holding him back. Then Sehun moves his blade, gets through the defense, and knocks his brother into a wall. He puts all his effort into that hit, then stops to breathe. Pause ends when he hears Yong-hun talking. Yong-hun comes out of the rubble, safe because of the defense suit. He pushes Taesu away with a kick and remarks that Kyun never knew when to give up. Sai-hun checks himself as they get ready to fight again. Yong-hun recalls that his brother was always better, whether at school, training, or playing games. He was always behind Kyun. Now he lifts his sword and says that none of it means anything now. Sehun gets ready for whatever move might come next. What happens is even worse than he thought, and he is left stunned. Young-hoon copies Sehun's last move with his own sword and shows off, saying money and power let him beat him at any time. Then he attacks, planning to use Sehun's own move to kill his brother. Sehun tries to defend, but his weapon breaks and he is thrown into a wall. Young-hoon laughs, happy to be standing over him. And Seol Egg quickly comes to heal Sehun, while Choi moves forward to shield them. She attacks with lightning, but Yong-hun's defense stops it completely. He just brushes it off and jokes at Sehun, saying there are things Sehun can never beat. At the same time, Hanel tells Sehun that she can't heal him anymore. After helping him, she tells him to get up while she helps Choi, but Sai-hun feels hopeless and says he can't move. Young-hun walks toward him, not bothered by attacks from Cho Yun-bi and Han Seo. The two girls try everything, but his shield is too strong. Tu is still down and cannot lend a hand either. When Sehun sees all this, he feels angry at his weakness for not saving his friends. As he starts to despair, he hears a strange voice ask if he wants power. Up on the cliff, Kang Woo watches it all happen. After watching everything, he believes the Mir Guild is linked to the demonic order. He's also shocked to find out that Sehun is a concubine's son and has an older brother. After reaching out to his contacts, Kang Woo chooses to get involved. He is ready to step in but stops when he hears Sehun yell that he wants power. Great energy fills the young genius as he announces that he wants strength to defeat his rivals. And Kang Woo becomes even more fortunate. Suddenly, Sehun pulls out intense power and uses his special move once more. System alert tells Oh that Kyun has received the power of the heavenly god. With only some of this power, he learns even more abilities. Then another message pops up saying MC has found one clue to metamorphosis. Now he nearly wants Kyun to be the main character instead. When the brothers fight again, Kyun takes full control. He puts all of his fresh power into one blow. The fight carries them up into the sky. Even there, Kim Yong-hun can hardly keep up. Finally, Seon breaks through Yong-hun's perfect guard. Right after, he goes wild in a killing rage. Kim Yong-hun tries to fight back using the same move he took from his brother, but Sehun dodges it. Fueled like a wild animal, Sehun awakens a new ability and beats his brother once more. Kim Yong-hun can hardly track him and doesn't get how Sehun became this fast and powerful so soon. Even with this much of a difference, the fool still believes he's better. Then Sehun breaks his guard again and slices him. Realizing he is going to lose, Kim Yong-hun tries to move away. But once he tries to set up a perfect guard, it's already too late. Sehun's sword is just about to stab through him. Next, one of Yong-hun's friends comes in and blocks the strike. The big man swings his axe and knocks Hun back. Yong-hun yells at him, calling him Zio Yongju, Yong-hu, and complaining he should have come sooner. Zai-hun is badly hurt from using so much power and looks almost done. Sweat runs down his face as Monggu comes up and tells him to accept he can't win against his brother. Mong-hun says if he follows orders they'll only take one arm. Seon tells the big man to stop joking, but the giant brings down his axe. That just makes Si's wounds inside worse. My Yong-hun next steps on Si's hand, trying to make him admit that his brother is stronger. Si tries to deal with the pain, but his body has no power left. As my Young-hun raises his axe to chop off the prodigy's arm, he says that only the weak should suffer. When Sehun tries to find even a bit of strength, he remembers his mother being sorry for giving birth to him. At that moment, he answers her in his heart. He can make it through, and he has always been grateful she brought him into the world. Si finally gives up crying as he says sorry to everyone for being too weak. Choi can't help since she's out of mana. Sehun is still busy healing Kang Taesu right now. So Sehun decides to accept it and closes his eyes as the axe falls. His eyes fly open when he hears a familiar voice. He turns and spots Oh Kang-woo easily stopping Mong-hu's axe. His arm blades break the weapon and he tells Mong-hu he agrees with what he said about weak people. Then he kicks the brute away and Yong-hun stands watching at a safe spot. With a grin, he says he's happy to show him what weak people deserve. He asks how Oh got there. The main character simply says he'll talk about it later. He tells Cho and Sophia to move Sehun somewhere safe and help him. Mong-hun stands up and asks if MC belongs to the Hwang Corps. If he was part of them, he wouldn't have come alone. He tells him to stop chatting and just start the fight. He wants this over soon. My Young-hoon gets mad at his proud attitude, charges quickly, but is shocked when he breaks his axe like it's nothing and repeats his own words. Only weak people deserve to suffer. My Young-hun tries pulling his weapon out, but all his strength is useless in front of a real demon lord. A strong fear hits him as he looks at the main character and wonders what kind of monster they're up against. Kim Yong-hun shouts for him to use demonic energy. Mong-hu pauses for a second, which makes Kim Yong-hun yell louder, ordering him to use it before he's killed. While that fool keeps yelling, Mong-hun lets go of his weapon and chooses to give himself up. He slowly lets out the demonic energy inside of him. As he begins to change, MC watches him with interest. Mong-hun's skin turns red, horns appear, his teeth get sharp and wings grow out of his back, but MC doesn't even seem worried. Meanwhile, Daddy's boy laughs and says Mei-hun can win now. Fear and craziness fills Kim Yong-hun's eyes as he tells him to kill him. A Yong-hun runs in to crush the main character, but Oh doesn't panic for even a moment. He uses Iron Wall and Power of 1,000, smashing my Yong-hun with a single punch, sending his glasses flying. The strange demon spits out blood as a hole opens up in his chest. Kim Yong-hun shakes as he watches his friend get defeated so easily. After Mong's body falls, MC looks at his next opponent. When he sees that wild look, Kim Yong-hyun wonders if he is a ranker. That's the only way he can make sense of Mong losing so quickly. With nothing better to do, Kim Yong-hun decides to escape and call his father. He takes out a communication orb that can be used even inside the gate. But before he can use it, the Jal appears beside him and asks where he is going. Slap knocks him to the floor. While Kim Yong-hun tries to get up, he asks who the protagonist is, but MC just stomps on his head. Oh notices that enemies always ask the same question and wonders if the demonic order teaches this. Then he sees the orb in Yong-hun's hand and quickly understands he wanted to contact his father. Kim Yong-hun tries to deny it, but he tells the spoiled guy to go ahead and make the call. that would just make things even more entertaining. Jago-hyun is in his office when his orb turns on. He expects to hear his son, but it is the protagonist's voice instead, and he demands to know who's talking. MC tells Jag-hyun that his son is being kept as a hostage. Just then, Jag-hyun hears Kim Yong-hun calling for help. He stays silent while Oh keeps hurting him and making fun of the way he was raised. At last, Jae-hun responds and it is clear he cares a little. Kim Yong-hun is hurt, bleeding, and chained before Jae-yun can ask what he wants. The protagonist tells him to go to the Mokdong rank gate as soon as possible if he wants his son to live. When the guild master thinks he has to go alone, MC laughs. He already knows what Jae-yun can do, so he tells him to come prepared for a fight and lets him hear his son's cries. When the older man starts to argue, Oh quickly stops him and tells him not to complain, just get here. Angry, Jae-yun warns he won't get away with it because his team works with the government. The protagonist says he is not connected to the government. When John asks whether he's alone, the protagonist jokes about still being single, which finally makes Jun very angry, and he demands to know where MC found the courage to do this. He doesn't care at all. Instead, he keeps taunting him and says Jae-yun has no idea who he is dealing with. While saying the boy needs a lesson, he keeps hurting Kim Yong-hun and bashes his head on the orb so he is barely awake. In pain, the boy begins to hope everything will just stop. His father tells the protagonist that's enough, but he gives him 20 minutes to get there or worse things will happen. He listens while the old man says if this is about ransom, it's already too late. Jae-yun promises he'll find him no matter what and rip him apart. The MC just wishes him luck, then breaks the orb using Yong-hun's head. Once it's done, he walks away. Next, he hears Yong-hun asking weakly to be saved, saying he can give as much money as he wants. The protagonist kicks him and says he doesn't care about money. In desperation, Kim Yong-hun asks what he wants. Oh says he wants peace and luck for every bowl of kimchi stew in the world. Daddy's boy knows he's joking. If he only knew how important that food is to MC. When he tries to object, the MC grabs his face and makes him quiet. Then Yong-hun hears that the protagonist is waiting for his father and suddenly seems hopeful. He thinks his dad will rescue him no matter what. But Oh uses his power on Kim Yong-hun and says he's happy Jae-yun loves his son so much. Before Kim Yong-hun is able to answer, MC uses demonic power to hurt his mind. Later he leaves the gate with Sola and her party, giving them fast advice. Then someone says his name. He turns and sees Yang and Hua. Young says she brought the whole army he wanted, though she still thinks so much force isn't needed. Sola and the others are shocked he knows two famous women like that, but Oh says they aren't really friends. Young looks like she's about to yell at him for that, but she doesn't say anything yet and asks about his group, so Sola tells her name. Young glances at her and quickly feels jealous of her chest. She asks what Solola is to the protagonist, but Sala asks the same thing back before it becomes a full fight. The protagonist stops them and says they can do introductions later. For now, he tells Sola to go with her 3 team members. Then Hua asks about the thing he's dragging on the ground as MC lifts the chains to show Yong-hun's beaten face. Soldiers and nearby players get worried seeing Kim Yong-hun treated that way. They all know how Ju will act, but he already made a plan for that. Young says she will face Jae directly since the Mir Guild is part of the demonic order. Huaries warns things could get bad. With how many people they have now, they can't face Jae straight on. She thinks they are going in too quickly, but Oh tells her it's alright. He says it's simple to beat someone who lost their mind, and when he kicks Yong-hun's head, he adds that a father's love has no end. Young doesn't think Hwan will break down that easily. They do not realize the main character already made the old man snap. Oh knows exactly what he planned and he is eager to watch it happen. Then a bunch of black vans pull up. Zhao comes out slowly and says he knew Young and Hua were behind this. Both women stand in front of MC, ready to stand against him. Jae laughs at how few of them there are and asks if they really thought having his son would solve anything. Scary energy comes off him as he asks who spoke to him through the orb. His eyes go to Oh as he walks up confidently and says Ju looks better in person. Seeing him handle his son so carelessly makes Jae even more upset. He thanks the main character for not escaping and the main character throws his injured son back to him. The guards hurry to catch Kim Yong-hun and see if he is alright. Jae can't believe MC gave him back so fast. Even Yang and Hua can't understand why Oh gave up their only bargaining chip. That only makes Jae more doubtful and he asks what is going on. The main character acts innocent and says he returned Kim Yong-hun because it must be hard for a worried father. Now Jae starts to get worried while he holds his badly hurt son. He calls to him as MC laughs and likes the chaos. Jae quickly checks if Kim Yong-hun is still alive. He looks down at his son hoping to get any response. His fear keeps growing, but finally Kim Yong-hun says something surprising. Kim Yong-hun looks at Jae and asks who he is. Those words break Jae. Kim Yong-hun asks again. Jae quickly tells him he is his father, but when he shakes him, the boy shouts in pain and begs for him to stop. Young Hyun moves away from him and the guards try to settle him down. Seeing his own son push him away leaves Jae shocked. He is hit with too many feelings at once and can't take any of them in. At the same time, Oh enjoys every moment while young Hoon keeps yelling for his father to let go. Jae's anger finally gets to be too much, and he snaps when he sees what has happened to his son. Young steps up to protect her group and tells them to get back right away. Full of anger, Jae demands to know what Oh did to his son. He suddenly charges right at him, but Young steps in to stop him. She powers up as well, and the two guild masters begin to fight. Jae uses his 9th awakening power while Young traps him with her bloodthirsty chain. They both yell in anger as their abilities clash. Jae tells Young to move aside, and when he punches down, an explosion happens. She moves out of the way just in time and flings her chains into a trap. The chains coil around Jae and trap him where he stands. He struggles to escape, but the chains only get tighter. Surprisingly for Young, the old man still manages to break free. He smashes the ground below them, sending Young flying into the air. As she tries to get away, he angrily tells her again to move. Right before he can hit her, Hua jumps in to support Young. She releases her whirlwind ability to hold Jae down, and the strong wind pushes him back. The wind rips his clothes and cuts him, but Jae is far from giving up. But the two women are getting tired, while Oh just watches from behind as if enjoying it. Jae just feels even angrier or more annoyed with these delays. He swings his fist up and slams it down again, making HWA and Young lose their balance. Pieces of rock fly up as they are pushed back, and the old man yells as HWA is knocked aside. He charges directly at Young, but she still won't let him pass. Jae yells at her to move again, but she comes at him with her chains. This time she turns her chains into spears and drives them through Jae's body, giving him more injuries. Even so, the old man ignores her attacks and knocks her away in an instant. Young is shocked that he got through the spears like they were nothing. Even with the chains still stuck, she grabs him again with them and pulls to stop him moving. Since Jae is still a ranker like her, Young decides to keep attacking him until he finally falls. But she doesn't realize how strong Jae's desire is. Oh dead, as he pulls against the chains, she looks for a chance to land a final attack. Just as Hua manages to stand up again, Jae escapes from Young's chains, making the Red Rose Guild master silent in shock. Once he's free, he grabs the spears out of his body and throws them away. Now he stands in front of Oh, still badly hurt. Seeing his excited smile pushes Jae even closer to losing control. He rushes at the demon, full of rage, and tries to punch him hard, but does not notice the sword going through his body. The attack surprises him, and blood comes from his mouth. He slowly turns and sees that Hwan is the one who stabbed him. She is still standing, breathing heavily and looking very tired. Jaw's guards are shocked by this. Even while they try to hold Young back, Hun pulls her sword out from Jae, but he stays strong and does not fall. Even though he's shaking with pain, he keeps moving toward Ola. The women watch as he slowly moves forward. Finally, Jae gets close enough to raise his fist at the protagonist's face, but only gives a dark smile as the punch barely touches him. Then Jae's body fails him and he falls to his knees. MC grabs his hair and mocks him for claiming he would kill him. Then he asks Jae if he even knows who he's facing. Later, at the Janu base, Young demands an explanation and wants to know what he did to Yang Hun. She's surprised when she finds out that he can change someone's memories. Oh brags with pride that he's good at everything and thinks he's #1. Young looks at him and tells him to stop talking nonsense. She wants to know what he truly is, but the protagonist replies that she doesn't need to know everything. What's important is that she is helping him and he is helping her. Young clenches her fist in anger when Oh asks if destroying the demonic order isn't enough for her. Angry, she watches as he offers his hand and wants to keep working together. With a heavy sigh, Yang thinks that helping MC at the beginning was a mistake, but she still takes his hand and agrees, knowing it's too late to change things. Even with her worries, she chooses to keep working with him. Sometime later, Jae is tied up in a dark room and covered in seals. Hwan comes in and starts by asking him when he started working for the demonic order. Young and he are also there, and he asks him what a summon means. Even with all the questions, Jae just smiles and doesn't say a word. This leads Hua to hit the table and ask for an answer. Jae stops smiling when Hueyong tells him he isn't just the guild master or a company CEO now. He's a criminal who helped a dangerous cult. He talks back and asks if she really thinks he will say anything. To him, the Hueyong Corps are only the government's tools. Hueyong doesn't find it funny at all. Then he warns them, saying their lives depend on him. Before he can say more, Yanju hits him with her spear and makes him stop talking. Since he's sure he can't get away, Yanju takes charge of the questions. Jae-hyun cries out in pain. Yanju steps on him and asks for answers. Yuan quickly makes her stop, reminding her that Jae-hyun can't be killed until they get the truth. Even then, Jaehyun just laughs. He says they'll end up losing because they have no idea about the demonic order's real plan. That only makes Yanju even more upset. Kang-woo interrupts and tells everyone to move aside. He says he's going to handle the questioning by himself and talk to Jae-hyun. As soon as Jae-hyun sees Kang-woo, he looks like he wants to attack the Demon King. He tells Kang-woo that it won't make a difference if he joins in, but Kang-woo is sure he can get him to talk. Jae-hyun clearly doesn't believe it, but his mood changes fast when Kang-woo says he can make Yang Hun normal again. Using the old man's feelings for his son, Kang-woo tells him to answer all his questions. Jae-hyun looks up at him and sees someone really cold. Instead of answering, he starts to laugh wildly like he has lost his mind. Yanju and Hua-yan can only look at him with pity, too shocked to say anything. Still laughing, Jae promises that Kang-woo will go to the deepest parts of hell. He doesn't realize that he's talking to the real king of hell, and Kang-woo does not get offended. In the end, Jae starts sharing information. He says that 8 months ago he met a man and they figure out that it was the cult cardinal in the crimson mask. But even then he never found out who the man behind the mask really was. Kang-woo tells him to keep telling his story. Jae-hyun says that the masked man offered to make him a devil if he helped by bringing things for the ceremony. Yanju believes he was crazy for agreeing to that deal, but Jae says she doesn't know anything about devils. He says devils can keep living forever as long as their neck is unharmed and their heart doesn't stop. Hua-yan asks why he trusted that, and he replies that the order has existed for more than 1,000 years. Both women are shocked by that, and even Kang-woo is surprised. Jae also says the order could be even older than that and it has spread secretly all over the globe. He says they just started to act recently. Kang-woo realizes the demonic order is much bigger than he thought, so stopping them will be a lot harder. Jae admits he kidnapped players to get eternal life. Yanju looks at him with disgust and calls him crazy for doing such a horrible thing. Jae just laughs and says she still doesn't get it. He says that while a devil's body keeps someone's mind, it still doesn't make what he did okay. He says a devil's body lets you stay young forever. Yanju still doesn't want to believe something so strange is real. Jae keeps insisting it's true, saying he wouldn't risk everything on a lie. That just makes Yanju even angrier. But hearing how certain Jae sounds, Kang-woo begins to see how the demonic order draws people in. Thinking about endless desire reminds him of his time in hell, where he stayed alive by eating demon bodies. He stares at Jae, who says some guild members accepted demonic energy during the cult ceremonies. Bonan asks if demonic energy is like mana, and Jae explains it's similar but different. When they hear he has no demonic energy himself, Yanju asks why he avoided it. He says the masked man told him that more steps were needed to become a full devil. If someone takes demonic energy too early, they may turn into a mindless monster. He is asked why he let his guild members take it. He says coolly they were just useful pawns. Yan then asks what the demonic order is trying to bring. They are stunned to hear it's a demon, and even Kang-woo starts to shake. Jae doesn't know where or how they will do it, but the order told him the wall between dimensions blocking the summon has begun to weaken. That makes Kang-woo feel even more uneasy. Yanju asks what the dimensional wall is and when it started getting weaker. The old man says it began about a month ago, and cold sweat runs down Kang-woo's back. Right then he realizes this mess is his fault. The demonic order became more active because he broke the Gaia system when he returned to Earth. Kang-woo tries to stay steady, but Yanju notices something is wrong. He hopes the system can repair itself, but that hope disappears when Jae says the dimensional wall is still getting weaker. At this speed, everyone in hell, even those from Aliner, could pass into Earth. Kang-woo's mind is racing, but he keeps a calm look and chooses to deal with the demonic order first. Then he asks where the headquarters of the demonic order is. Jae answers that the place he remembers may no longer matter. The order might have already finished getting ready to summon. Yanju wants to know why they tried to take the city since he thought he was supposed to be used as an offering. But Jae says he doesn't know anything about that. Yanju feels that doesn't make sense. If his guild gives offerings, how does he not know if the cult has as many as they need? He explains his guild works based on performance. On hearing this, Kang-woo sees the situation is even worse. Jae says the Mir Guild is not the only team supporting the demonic order. Their battle is not close to finished. Somewhere else at what appears to be the demonic order's base, the crimson masked man tells the others Jae has been caught and he is upset about it. Jae was captured so simply. But someone points out their plan will still continue because other guilds already sent in offerings. Still, the masked leader doesn't understand why Jae got personally involved. While looking into an orb, he sees Kang-woo and instantly knows who he is. He asks his people if the order has sent support. They say it has, and they also got a crystal that stores sealed demonic energy. This lets the cardinal increase his strength and finish the plan. They mention that no new instructions have come from above. The cardinal thinks that means the order wants them to take care of things themselves. He says the plan will move forward as planned, starting with Alero. Later, outside the Huang Koror headquarters, Yanju is bothered that they're starting over again, and Yan tries to cheer her up. Then Yan lets Kang-woo know the government wants to give him extra prizes. It's their way of thanking him for revealing the Mir Guild's connections and for helping catch Han so easily. Kang-woo hopes it's something good, not just a plaque or a trophy. Haein says she'll reach out to him later about it. The way she talks about it makes Kang-woo think this reward is something he might finally want. After a long time, Kang-woo goes home to see Solo and Echidna. As soon as they spot him, they call out his name. Echidna immediately begins to cry. She wants to know where her master has been all this time. He says sorry for being away and explains he had things he had to do. Echidna fears it's because she made a mistake and she asks him not to leave her behind. He says she'll try to do better and begs him to stay with her. Kang-woo carefully reassures her, telling her nothing was her fault. He tells her not to worry and promises he'll never go away. Feeling bad for being gone all week, he hugs her tightly and lets Sala know everything is okay now. He also says sorry for not telling them more before. Sala says it's alright. She understands how much he cares and trusts he will tell them the truth when the time is right. Kang-woo gives her a kind look, then gets excited when Sala brings up his favorite food again. He quickly agrees and she warms up kimchi stew. The next day, Kang-woo, Sala and her group go to see Sai in the hospital. There, Kang-woo tells them he had been watching the swordsman because of the demonic order. After that, rumors about Saya began to spread. When Saya asks where the rumors started, Kang-woo shrugs it off, saying it's normal for a party with skilled players. He knows deep down that the rumors and all the problems came from him, but he keeps quiet. Still, Sala wishes he had told them sooner. Sala says she understands he hides things to protect them, but every time he does, she feels less close to him. Kang-woo quickly says sorry for making her worry, and Shiola also says sorry for being too direct, but Kang-woo tells her she is right to feel like that. When he calls her family and says he'll improve, she smiles brightly and turns red. That single word makes her so nervous that she shakes. Still, she braves up and asks him to speak casually to her. Since he calls her family and is casual with Young, Shiola feels he should do it with her too. At the same time, Tesu and the others sit back and enjoy the cute moment. In the quiet, their fingertips touch. Kang-woo then tells Sola to use casual speech with him too, and she blushes even more. Suddenly, Echidna interrupts and spoils the moment. He asks her master to peel an orange, breaking the mood. As Kang-woo does that, Sim sees there's something troubling him. He says sorry for stopping the mood but says he has a question. Then Si wants to know what happened to Yong Han and his dad. Kang-woo answers in a cold voice. They will be in prison for the rest of their lives. Even money can't get them out. Mirror Electronics is falling apart too because the founder caused a scandal. Sai looks upset when Kang-woo talks about the debt he owed, but Kang-woo assures him he'll get compensated and his sick mother will move to a better hospital. Sai thanks him with tears running down his face. Even Taeyo and Yun-bai get moved watching him cry. In the sad moment, Sai calls Kang-woo his savior and says meeting him was his luckiest day. If only he knew what Kang-woo had really done. Sai even says he will treat Kang-woo as his brother and follow him from now on, which just makes Kang-woo feel more bad. Still, Kang-woo accepts and begins to talk more informally to Sai. After that, Kang-woo and Solo get curious when Sai says there is something important he wants to say. Ham and Chalyuan also get interested after Sai admits he has been keeping a secret from them all. Sai explains that his power is SS rank, but he is still too low level to use it at its best. He can still borrow the martial arts god Cheon Tae Hwang's power. Everyone is shocked that his very first awakening gave him such a strong power, and they begin to ask many questions. Kang-woo stays cool since he already knew it. But that changes when Sai says the Gaia system broke down and he was made a protector because of it. That surprises Kang-woo. Sai knows about the Gaia system though Yang does not. So Kang-woo asks when Sai first became a player. As soon as Si gives the day, Seola understands it was the same day she met Kang-woo. So Si awakened because Kang-woo hurt the Gaia system that day. Kang-woo begins to think that Si might be the way to repair it. Meanwhile, Yun-bi makes things odd by calling Kang-woo the world's hero. But now Kang-woo wonders if Si is actually the real important main person here, doing more than him. That makes him even happier. He was able to have Si as an ally. When Kang-woo starts to leave, he asks Si to get some rest until he is better. Si suddenly grabs his shirt and holds him there. The way Si looks at Kang-woo almost seems like love. For a moment, this doesn't feel like a normal action story. Then Kang-woo thinks to himself, maybe this is just how helpers act around their master. Just then, Echidna asks if she can join him. Still, Kang-woo worries that he got the wrong kind of fan following him. So to avoid them, he quickly jumps out of the window to escape. After that, two big ogres rush at Echidna. The tiny dragon uses her dark storm power and slices them, throwing them back. While the ogres are still dizzy, Kang-woo attacks with a huge axe to defeat them. He holds the axe tightly and fills it with ice, unlocking a new move called Leviathan. He then cuts through the creatures. The ogres yell for a short time before turning to ice and breaking into pieces. Cyrillicletter 456 after that, Kang-woo levels up and wipes the sweat from his forehead. He admits the battle was tough, but he manages to awaken for the 6th time and earns a new unique skill. Excited, he tries to see what it is, but the system says he can only check it when he reaches the extreme demonic delay condition. His mood drops right away since he has no idea what that condition means. Echidna asks if he feels alright and he tells her there's nothing to worry about. Then he uses his communication orb and hears Seola on the other side. She says almost everything has been moved, so he should come home soon. Her mother is staying behind to finish some cleaning, so Seola will take a taxi first. Right after that, Kang-woo hurries to the apartment. Soon they get to their new home, and it's a lot bigger and nicer than the last one. Seola looks at it and asks if they really will stay there. Kang-woo tells her they are a family now and he doesn't want to be alone, so he will live with her and her mom. Then he spoils the happy moment by saying that Red Rose helped buy the place. Seola understands that Yang was part of it, it, and even if she hides it, it hurts because Yang is able to buy Kang Woo things she can't afford, and the distance between them feels even greater. Kang Woo is too unaware to see why she is sad. Itcher runs to them and asks about their plans for tomorrow. But Kang Woo says they don't have anything planned yet. She quietly asks for a favor and he promises to go spend time with her the next day. As soon as Sheila hears this, she knows that she is not just competing with Yang but also a young girl. So she quickly chooses to join them and wants to stick close to Kang Woo. The next day, they visit a giant mall where it tries on cute outfits one after the other. Aya takes photos of her the whole time. Kang Woo just enjoys being with his family. He smiles when he sees the woman he loves getting along with his little girl. Arjuna keeps putting on more clothes while Jayla buys her sweets. The two become close as if they are mother and daughter, and Kang Woo is happy that Arjuna has someone she can count on too. Of course, he soon finds out how tiring shopping with girls can be. Both girls keep handing him more bags to carry. His mood finally gets better when they get to the food court and he can eat anything he likes. Just thinking about all that food makes his mouth water. Gaola tells him it's not anything special and wonders if he has never been to a food court before. For Kang Woo, seeing so many different foods feels amazing or maybe overwhelming, since after eating terrible food for so long he wants to get everything, but Skola tells him to settle down. Soon after, their table is full of food and they begin eating. Kang Woo starts with the kimchi stew and says it's not as tasty as Gaya's. Then he takes some pizza, dips it in the stew, which makes Skola think he is crazy, but Kang Woo enjoys it, so he keeps mixing different foods. Gaya covers Arjuna's eyes so she won't see the mess Kang Woo is creating. As Kang Woo joyfully eats, Gaola tells Arjuna never to try making such strange food combos. After they eat, Kang Woo sees someone coming. He starts to sweat when he sees who it is. It's Kang Yun. The Hanel Guild master comments it's been a long time since their last meeting. Kang Woo asks him why he's here, but Kang Yun says there's no need for formal talk. He shares he has good news and suggests they just chat. Then Kang Yun mentions Kang Woo is working with Red Rose, but Kang Woo says he is just teaming up with them. When Kang Yun hears this, he grabs Kang Woo's shoulder and tries to recruit him, promising 5 billion won, a car, a house, and more rewards. Ga is very surprised. It is shocking to offer so much so quickly, and Kang Yun even promises an executive place in Hano, but Kang Woo replies that the offer is not big enough. Kang Yun finds it hard to believe what he heard, saying Kang Woo is funny for refusing, but Kang Woo is serious. He says clearly that he doesn't want to work under anyone right now. Then Kang Yun improves the deal, and Kang Woo listens carefully. The friendly guild master then says he'll add a legendary item for free if Kang Woo joins. Legendary equipment is super rare, and you can't just buy it with money. It is most often made from things found in S-rank gates or places even higher than that. Legendary items also bond with their owner, and if someone doesn't meet the requirements, it can reject them. That offer really grabs Kang Woo's attention, but he still refuses Kang Yun. Kang Yun takes the answer and steps back. Before he goes, he gives Kang Woo his card in case he decides to reconsider. Then he adds something extra to Kang Woo's kimchi stew, saying it will make it taste even better. Arjuna notices, but Sula quickly puts her hands over her eyes again. Afterwards, Kang Yun says goodbye and heads out. Kang Woo lifts a spoonful to taste it, but he suddenly looks really disgusted. After that, he meets Yeonju. She wonders why he turned down such a big chance, and he explains that he doesn't want to work under someone right now. Yeonju just tells him he's strange. But Kang Woo thinks that even without joining Hanel Guild, he can get legendary equipment from the rewards he gets for helping other players. When they walk to the elevator, Yeonju says that she has met Kangin before because they both lead guilds. He says he's different from what most people think. So Kang Woo asks if there are stories about him. Yeonju talks about when Kang got very angry during the world ranker evaluations. He lost to a Japanese ranker and was kicked out. The ranker was Fujimoto Ryoma, who used the famous Susanoo weapons, and the media was very hard on Kang about it. Yeonju says that's all she knows about Kang, while Kang Woo wonders if saying no to him might hurt him later. She tells him he doesn't need to worry. Kang Wung would likely just laugh it off. Soon after, they meet Hua Young again. Who's core commander asks Kang Woo to come in and tells him they have been waiting. When they go inside the lab, she says they uncovered a rare item while looking into the Mir Guild. Yeonju says that must have been tough, and Bakwa Young admits even her higher-ups didn't support it. Kang Woo takes a look at the item and sees it's a legendary coat. Stats are very good, and luckily it has not linked with anyone yet. Yeonju mentions that the coat's effects don't seem that special, and Bu Yang agrees. Still, its base stats and special powers make it great. She doesn't know of any player with built-in stats. Then she glances at Kang Woo and notices the strange happy look in his eyes. Yeonju is surprised to find out he is someone with inherent stats. With that ability, this coat is just right for him out of all legendary gear. Kang Woo looks at the coat like he's dazzled and says he wants it. He thanks Bu Yang and promises he will do all he can to stop the demonic order. Then he picks up the coat, and Yeonju tells him to put it on like he did with the gargoyle armor. Kang Woo wears the trench coat and at once looks wealthy. The system says the coat has chosen him as its keeper and energy floods his body. It checks his core stats and boosts his demonic energy by 5 points. Now the coat completely links itself with him. Yangju wants to know how the new armor feels, and Kang Woo quickly asks for 10 more just like it. Ikwa Yang tells him the limit is 5. No matter what class you are, you can't use gear after your 5th piece. Kang Woo thinks 5 is still a good number for him. He begins to look himself over and talks about how cool legendary items are. After that, Yeongju asks him to try out how much stronger he's become. He turns to her and she asks if he wants to spar. They head to the fighting room where Bakwayong says they don't have to hold back that much. Kang Woo readies himself and Yeongju is curious how powerful he is now. She thinks about how he easily beat Yonko and knows his real stats were important. She wants to see what makes Kang Woo so different. Kang Woo also wants to try his new strength out and thinks she's the perfect partner for this. Yu Yang gets ready to be the judge. As soon as she starts the fight, Kang Woo charges forward right away. He goes straight for Yeongju, but she dodges his hit. She twirls and counters, and Kang Woo slips away from her hit too. He keeps pushing him, but he stops her next attacks. Once he sees that she's sticking to hand-to-hand fighting, it starts to bother him. He knocks her arm away and attacks back, but she dodges it. Kang Woo quickly grabs her hat, tells her she is looking down on him, and covers her eyes to attack, but she easily breaks through it with her magical chains. Seeing she's finally serious, Kang Woo asks if she wants to kill him. She keeps fighting him and says it's obvious he isn't your average player. Kang Woo dodges the chains, crashing into the walls. Before he can try again, she comes at him and hits him with another move. He avoids her just in time by opening his wings, then uses his coat skill, Kraken's Wrath, getting stronger stats and another 5 demonic energy. Even when his power goes up, Yoonju keeps her cool and attacks relentlessly while Kang Woo flies around dodging her. I starts to worry about how far Yeongju might go with this. Still, Kang Woo keeps getting past the chains. When they finally get close enough, he knocks them away and flies right at Yeongju. Stuck in a tough spot, she sends the chains at him again, but he blocks them and keeps going forward. As the chain spears get close, Kang Woo uses an explosion to break them and push Yeongju backward. She fights against the blast, and when she lifts her head, Kang Woo is already close. He quickly uses sound power and sends heavy shock waves through the room. The girls cover their ears to block out the loud noise. Taking that chance, Kang Woo quickly gets closer and strikes the ground using the power of Thousand and Destruction. Knowing she can't stop it all, Yoonju is trapped in a corner. With nothing else to do, she covers herself with a chain barrier. But against Kang Woo's power, the barrier does not hold. He breaks through her defense and hits the wall right in front of her. Yu Yang sees it and can't believe his strength. Yoonju falls onto the floor, laughing at herself but shaking with fear. Kang Woo makes a massive hole in the wall and she calls him a monster. Right then, Kraken's Wrath ends, and the system reports it will be ready again in 2 hours. Kang Woo looks at her, impressed by the power the legendary coat has given him. As Yeongju laughs, she slowly pulls her chains back into her gauntlet. Kang Woo gives her his hand to help her up as she tries to breathe. He says the power came from his new equipment, but she reminds him that she also owns legendary items. With a dark smile, Kang Woo listens as she asks if he is human. He tells her at least he isn't her enemy, but she still doesn't trust him. Then they both look at Bueng, who yells at them for destroying a room that cost billions to make. Kang Woo and Yeonju both say sorry for taking things too far, but Bi Kyung is still angry that she has 2 crazy people who won't stop. While they complain about the mess, she orders the training room shut down until it is fixed. Yoonju mumbles that maybe they should have just fought inside a gate, even if that would have been annoying. Meanwhile, Kang Woo wonders if he should pay for it with giant ogre magic stones but thinks it would be wasteful. When he asks, Yeonju says that top boss monsters can give materials for legendary gear. So Kang Woo suggests they should go hunt El Cuero. Ba Kyung asks if he means the monster inside the S-rank gate and he says he does. They say that no one has beaten it because of its location. It stays underwater, so attacks from up close don't work, and whenever it gets attacked, it hides under the water again, making long-distance attacks not very effective. Yeongju mentions that even if they defeat it, there is no guarantee it will drop legendary equipment. Kang Woo says it could still happen if they are lucky. He feels this might be a way to break his level cap after his 6th awakening. Players usually hit 2 stops while leveling up. The end of effort at level 59 and running out of talent at level 89. The only way to get past is to beat a strong monster. Since she is already at her talent limit, Yeongju thinks this might be her chance too. Then she remembers she just lost to someone much lower in level, which makes her feel bad. After thinking about it, she chooses to help Kang Woo. She tells him the fight will be too hard for just the 2 of them. But Kang Woo says he already has an idea and gives Bakwayong a sly look. He says someone strong in close combat is needed. Hearing this, Ba Kyung says she will join too. She wants to fix the damage to the training room since it was her idea they use it. Yeonju is impressed by how serious Byung is, especially when compared to Ong Woo, who still annoys her. Ba Kyung also wants to see how Kang Woo will fight El Cuero. Kang Woo says they won't be the only three. Echidna is joining them too. He also wants one more fighter who does well close-up, so he starts to think about possible choices. Baekweong gets his attention and tells him she knows someone great for that job. Later they get to the S-rank gate. There, Woo and Accredit are busy fighting a giant ogre. When he defeats it, his level goes up to 59. Then the system locks his level and tells him that any extra X will be stored until the cap is lifted. That shows the level cap is true for him too. Yeonju thinks he's using too much energy, but he answers that it barely used up any of his power. He then notices Ba Kweong talking with someone new. She introduces this person as Cyrillic letter 456 Ku Yan Mo, leader of Hwoarang's second corps. Without his title, he just seems a bit lost and confused. Kang Woo says hello and quickly sees that he fights with 2 swords. Young Woo calls him a beginner and asks why he's out there fighting ogres. He also doesn't know why a kid is with him. So MC says that Echidna is his familiar. This only makes Yang Mo more confused. Byung interrupts and says he can learn more later. Yang Mo is shocked when she says, oh, Kang Woo is as strong as Yeonju. He can't believe someone who has only been a player for 2 months is equal to a national ranker. Meanwhile, he tells Baekweong that he thinks Yang Mo looks promising, and she is glad to hear it. As they talk, Yang Mo quietly pulls the protagonist over for a private chat. Then he asks the Demon King what is going on between him and Ba Kweong. He is clearly trying to see if he has a rival in love. MC says there is nothing between him and the 3rd Corps commander. Baekweong ends the talk saying there's no time, and both MC and Yeonju quickly notice Hyang Mo really likes her. After this, Kang Woo says they will begin right where they are instead of moving. Yeonju is curious why he picked the stone giant area. He says the giants play a role in the plan against El Cuero and are needed to defeat it. After a short explanation, they start working. When they gather all the chains, Yang Mo says it is ready. Then Kang Woo walks into the water and starts building up power. He uses his sound ability to send a big shock deep into the ocean. Water becomes calm for a moment. Then a huge rumble starts. Knowing the creature is on its way, he prepares himself. As El Cuero charges in, he gives a sign for the others to act. The sea swells and El Cuero comes out with a loud cry. It opens its wings and rises above the water. Then poison spikes fire from its fins at Woo and the others. When he sees it, he tells her it's her moment. The little girl makes a demonic shield, but it is difficult to stop the attack. The protagonist, Kang Woo, tells her to keep holding on a little more. At the same time, Hyang Mo and Baekweong go in with the chains. Kang Woo goes with them, tells them to hang on, and opens his wings. And he flies up into the air very fast. Once they are over the sea monster, he lets go of them, and Yang Mo starts yelling all the way down. Still, they manage to land without trouble on El Cuero. Its slippery body makes it hard to stand, so Kang Woo gives them more chains and tells them to stand on opposite sides of the monster. They must move quickly before it goes underwater again. The hooks dig into the monster's skin, and it screams while thrashing around. Even with this, they hold on firmly. El Cuero suddenly makes a strange noise, and Kang Woo sees it right away. He tells them to hold tight because it is about to run away. El Cuero bends its body strongly, goes up in the air, and odd electric lines appear on it. As the monster tries to dive deep again, everyone grabs on tightly. Kang Woo acts to stop it and tells the others to attach the last chains. He jumps in the water and uses the power of destruction along with the power of 1000. Then he punches through the water at El Cuero as it comes near, stopping its way down. A sudden wave almost knocks Baekweong and Hang Mo off. But because his attack came from underwater, it is not as strong. He sees that the monster is only knocked back into the air, so he tries to find another way to hurt it. That's when he notices El Cuero's gills. Kang Woo spreads his wings and quickly moves toward that weak spot. The Demon King cuts into it, and the monster screams in pain. Then he sees yellow sparks forming around him. Baekweong also notices them and realizes El Cuero is using its spark. Echidna calls to her master and puts up her barrier again. With all the chains now on, Baekweong decides it is time to jump off. She tells Hyang Mo that Kang Woo is stronger than they are, so they just need to keep clear of him. They jump off right before the monster sends out its electric shock. While she is falling, Baekweong looks back and wonders if MC is still inside the monster. Then we see him safe, protected inside the beast by Echidna's barrier. He figures out she put up the shield as soon as she knew he was in trouble, but holding a barrier from that far away is really wearing her out. Kang Woo clenches his fist and tears his way out of the creature's body. With his familiar by his side, he feels even more powerful. After slicing it open, he slams El Cuero down to the earth. He throws the chains and gives Yeonju a sign. She is far away, standing on the stone giants, and she grabs it. Right away, she attacks the giants to get them moving. Yeonju keeps aggravating them, clearly enjoying herself a lot. He laughs crazily as she whips them with her chains. The giants begin chasing her, and the chains tied to them pull El Cuero out from the sea. Kang Woo uses his abilities to keep those chains fixed to the monster. It just needs to come a bit more onto the shore so they can stop it for good. But without warning, El Cuero starts resisting the chains. The stone giants also end up getting pulled backward. Kang Woo does his best to hold it down because the monster still acts strong even after being hurt so much. El Cuero, even hurt, lines itself up and shoots poison needles from its fins at the stone giants. Echidna blocks these with her shield. Things are turning risky and he starts to think he may have undervalued the sea monster. While Echidna works hard to keep her shield up, he tries to find some way to weaken El Cuero. But there are not many choices, so he tells Yanju to release the thorns. She tries to warn him it's dangerous for him too, but he just yells at her to do it right away. Yanju gets very angry, but she must still follow his command. Using her arm gear, she starts her special move, Energy Drain. When the skill reaches him, Akeng Wu uses the Gargoyle Armor's Stone Skin power. Even with that special item, standing Yanju's skill is difficult. Still, if it can weaken the monster, he accepts it. Ilyang keeps fighting wildly, but slowly its power fades until it can hardly move. Afterward, Yanju makes the stone giants act again by riling them up. Stone giants have a special power called Tough Skin, so cutting attacks almost never harm them. The giants move forward again, pulling El Cuero out of the water. The monster keeps yelling, but it's almost too weak to fight anymore. At last, its whole body gets pulled onto the shore. Akeng Wu breaks the chains off himself and is glad that their plan succeeded. Echidna runs over to check if he is okay right away. He shouts that it's still risky when El Cuero tries to attack her. Luckily, Haoyang steps in to protect the girl, and Humo takes Echidna to safety. After Hong's attack, the monster goes for another hit. Right after, Akeng Wu moves in with the others to try to end it. Echidna is glad to see her master alive, but he quickly tells her to go take care of the stone giants. At the same time, Yanju is still having fun bossing the giants around. The main character, Kang Wu, tells her to stop fooling around and come help. She snaps that she's only doing what he told her. Then, Huizhen and Hode and YMO rush in to deal with El Cuero. Now that they don't have to fight in water, they can finally give it their all. Both attack together, causing lots of damage and blood splattering everywhere, but the fight isn't done yet. The two commanders keep cutting into the monster together perfectly. Next, Yumaju joins them and uses her spears to hurt the beast badly. El Cuero screams in pain, and the blast sends everyone flying back. The constant screaming is starting to bother Akeng Wu and everyone else. Even after leaving the water, he admits El Cuero is still a huge threat. He looks into his own demon palace and sees 3 locked doors. Even so, he chooses not to open any of them. Instead, he drinks from the nearby waters and feels a huge boost of energy. The Demon King calls out his boy, but it's still not enough. So he gives it more energy using Kraken's power. Then, Kang Wu adds shattering power too, and once everything combines into the spear, he creates a strong new move named Gay Bulk. His team freezes as soon as they feel how scary the power is. He warns them to get back and rushes right at the sea monster. Once he gets close enough, he pushes the spear into the creature's body. Faced with such strong power, the monster starts to shake and screams in fear. King and everyone else almost lose their balance from the force of Kang Wu's attack. They all look at him amazed, thinking this must be what a 6th awakening skill can do. Akeng Wu stands in front of the monster as it burns, waiting to see what will happen next. The strength of the spear marks his hands, and the system tells him he's met the second condition for extreme demonic delay by mixing 3 powers. Akeng Wu looks at the message while his hands are still shaking. He makes a fist and thinks that in hell this was simple, but here using this much power is exhausting. He can tell he still has a long way to go and wishes he had even more strength. Before that desire takes over, his friends call him back to reality. They want to know what kind of power that was and why he didn't use it sooner. He answers that this was his first time trying it. When he shows Yungju his shaking hands, she just sees another chance to one day beat him. Echidna comes back to say she's finished with the stone giants, then hugs him after he tells her good job. Then he notices something odd. The system didn't say El Cuero was defeated. The monster is still alive, not wanting to die. He quickly warns his friends to stay alert since the battle isn't finished. They look at the status window and see it's true. The monster hasn't gone down. Things turn bad and Kang Wu doesn't get how El Cuero could live. In hell, Gabble was able to defeat a demon from the 7th hell. Though a gate monster living through this does not make sense. Still, the group stands their ground as the monster screams again. And MC sees something odd coming out of El Cuero. Looking closer, he sees its demonic energy. Long, ugly tentacles come out of the monster's cuts. With these new arms, the monster starts dragging itself back to the ocean. Baki and the others notice it too. So Yanju throws her chains to hold El Cuero down, but she's too tired to hold it and the monster starts to pull her with it. Her teammates tell her to toss the chain back to them too. When she does, they all grab on and it becomes a real tug-of-war with El Cuero. Even though everyone is trying to pull, they still can't stop it from getting to the water. Akeng Wu has hardly any demonic energy left after using 3 kinds of power, and it looks like they might still fail. At that urgent moment, Akena changes into a dragon and asks her master to let her handle it. Yanju and the others are scared when they see a dragon, but he quickly says it's Akena. The dragon rushes in and holds the monster down with her claws. Her claws stab through El Cuero easily, and Akena rips at El Cuero even more to stop it from getting away. Yanju and the others are shocked as Edna grabs the monster and smashes it down. After a tough fight, Edna stands over the monster as the winner. Afterward, she asks her master if she did well with a happy face. El Cuero is finally gone and Ong Wu gets most of the experience since he hurt it the most, but his level is still locked so he doesn't level up. Ridna becomes human again and runs to him. Now Yanju and the others understand why that small girl is Kang Wu's familiar. She asks about the tentacles from El Cuero, but Bikwa Yanju says she's never seen that before. Oh, Kangwoo joins in and says it's not something El Cuero normally has. He has seen something with it before and says it looks like what pops out when the demonic order turns into demons. Yeonju guesses the cause is demonic energy, and he says they'll find out for sure once they check. So they all get on El Cuero's body and look it over. The main character, Kangwoo, finds the place where the tentacles grew and puts his hand inside. He is surprised to find something hidden inside the beast. The others can't believe there was anything inside it. He pulls out a gemstone. Huo notices it's not like a magic stone, and Baekhyun thinks it could be why El Cuero acted strange. Woo admits he doesn't know for sure, but the gem is full of demonic energy. Unlike a regular magic stone, this gem looks like someone made it. Realizing it was made on purpose, MC thinks the masked cardinal is behind it. He puts all the clues together and tells everyone the demonic order is most likely at fault. Anju becomes worried when she hears this. Woo tells them to look at the gem and the part where it was hidden inside the beast. It's clear someone put it inside El Cuero, and the demonic power made the beast go out of control. The demonic order is probably the only group who could have done it. It's just a guess for now, but Byuyang begins to understand his idea. While he examines the stone again, Byuyang tells Han Mo to start checking into the demonic order from Po Hong. At the same time, Woo almost drools when he sees that the demonic order can give off this much demonic energy. Yeonju tries to take a picture of the gemstone, but the protagonist quietly uses his lightning ability to awaken the beast, and El Cuero suddenly makes a scene. He quietly draws in the gem's energy when no one sees. When Yeonju goes back to get the gemstone, it's missing from his hand. Woo pretends not to know anything while she yells at him. He acts innocent even though he's nervous, then looks at his stats. His demonic energy has gone up by 3 levels. He's happy after defeating more than 100 ogres in the last 3 days. That stat hadn't increased at all. Adagna turns to see if it's time to leave. When he doesn't reply, she worries, and turning around, she notices that her master's face looks strange. Later, they reach the hiring corps main office and Adna is already starting to fall asleep. They go inside and Wan pays them the rest of their money after repairs. Because Elquer was caught for the first time, they get a big reward. She also promises to look into the gemstone with Humo's group and see if the same thing happens at other gates. They'll have to hurry to grab any gems before someone else does, since nobody knows Kangwoo already took the first one. Yanju and Kangwoo both get interested when Hyung Yan says she has good news. She tells them some parts of Alaro can be used for legendary gear and its tailbone will be made into a sword. Next, she talks about the plan stats, making them a little nervous, but they lose some excitement when Hongi adds the weapon will either raise strength or dexterity. However, she explains she can't use it because the requirements are too hard for her. Only someone with internal Kai can use the legendary sword, which is rare but shows up more in warrior types, mainly in China. Yanju thinks about selling it to China, but Kangwoo says he wants to keep the weapon. If the user needs internal Kai, he already knows the right person. The story then moves to C and his group, who are exploring far inside a B-rank gate. Even though the dungeon is maze-like, they find a different way forward. Kang asks Cyver if he senses anything and the swordsman says he just has a bad feeling. A moment later, Cyver notices something and tells everyone to get ready for battle. Right then, an injured Minotaur suddenly rushes out from the darkness in front of them. Another miner, even more threatening, catches it immediately. Cyver and his team watch in shock as that creature is torn apart right before their eyes. Kang runs forward with his shield to block the next attack, but Silas pulls him back just in time before the monster can pound him into the ground. He tells Kang not to rush in so recklessly. Looking closely, they notice this monster is not like a normal Minotaur. Silas asks Kang to create a chance. After Sus is buffed, Choi tries to pull the monster's attention so their tank can get ready. She hits it with a lightning spell, but the monster gets back up right away, completely unharmed. Sai steps in to attract its attention, and the Minotaur glares right at him. Sayola boosts Kang and he takes position. Kang charges ahead, taunting the monster so it charges straight at him. Skola continues to use buffs and he thanks her for the great help. The Minotaur raises both fists to crush the tank, but Sayo quickly moves in from its blind spot before it notices. Seeing his chance, he uses his skill to neatly slice off the monster's head. After it's defeated, the whole group starts praising Sayo for handling it so quickly. They look at the body and Kyun says this fierce Minotaur can't be found in any player guide. When he looks closer, he freezes. There is a red glow coming from the cut neck and he wonders if it's what he thinks it is. The next day, Woo goes to the Huang Koror headquarters. He's there to take the legendary sword made from El Cuero's tailbone. The blade has incredible stats and it allows the person who uses it to walk on water. MC checks it and mentions he would use it himself if he had the chance. Ba Kyung says the toughest thing about making legendary gear is finding the right materials. After getting them, crafting is fast. Yang worries about how much it costs, but Ba Haeyoung tells her not to think about that. She says that Yang and Woo are giving more results than the Huang Corps hoped for. Yang enjoys the compliment, but he is more focused on using demonic energy. Then Ba Yang adds that she has something else to say. Thinking it will be bad news, he's surprised when she asks if he can talk to her less formally. Since he already speaks casually to Yang, she says it feels odd for them to be formal now that they are all allies. Hue Yang feels pleased when he agrees. Seoul now has another reason to be jealous. When Ah Wu asks about the gemstone research, she replies that nothing helpful has turned up yet. Even Young's guild couldn't discover anything important. This worries him as he doesn't think the demonic side only hid gemstones in El Cuero. Somewhere else, the masked cardinal is told El Cuero was beaten. His followers report they saw signs of a fight, but they still don't know what happened. When they add that the demonic crystal is also missing, he breaks the table in anger. The masked cardinal destroys what remains and demands updates about the other monsters. They inform him that most are still safe and think their enemies have not realized the plan yet. Even so, El Cuero's defeat clearly upsets him. They also say that everything has been delayed because of it. The cardinal suggests trying another way, but his followers warn that it's too risky. They explain it would let the plan go forward now, but the danger is way too high. Besides that, the world rankers would not ignore it if they did anything that obvious. This only makes the masked cardinal more upset, and he asks again about the world rankers. Right now, he doesn't care what they could do. His dark aura spreads as he reminds them he doesn't fear the world rankers. His followers quickly say sorry while struggling with his deadly feeling. After a while, the cardinal calms himself and asks if they still have any demonic crystals left. When they answer yes, he tells them to put more into other monsters. If plans are blocked again, he tells them their useless lives will end. Then, someone brings news that Young killed El Cuero. The cardinal tries to calm down as he remembers Young is the same one who blocked Jae Hyun. Thinking she is a big danger, he tells his group to have the shadows get ready to handle her. His men warn that Yang is too powerful and the shadows might not be able to stop her, but he says Yang is not their real aim. They are planning to target Ong-woo. His plan is to catch the protagonist and use him as a bargaining chip. Meanwhile, the Demon King is having a calm drive in his car. Later on, Kim Hun and his team exit the B-rank gate, thanking him for leading the run. As they walk out, Ah King-woo waves at them. He arrives looking as fashionable as always. The group is cheerful to see him after a long time, and he notices their hunting has gone well. Then he tells Kim Si-hoon that he brought a surprise present for him. At first, everyone thinks it is a gift for Se, but then he tells Kim Hun to accept it. He gives the sword to the young swordsman and Se quietly writes another name on her list. The group is amazed when Ong-woo says it is a legendary weapon. Kang Tae-soo wishes the present had been given to him instead. Kim Hyun says he doesn't think he should have something so valuable, but MC tells him that he will decide who deserves it. He adds Kim Hun will get much stronger soon, strong enough to match rankers. Those words really affect Kim Hun, who starts to cry. He gives his thanks to Ong-woo with all his heart. Then he feels uneasy when Kim Hun says he felt huge resistance the first time they met. Things get even odder when he says it seems like their souls are connected. Second later, Kim Hyun grabs his hands and gets down on one knee as if making a vow. He promises to serve him for his whole lifetime, and C is almost about to burst. Kang-woo softly tells him to let go, but Kim Hun says he also wants to give him something. He reaches in his pocket and takes out the gemstone he received from defeating the monster, saying the protagonist Kang-woo might recognize it. MC quickly takes his hands again and looks at him with growing excitement. Now he really wishes to keep this person nearby. He right away asks where the gemstone is from. Kim Hyun says that when he was hunting in the gate, he had a strange feeling. Ah King-woo is shocked because it sounds just like the resistance Kim Hun mentioned from before. Kim Hyun says he followed that strange feeling to the wild miner and found the gemstone after killing it. He begins to wonder if this talented person can feel demonic energy, so he asks if Kim Hyun noticed anything from Echidna at the hospital. Kim Hun remembers but says he didn't feel that sort of resistance from her. Ah King-woo looks closely at the gemstone, trying to find what he and the Minotaur share. Then he realizes everything ties back to the Gaia system crack. Because Kim Si-hoon is the protector, he can feel beings linked to the crack. After figuring this out, he holds Si-hun's shoulder and eagerly says they should team up. Later, Kang Tae-soo and Yoonbai are nodding off on a bus, while Kim Hyun looks out the window. At the same time, Oh Kang-woo is walking with Se and tells her that she needs to continue hunting with Yi and Kang too, because he and Kim Hyun will be searching gates together. He thinks the other three are skilled enough now to do fine without the swordsman. Se is quiet for a bit, looking for the best way to say something. Then she calls out and asks if she and the others can join him tomorrow. She says it would help them level up faster and maybe even assist, but Oh Kang-woo tells her they plan to enter a rank gates. The monsters inside are much stronger than the minotaurs she met before. He asks if she's sure she wouldn't slow them down, and Se ends up apologizing for asking. He also warns them that the demonic order will come after them, making things even more dangerous. That upsets her, but she freezes as Ah King-woo suddenly blocks her with his arm. He has seen followers of the demonic order searching for a fight. The protagonist asks if they are with the order, but they don't answer and just tell him to listen. He laughs and says they should stop pretending to be tough and leave his car. The attackers charge at him together, telling him he isn't as important as he thinks. Ah Wu steps ahead to protect Sais as they move closer. He doesn't talk anymore, he opens his wings and quickly lifts her up. When they arrive in a safer place, he tells her to run far away while he deals with the enemies. Flustered but trying to help, she uses a buff on him. Ah Wu sees how good her magic is and she tells him not to get hurt. He promises her he'll be okay. Before City can react, the cultists are already on them, threatening to tear MC to pieces. He jumps into the fight and says he won't run from people like them. He easily dodges their weapons, but they try swinging back from behind. Ah Wu follows their moves while he avoids the chains flying toward him. Even with all the chains snapping around, none tangle together, so he realizes these people are well trained. Still, when compared to Young, these guys are nothing to him. Blue energy forms in his hands, and he sends out a shock wave. The wave pushes away the chains and throws the enemies back too. Seeing they're losing, the cult members decide they should report to their cardinal at once. But it won't work for them. Oh freezes their feet before they can escape. The ice moves up their bodies, holding them while he comes closer. At the same time, Solo watches everything safely from behind a barrier. The protagonist faces the first cultist and chooses to ask some questions. He takes off the man's mask, showing a scared and shaking face. Then he uses dread to make the man speak and asks if the cardinal was behind it. The cultist quickly switches from being afraid to laughing like he's gone mad. O examines him and starts thinking if the man is fighting the fear. The wild cultist cheers for his group, then triggers a bomb hidden inside his mouth. He bites down, setting off a huge explosion. Sala blocks herself from the shockwave and quickly checks if MC is alright. Thankfully, he already blocked it with a barrier. When O drops the barrier, he promises to pull the cardinal out from wherever he's hiding. Later, the masked cardinal gets a report that the shadows have been killed. The follower says Yan is probably the one who defeated them. Frustrated over losing strong people, the cardinal asks about the crack fragments. Reply is 30 fragments have been gathered. He tells the follower to leave. When alone, the masked man thinks to himself that there is no rush. He then takes off his mask, showing Kang. He feels confident he still has time and that his plan is working. Back in the city, Sala hurries over to see if O is alright after the explosion. He doesn't respond and instead contacts Sayas. He tells Sayas they need to push harder and collect every infernal crystal possible. He also says to meet at the gate at 6 in the morning. Chella hugs herself, obviously worried by what he says. Then he looks at her and repeats his warning. Because he doesn't know what the demon order will do, he wants her out of the hunt for now. She calls him caring for looking after her even after everything happened. Sayla says she'll pay back everything he's done, but first she needs to get stronger. So she gives him a smile, asks him to wait for her and promises to surprise him in the future. O gets embarrassed by Sail A's beauty and quickly looks away so she won't see him blush, then heads off in the wrong direction. 10 days later, at a gate, the protagonist holds several gems he gathered while hunting with Sidri. The swordsman is exhausted and MC tells him they are finished for today. Saj suddenly gazes at him like an excited puppy when O tells him how helpful he was. He offers Saj a lift, but Saj says he has to see his mom at the hospital. Then the protagonist drives home alone. When he arrives, Exidna runs over to him like a child happy to see her father. He shows her the ice cream he brought, and she doesn't recognize what it is. While Shitna stuffs her face in a bowl of ice cream, MC wonders why the demon order has not made a move even after he collected many infernal crystals. Their silence worries him and he hopes they are not causing problems somewhere else. Then Hua calls and he picks up. Hua tells him there is strange activity at the Ace Rank Gate in Pohang. She confirms it's the Demon Order and that they are getting ready for a summoning. Yang and her guild are already on their way there and Hua says she will leave by helicopter soon. She asks if he wants a seat and he wonders for a moment if going by helicopter would be nicer. Still, he says no and says he will make his own way. Hua begins to say he is needed as soon as possible, but as he pets Echidna's head, O tells her that he owns his own helicopter so he won't need another one. Later he goes to a wide area with his familiar. He gets her attention and says they will fly to Pohang in dragon form. Kidnar agrees quickly and changes shape. As he climbs up, she asks if he can buy her some more ice cream after the job. She gets a bit too excited and he tells her to calm down so no one notices them. He turns her invisible and says that will help her avoid attention. Then Echidna flies them to Pohang. While traveling, O feels nervous because he still does not know how many people are in the demon order or how far they reach. The worst part is he still does not know which guild was disloyal to them. They get to Pohang and he chooses a good spot for Echidna to land. They land away from the gate so she can turn visible again. He then tells her to return to her human form. When she does, her tail hits something and they hear someone talk. O turns around quickly, ready to attack the hidden person. The man begs him not to hit and asks if that was actually a dragon. At the same time, he notices an infernal crystal in the man's pocket. They look at each other and O realizes the man is Miniuk, who leads Anori Guild. Miniuk says he was following a strange shadow. Before he gets to finish, MC tells him to be quiet. Miniuk tries to explain more but he does not care to listen. he pulls out his armbands trying to understand the situation. Seeing a guild master sneaking around here makes him tense, so he decides to find out what Minhyuk is up to. Minhyuk also takes out a dagger. Since he's sure Oh won't listen, he decides to use force to make him pay attention. As they get closer, both rush at each other at the same time. Oh's fast attacks and blades clash with Minhyuk's daggers, but Minhyuk can't handle that much strength. He jumps back, looking scared and wondering how the protagonist got so powerful. But to MC, Minhyuk is very weak. While Minhyuk tries to catch his breath, MC starts to think maybe he's not part of the demon order. So he tells Minhyuk that Young and the Wearing Core will arrive soon. He says he will listen if Minhyuk keeps it quick and explains his reason for coming to Pong. Minhyuk thinks that's crazy and snaps back that Oh is the one acting strange. He drops one dagger and grips the other harder. Then he attacks with a spinning slash, but Oh thinks it's nothing serious. The protagonist dodges him easily and asks if thieves always fight one-on-one. A bit later, he gets a message that says Yang and Hua will be there in 10 minutes. He goes to a coffee machine, buys a drink for Minhyuk after taking all his cash and gemstones, and gets one for himself too. Oh tells the guild master to talk now because he won't wait much longer. When MC asks why he's in Pohang, Minhyuk explains the Anuri Guild has been checking out the demon order themselves. He mentions that people say thieves only help with bandages and says people think thieves are the least helpful members of a team. Still, thieves hear news fast and Minhyuk says they found out about the demon order a while back. In a quick flashback, he talks with his guild and other thieves. He says they decided to look into it without the government or Red Rose Guild to prove they could do more than bandage people. Then he says he saw Oh acting strange, so he followed him. He thinks no one will trust someone weak like him, but Oh says he does. After drinking his coffee, the protagonist doesn't get why Minhyuk looks so surprised. He throws away the cup and casually tells him good luck with his small justice-seeking mission. Still confused, Minhyuk asks him to hold on. He steps closer and says Oh is stronger than Korea's 5 guild masters. He then asks why someone that powerful is helping the government chase the demon order. MC looks at him for a second and says they are the same. Minhyuk still doesn't understand, so MC asks if he really needs a reason to fight for peace. What MC really means is kimchi stew, but he hides it well. As the main character turns and walks away looking like a hero, Minhyuk begins to realize he's a better guy than he first believed. At the same time, Oh is just glad to be rid of the weakling. His real reason for staying with the government and Yang is to get more demonic power. At least now he knows the Thief Guild isn't part of the demon order. The people he suspects most are the guild master of Samurai and Kang. After that, Kang puts his mask on again and speaks through an orb. In a dark cave, he talks to someone named Uesik and asks if he's ready for the ritual. This is their first step in a big plan, and it must not fail. He tells Tas to bring more sacrifices if needed. After that, Tas takes off his hood and praises the demon order. One follower reports with a disturbed look that the blood from sacrifices has been spread everywhere. Tas steps onto the demonic symbol and after looking at the blood, says it's still not enough. Then Tas tells a follower to come closer. The scared man does as he's told, is stabbed and his blood splatters. The other followers look at the body in shock and ask why Tasik did that. Tasik calmly says the blood still isn't enough and says they should blame themselves for not bringing enough sacrifices. Then he loses control and kills the rest, leaving blood everywhere. With the bodies all around him, Tasik praises the demon order once more. After making sure there's enough blood, he slams both hands on the symbol and begins to chant. The story switches back to Young, who has just come to Pohang. Oh asks her and Hai if they can go into the Su Frank gate yet. Heya says things look bad inside. She says that a demon order member is hiding in the gate, but there are too many caves and they can't find the exact spot. She's also heard that anyone who goes in feels a creepy presence from the gate. Suddenly someone's footsteps are heard. It's Humo and he looks happy to see them. He tells Hua they heard a loud explosion earlier from inside the gate. Nadagna pulls on O's coat and scared says the gate smells strongly of blood. At this time, Tasik finishes the ritual and a crack opens in front of him. He looks up at the crack and begs whatever is inside to show him its power. Huge demon comes out of the crack suddenly. It says its name is Oriax from the 7th ring of hell and wants to know who called for him. Tas bows down before the demon and proudly admits he was the one who summoned him. When Oriax asks the reason, Tasix replies he wants all humans gone and promises to be completely loyal. Not far away, a spy secretly observes from the dark. He quickly takes out a walkie-talkie and tells Humo to hurry because he has found something odd. Humo asks what happened, but he does not get an answer. O interrupts and says they should go now instead of waiting. As they head to the gate, they smell strong blood. Inside the gate, a few players watch as Oriax rush out from the cave. They don't move away but freeze in place until Oriax sees them. The demon lands right before them and says they are good enough to be sacrifices. Still, the players refuse to retreat. They throw all their attacks at him but nothing happens. Ori finds their fight funny, then defeats all of them with just one swing of his weapon. Himo and the others come just in time to see the players get defeated. At the same time, Tasik shakes because his first summon is so powerful. He thinks as the dimensional gate weakens, he will summon even stronger demons and the world will belong to the demons. However, Auriak still feels upset that he hasn't killed enough. Just seeing his face is enough to scare the players from coming close. Then they hear Hanmo yell for them to wait as he runs to help. Ori swings his scythe at Hanmo and Hanmo blocks it, but the hit sends him flying back. A female mage uses magic to catch him and complains that he is always getting tossed around. Uno feels better to see his friends and tells them to stay strong. Odo is shocked into silence by the sight before him. Hanmo says she wishes her guildmates were there, but W tells her to be glad the demon did not get out of the gate. As the rest get ready to take it down, MC is still stunned and trying to understand everything that's happening. Tammy begins praising the demon again, and Ori says he already means to teach humans a lesson. Next, the demon turns to Humo, saying he is not worth a fight. Oriex asks for a tougher human. He then notices someone else in the group. He notices Oop acting like he doesn't know him. Ori stares, trying to make sense of it. He also understands he's in danger since a real demon from hell showed up. Oryx comes from the 7th ring, but he is from the 9th, and the 9th ring belongs to the one known as the Eternal Conqueror, who is actually the Demon King. Oryx finally figures out who he's looking at and starts yelling. He is shocked that the Demon King is here of all places. At the same time, OA tries to hide and stay relaxed. Of all the demons who could show up, it had to be one who knows his real identity. Tammy sees Auriak shaking with fear and wonders what has happened. The demon turns to him fast and tells him to cancel the summoning at once. Auriax grabs the idiot and says he doesn't want to fight. He simply wants to go back to hell right away. Ta replies that he cannot do that but says the main group is only made of weak humans. Auriax can't believe the foolish things this idiot is saying. He can't understand how anyone could look at MC and think he's not strong. He calls Tabasuk an idiot and says this person doesn't know who he is or what he has done. Meanwhile, O's group is totally puzzled by the fight. The main character steps ahead and says he will take care of things. He explains that the demon has misunderstood who he is so he can take advantage of that. Next, MC shoots at them to make Auriax pay attention. He shouts at Auriax and talks to him telepathically, ordering him to reply privately. Very scared, Auriax has to obey his king. He says his name and asks Oa what he's doing on Earth. He sees how afraid Auriax is and thinks of using that fear. He tells the demon it's messing with his plans, which makes Auriax shake even more. When the demon asks about the plans, OA gives him a harsh look for questioning his king. Auriax quickly says sorry before everything gets worse. The protagonist tells him he'll get one chance to make up for being a bother. Since Auriax has no pride left, he agrees right away to do whatever his king says. MC uses this and tells him if he listens well, he might become one of his followers. When he hears this, Auriax's eyes get bright. For him, it means being next to Brog and getting to use a part of the Demon King's power. As soon as Auriax agrees, OA tells him to throw away his weapon and fight the others to show his strength. Auriax listens right away and tosses his weapon aside. Still, Young and Hua don't know why he's acting so oddly. Even so, Hua thinks it's the best chance to defeat him. She uses her skill and points her sword at the demon. When Oryx comes closer, she jumps in to attack. One swing of her sword makes the demon shout in pain. Oryx gets really angry, slams the ground and yells insults. That annoys Yang and she pulls out her chains. He throws them at Auriax and swings as hard as she can. The chains coil around him and start tearing into his body. Arealize sees that Young is much stronger than he thought. Even if he had his weapon, the fight would not be easy. Still wanting to look strong for his king, he breaks the chains. Then Watch and Hong Mo charge together and cut him so quickly he can't stop them. Oryx knows this battle will be hard, especially because he hasn't fought without his scythe in a long time. He thinks this must be part of the Demon King's test for him. Then he notices O walking his way, holding the scythe like a fool. Or it thinks he's going to fill it with demon power and return it. But instead, his dear king turns on him and attacks him with the scythe, making him confused and hurt. Or it spits blood as he looks at the protagonist. O tells him not to be upset, then slices the demon's body in two. He even jokes about Auriax falling for such an easy trick. A system message shows Auriax has lost and MC gets a lot of experience, but even that does not lift his level block. At the same moment, Kang Yun observes everything through his magic orb. Meanwhile, inside the gate, Osir feels frustrated that defeating Auriac didn't remove his level cap. Young and the group come running and ask what just happened. While he turns around and tells everyone the demon is gone, he secretly uses his gluttony power on the body. Young sees fire covering the corpse. After this, O's demonic energy goes up by 3 points. He wishes it was more than 3 but understands that gaining levels is much harder at high ranks. He also spots that the seal on his Myriad Demon Palace is much weaker now and his magic's grade is higher. When the others walk closer, they begin to question if demon bodies usually disappear like this when slain. Hono then grabs the tied Tasik and shows him off, asking if he's the masked cardinal. She says no, he's just an underling. Unmo wants to deal with the madman but says it's tough as Demon Order members are hard to catch. He warns Tasik to get ready for a harsh questioning, but Tas promises he'll stay quiet. Han Mo looks sharply at him with a deadly gaze and says just beating him won't be enough for what he did to their group, but Hua wants to start by talking and keeping the prisoner safe. Han Mo tells them they've got cars and helicopters all set up for the transfer. At this moment, Tick thinks it's a shame he got caught since his plan would have worked if Oriax hadn't run away. All of a sudden, he starts choking and a sickening energy spreads all around him. Oh quickly shouts for Hai Mo to stay away from the captive, but the commander doesn't catch on. Hai spits up blood and says he's been covered in far too much demonic energy. Right after, Tick begins to turn into a monstrous creature. Young jumps in right away. She pulls out her blood, shapes it into chains, and wraps up the changed prisoner. Next, she tosses him up high and slams him back down. When the dust settles, Tasik has disappeared. This makes her more upset and she wonders when they will finally catch the leader of the demonic order. She says she let her anger get the best of her and wishes she had just stunned him for questioning. Oh does not agree. He tells her it wasn't her fault. They'll have another chance. She is clearly happy to hear that even if she doesn't admit it. Then the main character looks at his status window. What he sees surprises him. The system says he has achieved the first step to becoming the demon god. Afterward, it gives a tip about the last thing he needs to do. He needs to make a big infernal crystal. At the demonic order's secret base, everyone praises Kang Yun for calling the demon. Because of this, they say the order will send more help. That means they can move forward with their main idea. But Kang Yun is not happy at all. He is angry that the demon they called was defeated so fast. When he asks what support they'll get, they say it's more infernal crystals. That should be enough to begin their plan and make the cardinal stronger. Still, Kang Yun keeps worrying about the demon's easy defeat. He starts to think O is behind it. Kang Yun cannot understand why Oriax was so strange around MC since he only thinks of the Demon King as a clueless kid. Then someone else speaks up, saying there is more news. Kang Yun's face darkens when he finds out that top fighters like Fujioto are beginning to help the Japanese government. He jumps up and kills the person who gave the message right away. Then he yells angrily at them for treating such big news like it is not important. He asks if they think all of these mess-ups are someone else's fault. Kang Yun says they're switching plans immediately. And when someone argues, he warns that they might make the world their enemy. Kang Yun walks over and starts choking him. He says he understands the danger and tells them never to doubt him again. Then he tells them to get ready with the thing at ISU station. A few days later at ISU station, while people are doing their normal routines, a strong purple light suddenly shows up. Right after, a gap opens up in the middle of the station. At the same time, O is enjoying a rare quiet time at home. While he plays with Echidna, he begins to think things have been too calm. Since Pohang, the demon order has been oddly silent, and all he has done with Sita is collect demon stones. When they are in the car, he gets a call from Young. At the same time, a system message pops up right in Sita's face. He tells Oz right away, and both of them start to panic as they try to figure out the message. At the same time, Young is shouting at the protagonist for not answering her calls. He then informs him that a gate has appeared in the center of ISU station. Demonic monsters come flooding out, causing panic everywhere. Fires start and people are being attacked all over the place. Mother and her daughter try to escape, but the young girl falls. As the mother goes back to get her, the demons dash toward them. Fear overwhelms her and she holds her daughter close as danger gets near. Fortunately, C shows up just in time and defeats the monsters. He tells the mother and daughter to move behind him and protects them. Looking at the demons, C notices that the victims have turned into monsters because of the energy from the crack. He keeps fighting them, giving people hope when they had lost it. But no matter how many he beats, more keep appearing. Because these monsters used to be normal people, C finds it hard to keep fighting them. That's when he remembers what O said. Normal people die from the demonic energy and once they change, there's no cure. So MC told him to deal with them like mindless zombies if he wants to protect the others. He must not pause. After remembering that advice, Sai charges directly at the crowd of monsters. Then the system appears with a message, giving him a guardian quest. The system tells him to defeat every demonic monster and the Fisher Fragment, offering extra experience if he does it in a group. It also tells him not to let something even worse happen. Side charts while the monster stands before him. When he swings his sword, he checks the quest list and sees that close to 3,000 people have turned into demonic monsters. He tries not to dwell on it and keeps defeating the creatures one by one. Luckily, they are not too strong, which makes things easier. Knowing this, he calms down and uses Cloud Dragon's beam. Sai starts cutting down monsters with amazing speed. Completely focused, he pushes himself to go faster while people in the crowd cheer for him. Soon, he enters a trance and the system tells him he earned a new skill called Swordman Unity. It also mentions he has met one requirement for transformation. Sai reads the messages, but the fight still isn't getting better. The monsters keep growing in number and he realizes he can't do this by himself. Suddenly, Kang Tu calls out his name and Sai looks at the tank. There he spots his group with Yang and Bike. He wonders how they arrived so quickly. Dala explains he brought them. Young comes forward and asks where O is. Sai looks serious as he explains O went to the fissure. Under the crack, the protagonist glances over the bodies scattered around. Then he quickly looks up and sees the person responsible walking closer. The man thinks about whether O already heard the news, and then mentions they have lost many people. MC does not respond. He only stares back. Next, he says he's pleased to meet the protagonist and adds that they still have to deal with the monsters and remove the corpses. Suddenly, the Demon King attacks but O stops it just in time. The other man says nothing is denied and asks when the protagonist realized the truth. Before seeing Kang Yun, MC had told Sai he had another job. Once Sai left, he went off to find the person who started the trouble. With so much demonic energy around, he could tell the one responsible must have been close. He used his observation skill to scan the place and found Miniac fighting against demonic monsters. He was shocked that the Anuri Guild Master arrived so soon and was impressed by his network of information. When he sees Miniac acting on a plan, O chooses to follow him. Miniac follows a signal on his phone and locates the culprit by the fissure. There he notices the protagonist using demonic power to attack someone, proving his suspicions. But O spots him at once and even knows that Miniac was only acting like his friend. Before Miniac can get away, MC holds him by the neck. When Miniac asks how he found out, the devilish cardinal says that the road of evil gives power others can't really know. O tells him he should have stayed out of the way instead of acting like a hero. Miniac quickly responds that O also has a big ego and reminds him he lost against Fujimoto. He claims the main character is upset because he never reached world ranker status. That causes MC to break Miniac's neck and toss the body away. He is filled with regret right away, wishing he had made the thief suffer longer. Right then, O shows up suddenly and attacks him. When O is asked how long he has known, he gives the middle finger and refuses to talk to Trash. That fires up the other oaf and dark energy gathers around his hands. The protagonist brings out his shadow weapon and they rush at each other. Right before they crash together, MC uses ice powers and calls out Leviathan. Kang Hun's hands start to freeze, but he manages to defend himself from the attack. He finds that he cannot beat his opponent and sees O is stronger than he thought. The Demon King pulls out his bladed arms and slashes everywhere, but his opponent just keeps defending. Meanwhile, Sola and the rest see a huge blast far away caused by the fight. O quickly picks up a truck and hurls it at the Demon King. As the truck speeds toward MC, he slices it in two just before it hits him. He then jumps through the gap and calls O a sneaky freak. Kang Hoon jumps as well and starts to use several powers together. He mixes godly power with void, then launches a punch at Kang. Their moves hit each other and the blast blows up part of the city, forcing Kang Hun flying far back. As Kang Hun gets closer, Kang Hun finally knows it was not Yang who messed up his plans. He asks who Kang Hun really is. The Demon King pretends not to know and asks what he means. Even though Yang is very strong in South Korea, Kang Hun thinks she can't possibly have stopped his plans on her own. So he repeats his question, telling Kang Hun to say who he really is. Kang Hun just gives him a crazy grin and says he already responded to that. He brings his scythe out again and tells Kang Hun he doesn't deserve any more words, but Kang Hun is not planning to let him go without a fight. Kang Hun rushes forward and the fierce battle continues. Every hit wrecks the area around them. Kang Hun wins the next exchange with his scythe and cuts Kang Hun's shoulder. When Kang Hun looks at him, he suddenly sees Fujimoto Ryoma, the man who had defeated him before. Getting embarrassed again makes him laugh at himself. Then he thinks this is just right. Kang Hun will be his next experiment. Kang Hun stays silent as Kang Hun raises his hands and starts to call something. Staring at the crack, he says there are enough pieces now. Inside the crack, a gem falls apart and dark laughter comes from inside. Kang Hoon notices the fissure start to slowly change. Then all the evil energy around begins to fly toward Kang Hun. By the time Kang Hoon realizes what's happening, it is already too late to stop it. As even more demonic energy flows into Kang Hun, his body starts turning into something different. Wings shoot out of his back and then a tail comes out too. Horns grow from his forehead and he starts looking like a real demon. Kang Hun is totally shocked. Kang Hun's actually managed to put a demon inside his own body. He even thinks maybe there could be more than one soul in there. In the next instant, Kang Hun's attack just barely misses him and smashes the building behind him. Kang Hun can only look at the creature standing in front of him. At the same time, Kang Hun likes the power moving through his body. His new energy completely overshadows Kang Hun, and now he is ready to fight more. Kang Hun's hands begin to freeze, but he still manages to block the hit. He flies away quickly while Kang Hun's strike crashes into the ground. Looking down at the creature, Kang Woo promises he'll finish this. Kang Hun in less than a minute. Using the rage of Kraken along with holy power, he rushes forward and attacks. But even after landing the blow, the demon stays still, and Kang Woo begins to wonder why his attacks aren't having any effect. Their fierce fight continues with more blasts going off around them. Kang Woo puts a lot of demonic energy into his next attack, but the creature is still unfazed. Kang Hun chuckles, making fun of how pointless it all looks. Then he takes hold of both of Kang Woo's hands, making the Demon King's weapon disappear instantly. Kang Woo feels his demonic energy slipping away and can't figure out what just happened. Kang Hun keeps mocking him, saying he knew the Demon King would be caught by this tactic. He claims that this is what real demon power is like. Still holding Kang Woo tight, he uses a sealing power on him. When Kang Woo hears this, fear and doubt start to fill him. His player powers are getting sealed, and that isn't all. He can't sense his demonic energy now. He tries to escape, but he can't. Kang Hun gets ready and throws the Demon King at a wall. Kang Woo is worse than ever now, and the ceiling leaves him defenseless. Kang Hun laughs at his misery and claims he knows punks like Kang Woo. To him, people like Kang Woo act as if they own everything and lack values. Seeing him reminds him of Ryoma, which makes him even angrier. After talking in anger for a bit, he takes Kang Woo by the face and says, "You have to pay now." He starts pressing his face with all his might. Suddenly, Echidna runs in to help her master. Kang Woo worries about her as soon as he sees her, but at this moment, she is his only hope. She gets power ready to blast Kang Hun away, but her magic fails. Because Kang Woo's demonic energy is blocked, she also can't use her magic. Kang Hun sees the girl and realizes how attached she is to Kang Woo. So he lets go of Kang Woo and turns to face her instead. He catches Echidna quickly, wanting to watch Kang Woo's reaction. At the same time, Kang Woo grabs a sword off the floor and urges the monster to get on with it. Echidna can't believe her dear master would say such a thing. Then, Kang Woo points his blade at Kang Hyun and tells him to stop behaving so embarrassing. Since his powers are sealed, the demon thinks Kang Woo is powerless. But to both their shock, Kang Woo raises his sword and cuts off his own infected arm. Blood pours out and he tells Kang Hun he is going to reveal his true self. Watching Kang Woo slice off his own arm gives Kang Hyun a cold chill. He had no idea anything that extreme would happen. Once the arm is removed, demonic force surges inside Kang Woo's body again. But after using too much energy and losing an arm, he is still badly weakened. Kang Hun tosses Echidna aside and asks if Kang Woo still believes he can do anything. Seeing how bad things look, Kang Woo decides to use the one thing he never wanted to try. As his wound keeps bleeding, he focuses on his myriad demon palace and chooses the power of predation. He looks over at the 3 doors and reaches for the first one. As soon as it is open, his body begins to change and is covered in thick black slime. While Kang Hun tries to figure out what is happening, Kang Woo turns into a pitch black shadow right before him. Still, Kang Hyun doesn't feel scared, especially when his gauntlet heals up. He charges his rival and smashes the shadow's head apart. As he laughs at the new form, he asks if the Demon King became a weak-looking slime. Echidna shouts for her master, but soon Kang Hyun realizes he's in deep danger when Kang Woo's head grows back at once. Then he glances at his hands and sees the black slime crawling over him. Very soon, mouths start appearing all over his body. The black slime begins eating him, and Echidna is shaken by how terrifying it looks. Kang Han feels himself drowning inside Kang Woo's myriad demon palace and calls the summoned demon for help. He begs the demon to leave since he doesn't want it to end now. The demon sees that Kang Hyun is completely trapped and asks to take over his mind. Even knowing it could cost him his body, Kang Han gives in, and looking through his summoner's eyes, the demon screams as soon as it sees the Demon King. He yells at Kang Hun, asking why he fought such a monster, and says Satan would have been a safer foe. Kang Hyun cannot figure it out and asks if Kangpu really is stronger than one of the 7 arched. The demon calls him a fool and says there are no more 7 arched dogs left. He says that Kang Woo, the Demon King, ate them. Kang Hyun is shocked and can't believe the Demon King is really on Earth. As he tries to understand, Kang Woo appears in front of him, still feeding on his helpless soul. Soon, even Kang Woo gets overwhelmed by his own strength. Trapped in that darkness, he forgets everything. He looks back and sees Kang Hunan being eaten by his power. Knowing that he is about to faint, he wants to escape right away. But as he nears the door, doubts rise in his mind. Suddenly, shadowy hands grab him and pull him back in. He can't even recall who he is and wonders why he keeps fighting. He thinks giving up would be much easier. As he stays lost in those thoughts, shadowy hands gather around him. Then, hearing his own name, he starts climbing out. When he breaks free, he looks up and sees his friends calling out to him. Kang Hu tries to focus, then tells them he's okay and jokes that risking your life for style is not strange. But Shardna, his companion, understands he was close to disappearing. He says sorry for almost leaving her alone one more time. He sighs heavily and agrees that opening that door was a bad idea. Those doors make the 10,000 demon core burst. He never used that way in hell because if he fails, it might eat him too. While comforting Solas and Ekshadna, he says he won't do it again until he can handle it. Beyond that, he can't die and leave his loved ones. He says he will keep them safe at all costs. After that, the system tells him the demon from the 8th hell is gone. He still can't level up, but his demon energy goes up by 5 and he receives the power of sealing. When he reads the notification, Kang Hunan notices his demon energy went over 100. That's enough to be a world ranker, but Echidna still scolds him for making her so worried. Sola puts her hand on his bandaged wound and heals him with magic. Kang-woo is impressed by how good it is, and she says she has reached her 5th awakening. 3 days after what happened at the ISU station, Kang-woo finally gets some rest he really needed. He sleeps for 4 days straight, and then his body gets better. He jumps around happily as soon as he steps into the kitchen. Sala and Yang notice him too, and she asks if he's alright. He answers that resting helped, then wonders why Young is at their place. Sala says that Young visits every day to see how he is doing. Right away, Young tries to act like she doesn't really care. Then Sala tells him he should get more rest, but he says he feels okay. Young then explains that the Hunnel Guild was taken apart while he was sleeping. She says the demon cult members were caught, but they turned into demons before she could stop them. After that, the Demon Cyrilliclare 456 group has remained silent. News from other nations reports that most cult members have been taken down. Young adds that Korea suffered a lot and recovery is still happening. Bo picks up his phone to look at the news. The main news is about the demon cult and how Sivy is being called a hero. After a while, Young asks if he will drop the fight with the demon cult now. He smiles and says he won't stop until every cult member is gone. That reply makes Yang happy he's still serious about this. Next, she tells him not to bother Siffy since that genius is now very popular. He also gives him one more update. A member from a top world guild has arrived in Korea. They are from a Chinese guild called Thousand Sword Gate and want to do some recruiting. Safe is worried that the Gaia system keeps getting weaker and he still doesn't know what the demon cult will try. He feels worse when he remembers that his level can't go any higher. Since leveling up is not possible, he thinks about how to improve his abilities. He then recalls City and wonders if the martial god's descendant can help him. Later at the Red Rose Guild base, City is excited to see him. While they chat, a group of City's fans go crazy for him. City says having so much attention has made hunting difficult these days, and he isn't happy with it. He claims he doesn't deserve to be called a hero because O solved the ISU station problem. But the main character replies he should enjoy being famous because he doesn't want everyone looking at him. For him, attention is just annoying if you don't get anything from it. Then the new hero wants to know why MC called him there. O explains that he wants Sai to teach him how to fight. They go directly to a training room to begin. When Sai asks what weapon he normally uses, he answers that he picks whatever works best at the time. Then he shows his arm blades and asks if they are okay. Zik ignores that and gives him a sword instead since most techniques are based on it. Alfie accepts the sword. Zika starts by showing the basics of the sleeping dragon sword skills. He quickly charges in and swings his sword, using the 8th move of the dragon sword style. The hit blasts and breaks through the wall of the training room. After the dust settles, Sika explains that he used the 8th move first to get OP's attention. Then he says with a straight face that the move is actually simple. After this, he tells the demon to copy his actions, but the main character has no idea how that will help. Sita keeps saying that he'll surely do it. O thinks this person is nuts, but he tries it anyway. Zidus points out he is using too much strength and helps adjust his form. But even so, MC just keeps swinging the sword without control. After he gets tired, he wonders if learning this was easy for Sai. When City says yes, O sees how silly it is to ask a genius for normal tips. Get up, he tosses the sword on the floor and stops trying to learn martial arts. City grabs onto him and begs him not to quit, but he can't handle how clueless this person is. Sita says he's not skilled enough, but the main character tells him it's actually the other way around. Since the sword techniques don't work, the talented one offers to teach the Psyche style instead and says this should be less hard. O uses his all-seeing eyes to check out Sita's body and decides to try it. He sits and meditates, drawing out the demonic energy inside himself. While doing this, he uses Ruler of Demonic Energy skill and gets better control over the energy. After some time, the system lets him know he has learned the Celestial Dragon Psyche style. While meditating, he also makes a Demonic Energy Stone and learns something about the last requirement for the Extreme Demonic Energy Body. When O notices this, he looks over to see someone who doesn't know why he's suddenly very happy. Feeling really happy, MC suddenly says that he loves him. C's face lights up with joy like a happy puppy. After that, the system shows the final clue. He needs to make a demonic stone of a set size. That surprises O, and he asks himself if it's the same kind of stone used by the demon cult. When he checks its energy, he sees this power feels a bit different than the demon order's kind. To him, it's like comparing an Americano to an espresso. They're close but not exactly the same. He looks at the practice dummies and decides to test this new ability. He goes over, gets his punch ready, and hits the dummies hard. His punch blasts off their heads completely. Zid's team is shocked and can't believe how well Wari uses the Psyche style. Once he tries it, he learns that one use takes up about a third of the energy in the demonic stone. Zetus hurries over to cheer him on, and the hero says this Psyche way is much easier to pick up. He shares with Zetus that this technique was really helpful. Though the stone is smaller than he wanted, he is sure it will get bigger if he keeps training. Next, he uses the power again while just standing up, which scares Ka, and he tries to stop him, but O is totally okay, which surprises the swordsman. He had heard that using the style without sitting the right way could cause too much Kai. But MC is completely fine, and for him, this is much much easier than handling the 10,000 demon core. That makes him want to make even more demon stones. Seo explains this is the best method he knows at the moment, but there are more he could pick up by connecting more with the martial god. Obai says that's enough practice for now and suggests they try an S-rank gate the next time. After that, they leave the training area and go outside. Sidus tries to take the train, but the demon tells him to get in the car instead. While they're driving away, O offers to get City a car. Saido kindly says no since he already helps pay his mother's medical bills, but he insists since having a car would help them both. When Saido hears this, he gets touched and looks at the hero a bit too long. Then MC notices a strange force nearby. He sees two tall men close to a building. He hurries out with Sidhu and the swordsman asks who these people are. The man with the scarred eye says he is Nam Gung Jin from Thousand Sword Gate. He adds that the Sword King wants to meet Sidhu and tells him to follow. Sid is surprised and asks if he means to hold Mujin back. As soon as Gong Jin hears the Sword King's name, he warns Saido not to mention it so easily. Then he tells the smart kid to stay quiet and come with him. He also says that there is already a plane waiting for them. Oh quickly stops him and stands in front of the bald man. He asks Gong Jin where he learned Korean. The large man gets annoyed by this, but the main character calmly tells him not to speak so loosely. Angry Gungjin asks who he is. O replies that he is Saido's brother. The big man thinks he means Yang, but MC says some relationships are closer than family. That touches Saido deeply. After this, Gung Jin tells him to move and says he is not interested in him. The main character presses further and says he doesn't care about the Sword King either. Heavy presence surrounds the big man as he tells O to be careful with his words. Then he tells Saido that he should hurry if he does not want MC to get hurt. This just makes Saido upset and he tells Gongjin not to talk to his brother in that way. Seeing that neither will move aside, Gungjin decides to make them learn a lesson. But before he can pull out his sword, O blocks him and tells him not to try. The main character says if he does that, he won't be going home. Still, Gongjin gets even madder because he feels bullied. But as he steps back, the man draws his sword in anger. He sneers, oh, just a player from a small country, but he's about to be sorry for it. The main character quickly charges and smashes the man's hands. As Gungjin shouts in pain, he realizes even he can feel afraid. MC meanwhile remembers the name Thousand Sword Gate. After that, he asks Jo if there's a nice spot nearby for kimchi stew. He decides to give Gung Jin a good meal before sending him home calmly. So they all go to a restaurant where O asks for 10 bowls of kimchi stew. After giving the Chinese players a lesson, he tells them to eat and says he's letting them go this time as he's feeling nice. But Gung Jin feels insulted thinking a Korean player is treating him like a dog. Then the waitress brings out a hot pot. She sets the food down in front of them and Gungjin tries to guess what kind of food it is. Later, Gungjin goes back to the Sword King, injured and sad, and tells him about what went on in Korea. The Sword King looks at him angrily. He says that Gongjin still fought with Citizens Group. Next, after being asked to act politely, Gongjin quickly says sorry for messing up. But he adds that he never thought Kang Woo would turn out to be such a strong enemy. Single wrong word about kimchi stew almost got him hurt badly. Suddenly, a strange girl comes out from behind the throne. Yujin suddenly laughs loudly and knocks Gungjin into the wall. Right after, he sends the group out of the guild, telling them they aren't useful without manners. Yujin's daughter is the girl. She asks if he plans to go to South Korea and he says he'll go since he got an invitation. In Korea, Kang Woo goes hunting with Zihan and the rest. After having some time off, Suhin is happy to hunt again. Yunbai, though, wants to rest a bit longer but jumps onto Kang Woo asking for his attention. She tells him not to work too hard and says she is ready to do anything to help. Kang Woo gives her a smile and says they will move when they find their target. He looks for a monster alone and spots one that's apart from the others. With a quick motion, he lets Echidna know to draw the monster in. He decides to wait instead of going in fast since he does not want to attract all the monsters. He uses his skills to silence Echidna's footsteps completely. Echidna sneaks up behind the monster and attacks with her powers, slicing into it. When the ogre's blood hits the earth, the monsters nearby smell it. As the ogre runs forward for an attack, Kang Woo gives the sign for the group to act. Tu runs up and blocks the ogre's hit with his shield, while Echidna looks for praise from Kang Woo. At the same moment, Solas begins to boost Yunbai. The young mage starts her spell and lets loose a lightning attack, made stronger by Solas's help. Strike causes the ogre to freeze in place. Next, Sahan leaps forward and defeats it using the fifth form of his dragon sword style. After it's finished, the team is amazed by how tough that battle was. However, Sala and the rest are happy they took down an S-rank monster. Kang Woo feels the group needs real fighting experience, not just higher levels. At the same time, Sihan hardly seems bothered. Zonal heals Tao and the group gets ready to look for the next target. Then Kang Woo hears monsters close by. He looks over and sees 3 ogres running toward them. They were attracted by the scent of blood. 3 at once is too hard for the group. So Kang Woo forms a dark spear and chooses to take care of it alone. But before he acts, a bright light shoots out and strikes the monsters, killing them right away. Kang Woo sees 3 people far away and one says they have been looking for him. His face becomes serious as soon as he figures out who they are. They turn out to be Mujin from the Thousand Sword Gate, his daughter, and a nervous assistant. Mujin says sorry about what happened with Gungjin, and Sith Hun and Solo are shocked to see the Chinese players. Yujin thinks they do not understand him, so he tells his assistant to translate, but Kang Woo tells him to keep speaking and uses his power to translate for himself. He then tells the Sword King that anyone can say sorry with words. Yujin says sorry again for his subordinate's rude actions. To show he means it, he bows to Kang Woo. His daughter and assistant are shocked to see the Sword King bow. Even Sala and the rest are surprised he did that. Kang Woo is a bit surprised to hear that Mujin removed Gungjin from the guild for his actions. Sword King says it will not happen again. Kang Woo's sly smile shows he remembers that promise. When Mujin says it again, Kang Woo responds with a wicked grin. He accepts the apology and chooses not to view a possible friend as a foe. Mujin then says he came because of Siyuan's fight at Iu Station. Kang Woo asks why he cares so much about Siyuan. Mujin says he wants to know how Siyuan learned the martial god sword style. Echidna pulls on Kang Woo's clothes and asks what a martial god means. Kang Woo is surprised she can keep up with the Chinese language. She says she's using magic to understand it, the same way she does with Korean. She adds that the spell can work on others as well, so Siyuan asks her to use it for everyone. Thanks to this, Mujin can now understand what Siyuan and the rest are saying. Echidna explains her magic removes the language problem. Mujin jokes that his translator is now useless because everyone can talk freely. He repeats his question. Siyuan is surprised by hearing about the martial god, and Kang Woo also wonders how Mujin could tell. Mujin shares that he is one of the martial god Chun Huang's descendants. Hearing this, Kang Woo thinks maybe Tae Huang once lived on Earth. He also finds out from Mujin that Mujin knew martial arts before becoming a player, just like Kang Woo did. That's much like how the demon cult was already around before the players showed up. Then he asks Mujin what he will do after Siyuan tells him how he learned it. He guesses the Sword King might try to kill Siyuan to keep the style secret, but Mujin laughs and says Kang Woo has read too many martial arts tales. Kang Woo does think Mujin seems just like a character from those stories. Mujin walks closer and suggests a deal. Many martial arts have disappeared over time. If Dragon Sword Siyuan helps bring back the Cloud Dragon Sword style, Mujin will personally teach martial arts to him. Kang Woo looks at Siyuan and asks what he wants. Siyuan wishes to grow stronger so disasters like the one at Isu Station won't happen again. Kang Woo sees this in his face and tells Siyuan to go and talk to the Sword King. He knows Siyuan wants to gain power and wants to help him succeed. The two end up staring at each other like people who haven't seen each other for years, which makes Siyuan look like he could burn down the whole place. Afterward, Mujin goes home with his daughter. He's happy that the agreement went well. Siyuan accepted, and Kang Woo mentioned the training and the restoration of the style would happen in South Korea because he will be there for some time. Mujin checks with his daughter So Yan if she's fine with this. She agrees, saying she already wanted to see the country. He quickly loses his calm when she says there is a man there she is interested in. So Yan claimed she only liked people stronger than her father, but now she's interested in a guy she found there. Mujin guesses she's talking about Sikwen and tells her he's a decent man. With the martial god's soul in the dragon sword, Mujin is surprised by how well Siki uses the Cloud Dragon Sword style. He even wonders if Sikwen could be the Sacrum. So he suggests setting Siki up for a date with Sikwen, but the one she likes is Kang Woo. At this rate, SA may end up needing demonic stones to keep everyone away from Kang Woo. Mujin is shocked by that response. She says watching Kang Woo make her father apologize stirred emotions inside her. Sadly, Mujin thinks this ruins his plans. He thinks Sihan will be able to beat Kang Woo in a few years. And when that happens, Snee might not be able to get close to Dragon Sword. That troubles him a lot as he wishes to see his daughter get married before he dies. He tries guiding her towards Sihan, but she interrupts, pointing out she still dislikes men weaker than her dad. Finally, he gives up and decides to test how strong Kang Woo really is. The following day at the Red Rose Guild, Kang Woo and Sehen are interrupted during their training. Yujin and Soyeon enter, and the elder says he wants a sparring match with the Demon King. When Kang Woo asks the reason, Mujin says he wants to check his skills. In return, he promises Kang Woo a favor from the Thousand Sword Gate. Kang Woo thinks it's a great time to try his new demonic energy stone, so he agrees. He wants to begin right now. The fight starts quickly. Kang Woo attacks with the Leviathan spear, but Mujin defends with his sword. Next, the Sword King sees his blade freezing, and he pushes Kang Woo away before things get worse. As Kang Woo is pushed back, Mujin closes the gap instantly. Kang Woo is surprised by his speed, but still manages to dodge the attack. When Mujin swings his sword again, Kang Woo smiles and creates another spear between them. Mujin just manages to dodge before the spear can hit him. The impact breaks the floor, sending pieces of stone flying all over the room. Kang Woo says that was almost dangerous, but the demonic energy stone works really well. As he holds the Biden, he sees he can use his powers much quicker now. Kang Woo grips the spear tighter and gets ready before throwing it as if it was a javelin. He also notices his body adapts better now, even though he isn't using his strengthening abilities. He then shoots the spear directly at Mujin, but Mujin calmly raises his sword and uses a blue dragon skill. The move stops the spear midair and breaks it into pieces. But Kang Woo snaps his fingers and the spear fragments explode around Mujin. That shows just how much his power to destroy things has increased. Z and Sela get scared and call for the Sword King after the blast. Mujin quickly tells them to stay away, and then releases an even stronger aura. Kang Woo feels the old man's killing intent, and it makes him shiver. Now he finally understands how powerful a true world ranker is, while Mujin says he won't hold back anymore. That just makes Kang Woo even more eager. He grabs his swords and lights up Hellfire. Then he uses the authority of slaughter to make a big sword called Graham. The air shakes as both gather strength, and Mujin asks who Kang Woo really is. Kang Woo replies that whatever rumors Mujin heard are likely true, so he should stop talking and attack him. Just as they are about to fight again, Kang Woo's phone rings. He stops himself when he sees Young Ju calling. As soon as he answers, Yeongju starts shouting, asking why he didn't wait at the guild entrance and why he's still there. Still angry, she says Captain J just returned from Japan and she needs him to bring her to High Squad's base. She even threatens to take his car, so Kang Woo has no choice but to give in. Seeing it isn't a good time, Mujin tells him to go and that they can fight again later. When Kang Woo leaves, the Sword King looks really upset. They can't finish the fight. Even so, Sorrel and C are still amazed at how strong Kang Woo is. Mujin chooses to wait before acting until he finds out who Kang Woo really is. The pressure Mujin got from the Demon King felt like a deep, dark ocean that could swallow everything. Later at the High Squad headquarters, Kang Woo starts sweating nervously when he hears the word succubus. In the meeting room with Yeongju and Hai, Captain J says that Japan's demon cult is trying to bring one through. J then says the demon's name is Lilith. After hearing this, Kang Woo remembers some terrible moments with that monster. Right before the meeting, Jay told them that he's the first squad captain of Hai. After everyone said hello, they sat and started the meeting. While Kang Woo sits down, he glances at Jay, who is believed to be as strong as Kang Yun. At that moment, Jay says sorry for not being present during the South Korea situation. Yeongju replies that Kang Woo took care of it and Jay thanks him. Then Jay says he has news, and as soon as he brings up the demon cult, Yeongju feels a chill. Jay starts talking about the cult's plans in Japan, and Yeongju says she's heard the demon cult there is much larger. Jay tells Hai that the Japanese government asked for support because the situation is now very bad. Yeongju wonders why they need help from others when someone like Fujimoto Ryoma is already there. But besides Ryoma, Japan doesn't have many top-level fighters. She is still tired after the Isu Station incident, and now the cult wants to bring another demon. Kang Woo, however, gets interested and asks which demon they want to summon. As his demon power hasn't grown lately, he thinks it's a good chance to hunt and consume another demon. But all his excitement disappears as soon as he learns that the demon is Lilith. Kang Woo immediately loses his composure and surprises Yeongju. He promises that he will get in the way of the summoning no matter what. The thing he fears the most is having that crazy ghostly demon chasing him again. In Hell, Lilith was one of those closest to him together with Brog. While Brog represented brute strength, Lilith led the Demon King's army with her clever thinking. She was also his official wife. After his group was destroyed fighting an archduke, Lilith helped him survive and then she became his wife. After that, she kept chasing him every night for strange tentacle activities, and he always had to escape her. Kang Woo says he will never go through that again, so he tells everyone they have to stop the summoning, while Yeongju is puzzled by how strange he is acting. Next, the Demon King asks Jay to give them more details about what's happening in Japan. Jay warns them to keep this private, then explains that a girl named Kurosaki Yori was taken by the demon cult. The girls are shocked and quickly ask if this is really the case. While that happens, Kang Woo quietly asks Yeongju who Kurosaki Yuri is. She explains that 5 years ago, when the disaster hit, an SS rank gate opened at Sapporo Station. Monsters came out and killed many people, almost destroying Japan. Kurosaki Yuri, called the Maiden of the Skies and the granddaughter of the Japanese emperor, appeared to help. She helped Japan's fighters enough that they managed to drive the monsters back to Hokkaido. Hokkaido is still shut off, but because of that she became a sign of hope for Japan. Yeongju says that Kurosaki Yuri has a unique power. She can let Japanese gods enter her body, and that's how Ryomoma's no eyes were created. Kang Woo thinks the cult must have a big reason for taking someone like her. He remembers that the 7 archdukes are linked to the 7 deadly sins. If he is correct, then Yuri's power might be used to bring a being from another world. If that is true, the demon cult wants Lilith for her powers of illusion and control. Jay then explains they can only take 7 people since Japan wants to hide the kidnapping. Counting Hai and Mo, there are already 5, so only 2 more people can go. Jay also mentions a plane is ready at the airport to transport them, but Kang Woo says Echidna would be better. Jay does not know who Echidna is. Later, Echidna flies through the clouds very fast. Purple shield covers her back, and Kang Woo's group stays safe inside it. Yeongju touches the shield and wonders when he made something like this. Kang Woo explains he created it so everyone could travel together. At the same time, Himo feels sick from flying and tries not to vomit. if Kaido warns him that she'll push him off if he throws up on her. Sol A, who came along, looks at Kang Woo and asks if it is really okay that she joined instead of C or Sue. He tells her she'll be more helpful than both of them, which makes her blush a lot. He plans to use her buffs to boost his demonic energy trait. After some time, Echidna lets her master know they've reached the place. Sola turns pale with fear when she sees what has happened to Sapporo Station. The whole location is destroyed, and many demonic monsters are around the area. In the middle is the SS rank gate that still hasn't been completed. Kang Woo checks the area and feels demonic energy all around the station. He asks Jay if the summoning is being done here, and Jay says that's what the Japanese government thinks. Because there isn't much time, Kang Woo decides they should join the Japanese team below. At the Sapporo base, soldiers are protecting a helicopter pad. An older man and a younger one see Kang Woo and the others land. The soldiers get scared and point their guns, demanding an explanation, but the older man quickly knows Captain J. Jay greets him as Prime Minister Yamada and says it's normal for them to come help Japan. Tang Woo then tells Echidna to use translation magic on everyone. Then, Jay tells Yamada who the other team members are and assures him they are powerful enough to defeat the demon cult. The younger man steps up and asks if he can also say hello to the captain. He reaches out to shake hands and says his name is Ryoma. While he is talking to Jai, Kang Woo wonders if this person really is Ryoma. He quickly sees Ryoma's Suzunoi. Then, the ranker comes over and greets him, but Kang Woo skips the chat and asks instead about the plan because they still don't know the spot for the summoning. A map appears behind Ryoma, and he begins to explain the plan. Soon after, a crowd of demonic beasts rushes into the area. Echidna gathers her magic and attacks the monsters, taking them down one at a time as they struggle to breathe. Kang Woo and Chella stand aside, just watching the others fight. Among the beasts, he sees a demon golem from the second hell and a Kararos from the third. While the fight goes on, he tries to figure out how the cult is making them obey. Yoonju calls out, asking why he is leaving all the tough jobs to everyone else. When he asks, Sala casts her buff magic on him and his stats go up a lot. Kang Woo was correct. The buff helped a lot. He quickly combined two authorities to test it. Right after, he shot a giant wave of fire at the monsters, almost badly burning his teammates too. As the monster burns, Hanju puts up a shield against the blast from Kang Woo's attack, but instead of being calm, she just looks at the pair and asks if they have both lost their minds. Kang Woo ignores her and tells Chella she is perfect for this. She says that as long as he keeps fighting this well, getting rid of the monsters shouldn't be a problem. Still, something seems strange to him. He remembers what Ryoma planned. The team planned to split into two groups to take on the demonic beasts. With the Korean players messing up the demon cult, they would use that moment to sneak one person inside to the ritual site. When Hunu asked if the person would have to go alone, Ryoma said yes and made sure to say he would not put the captain in such danger. He said he would handle it himself. That made Kang Woo think Ryoma was acting like he wanted to play hero too much. He was so focused on that idea that he didn't hear Sala telling him that Hunu was walking over. Then an explosion goes off from a roof nearby. Hungju gets scared right away and Kang Woo blames Ryoma for causing a big scene. The Demon King uses his ability to find Ryoma. After he sees him, Kang Woo wonders if that is the location of the ritual. As Ryoma keeps moving and fighting monsters, Kang Woo finds it strange that no demon cult members have appeared in all this fighting. Then it makes sense to him. He figures out the real location of the summoning. Hayanu and Sala quickly ask what he means. Kang Woo combines two of his powers and hits the ground hard. Yoonju suddenly yells, wanting to know what that crazy person is up to now. As they look down, two shadows show up under the cracked ground. Their masks clearly show they are from the demon cult. They grab their weapons and ask how Kang Woo managed to find them. But as soon as Kang Woo and the two girls face them, the cultists look even more afraid than any demon. The only things left are blood and broken masks. They were much too weak and could never match the Demon King. Afterward, Hyenju and Kos hurry to him for help. Since he tracked down the cult's hiding spot, both girls want to go with him, but he quickly refuses. He tells them they have to stay above and keep the monsters occupied. It just shows up now and reminds him he must not let the same thing happen again. He asks him to promise and Kang Woo gives his word. He is certain this time he won't have to use the power of 10,000 demon cores. Next, he opens his wings and rushes to the site of the ritual. A few cult members notice him and jump in front to stop him. Kang Woo pulls out his arm blades and slices through them right away. He notices these cultists are even weaker than those in Korea, watching how hard they try to stop him. He starts to wonder why, and as he walks past, he hears loud chanting through a hole in the wall. Inside, the cult's focus on Lilith is very clear. Their leader is using Yuri's body for the ritual and tells everyone that the time to honor their god is here. The entire group repeats that their trust will go beyond this world. As demonic power flows from the crack, one cultist sees someone unusual. When he spots Kang Woo, he quickly warns the cardinal about the outsider. Kang Woo tells them to keep it up while he tries to understand what he's seeing. The cultists get set to attack him, but their robe designs look so silly. Kang Woo finds it almost impossible to take them seriously. Even their weapons have small Lilith keychains hanging from them, but the cardinal won't just watch while an intruder walks in. Kang Woo's face grows colder when the cardinal steps forward. Like a creepy fan, Cardinal Akiro appears to be a tired and very out-of-shape man. The Demon King wonders why they are so eager to summon the succubus queen. Akiro openly reveals his crude reason and insists all men think the same. Kang Woo's face tightens when he sees that these fools only view a succubus as a way to fulfill their dirty wishes. Before Akiro can say more, Kang Woo rushes at him and slams his knee into the man's mask. The cardinal is knocked back and Kang Woo calls them idiots who are only led by their desires. The other cultists are shocked. Their cardinal was defeated so quickly. Kang Woo warns them not to take hell lightly. It is way beyond what they can understand. Still, the cultists attack him together trying to defeat him. He takes them down quickly, but they don't give up and try to protect their cardinal. Then Akiro tells them to run, saying they cannot win against the Demon King. He says he will hold the Demon King back, but his followers don't want to leave him. The cardinal tells them there is no need to worry. He says their faith and hopes will last forever. His followers are touched, but Kang Woo thinks they look pitiful. He calls what they do garbage since they still kidnap people and use them as sacrifices no matter what they believe. Akiro yells back, telling him not to insult their faith. While calling for his Graham sword, Kang Woo tells Akiro that if he really cares about these beliefs, he should be willing to die for them. The Demon King throws the sword towards the fisher and Akiro moves to block it. Still, the blade stabs the cardinal and he starts coughing out blood. A few followers hurry to help Akiro while others try to hold off Kang Woo so the others can run away. Kang Woo just glares at them with a deadly look, making them panic and run. As the ones left run away, he heads for the fisher. He would really like to get rid of them all, but making sure Lilith does not appear is more important. So he combines the demon stone with divine power authority to shut the crack. He grabs the fisher and starts pressing it together to seal the gap. Everything is going smoothly until a tentacle suddenly slips through the crack and grabs his arm. It holds onto him tightly, and Kang Woo knows this feeling instantly. More tentacles come out and Lilith tells him that she's coming to meet him. Scared, Kang Woo pleads for her to stay away. While he fights with the tentacles, the demonic stone starts losing power quickly. He thinks about using the demonic energy sea, but recalls the promise he made to Echidna. He really doesn't want to see Lilith again, but dying isn't worth it. Still, he knows he has to take bold action. Kang Woo uses the authority of predation to take the fisher's demonic energy and form a new demonic energy stone. Thankfully, he also meets the last requirement. The stone is now big enough to meet all three conditions for the extreme demonic energy body, and the system says his body is starting to change. Kang Woo doesn't feel great about it, but chooses to make use of the change. He directs the massive energy from the stone and uses it to close the crack. After he manages that, the reaction throws him onto the ground. The Demon King lays there breathing heavily after the hard fight. When the change ends, the system tells him all his stats increased by 5, but Kang Woo doesn't notice any big changes in himself. Then another system message pops up and says he has unlocked his 6th awakening trait. This makes him happy because now he can finally see what the 6th trait does. His status shows an SS rank skill that allows him to make equipment using the power of an authority. But to create myth rank gear, he needs materials of the same rank. Right now, the best he has is legendary rank. Then he looks at Kurosaki Yuri and begins thinking about a myth rank item. While walking to the table, he wonders if her possession skill could help make one. He remembers that she once made Ryoma Sasano's eyes. So for now, he chooses to save her and wait to think about the other details. Suddenly, the ceiling breaks apart and Ryoma jumps down. He asks Kang Woo about what happened and why Kang Woo is there when it wasn't the Korean team's spot. With Kurosaki Yuri in his arms, Kang Woo replies that he is rescuing the kidnapped girl. Ryoma treats this as Kang Woo leaving his area without orders, but Kang Woo answers that this is the kind of trouble Ryoma wanted from him anyway. Ryoma doesn't like his answer and says Kang Woo should have told him first, but Kang Woo ignores that. He wasn't going to call Ryoma just because he had a feeling. Then he turns around and goes back to the surface. As he leaves, Ryoma hears him thinking about how many myth rank items he could get as a reward. Kang Woo suddenly halts when Ryoma starts yelling that it's an emergency. He sees Ryoma talking through an orb, telling his people that Kang Woo is with the demon cult. Ryoma even says Kang Woo is taking the maiden and tells them where they are. The Demon King is surprised by the sudden turn against him. Soon after, Kang Woo finds himself in a Tokyo jail with magic cuffs on his hands. Ryoma tells him he'll stay locked up until his trial the next day. Kang Woo is being accused of trying to abduct the maiden and being linked to the demon cult. Ryoma says he can pick any lawyer, but he doesn't think anyone will help him. As he leaves, Kang Woo asks Ryoma to come back. He tells Ryoma that he made 5 serious mistakes. Ryoma just gets irritated. He believes Kang Woo is just bluffing and says he's only talking tough because he's trapped. After that, Ryoma leaves excited to watch Kang Woo try to lie in court. Alone, Kang Woo knows he has to act quickly. Before he was taken away, Sula and Yang were shocked to hear he was called part of the demon cult. His team argued it wasn't true, but Ryoma said Kang Woo tried to take Kurosaki Yuri. Even Yamada agreed with the false story, but Kang Woo remained calm. Angry, Young tried to attack them for saying such such things, Kang Woo stops her and tells her he'll return soon. He also tells SA that things usually work out when he says they will. Still, Sola and Echai are very worried and just hope everything will be okay. Kang Woo promises Sola he'll be back, then asks her to take care of Echidna until then. Back in his cell, he sends his spirit away from his body. His soul slips away and then creates a new body outside the jail. Because magic and demonic power are different, the cuffs can't hold him. High above the city, he decides to act quickly and make Ryoma pay. The next day, Korean players and Japanese citizens fill a Tokyo courtroom for Kang Woo's trial. Ryoma sits there, clearly annoyed since he thought it would start on time. But in his mind, he still imagines being the hero and marrying the girl. For someone ranked in the world, he's oddly pathetic. He looks across the room and notices Kang Woo's teammates shooting him dirty looks, wanting to attack him. He thinks they still can't do much. Next, he looks at the judge, feeling good since he gave the man a lot of money for the case. The judge, Wakabe Naohito, is shaking as if he's really scared. Not long after, the first prosecutor is called to give testimony against Kang Woo. As soon as he starts lying about their mission, Yang gets angry and frightens a big part of the courtroom. Jake quickly drags her out before things get any worse. Just then, the judge turns to ask Kang Woo if he wants to speak for himself. Kang Woo grins and says he isn't part of the demon cult. Ryoma almost laughs out loud. While more people are called up, Ryoma keeps smiling, sure that he has already won. Because of what happened below ground, he's confident his story will get support. Prime Minister Yamada is the first witness, but he's so nervous he shakes like it's life or death. Ryoma ignores this, thinking Yamada and the judge seem frail just because they're old. Suddenly, Yamada claims he's kept the real story hidden, turning everything around. He tells everyone Ryoma threatened him. The entire courtroom starts shouting in panic. On hearing that, Ryoma slams the table and yells at Yamada, asking what he means. Yam replies by calling Ryoma a member of the demon cult. The crowd is full of questions, but Yamada continues talking. He says he stayed quiet because Ryoma said he would sacrifice his family to demons. He then shares that Kang Woo actually saved the maiden. Ryoma shouts there's no proof, but suddenly he hears someone has evidence. Yamada holds up a demon energy stone and explains it. He says it was found at Ryoma's house and that only people from the demon cult use or make them. Ryoma quickly asks for proof it was really from his house and tries to talk his way free. At that moment, Seola enters and shares she's been looking into Ryoma's connections with the demon cult. He says she searched his house on orders from the Prime Minister. The man behind her opens a box filled with demon stones and knives. Dala tells everyone this all came from Ryoma's home. She even swears by the name of the Thousand Sword Gate that Ryoma is part of the cult. Things are looking bad for the world ranker. But Ryoma suddenly bursts out laughing. Acting totally crazy, he asks what any of these things are supposed to prove. Then he starts yelling that this is all a Thousand Sword Gate trick to take control of Japan, just trying to waste time. Right then, a girl next to Sola takes off her cloak and everyone sees she is Kurosaki Yuri. The reporters are shocked by the maiden's sudden showing up. Kurosaki Yuri walks up to talk. She says she can't recall everything from that day, but she knows Kang Woo is the one who saved her. Next, she says sorry for getting kidnapped and worrying everyone, but the crowd tells her that it's not her fault. Sola faces the judge and asks him to order Ryoma's arrest. When the order is given, Ryoma starts laughing again, this time slower and more insane. His face shows madness, fear, and confusion. He looks toward Kang Woo and sees that someone set all this up in only a day. Kang Woo replies with a dark, evil smile. Ryoma slowly gets up from his seat and suddenly dashes out of the courtroom. Kang Woo's team quickly tries to figure out how to catch him before he escapes. Yang looks at Kang Woo and says they have to chase after him, but then she notices his broken handcuffs. Kang Woo is already missing. Meanwhile, Ryoma flies through the night sky above the city, cursing that his plans have failed and wondering how to escape Japan. Then a bright flame shows up near his face and shoots him out of the sky. Kang Woo watches as Ryoma falls down in flames. When the fire goes out, Ryoma looks up, shocked someone would attack him. Then he sees Kang Woo standing there with fire in his hand. Kang Woo asks if he now understands the 5 mistakes. Angry, Ryoma says his plan may have been too quick but says there weren't 5 mistakes. Kang Woo starts with the first mistake, trying to lock him up. Magic restraints can't hold the Demon King. As the fire in his hand disappears, he adds that he can make demonic energy stones by himself. The third mistake, he explains, was picking normal people as judges and witnesses. They aren't safe from skills, so they were bound to be scared. Kang Woo says it was foolish to count on regular people with no special power. The fourth mistake was thinking he was just a nobody with no one behind him. In truth, this gave him the best chance to call the Sword King and ask for support. Then he moves on to the fifth mistake. Ryoma never understood the difference between a dog and a demon. Angry, Ryoma floats up and shoots wind blades at Kang Woo. He promises to rip the Demon King apart. Kang Woo doesn't even react to Ryoma's little tornado moves. The attack hits with a big explosion above the city. Ryoma thinks he has won and says he should have just done that first, but his expression changes quickly when he sees Kang Woo standing there with no injuries. Kang Woo blocked the attack with his defense skill and says he feels let down by Ryoma. Not sure, Ryoma asks what he's talking about, and Kang Woo explains that he knows Ryoma only pretends to be kind while secretly controlling things. He tells Ryoma that his act ended too easily and that his tricks were weak. While Kang Woo talks about it, Ryoma gets ready for another attack. He uses more energy as Kang Woo teases him for being slow to catch on. Ryoma sends down another tornado and tells Kang Woo not to judge him. After using so much energy, it's clear he's tired, but Kang Woo shows up right behind him and says it's obvious what he'll do next. Ryoma ignores what he says and attacks without thinking. Kang Woo attacks too, and they crash together in a huge explosion. They keep attacking each other, moving through the air extremely fast. The fight looks just like a battle from an anime. They keep flying around a tower as they fight, going all the way to the top. No one is taking the fight seriously. Kang Woo simply asks if there's a place in the city with good sushi. Ryoma is extremely angry about being made fun of and can't believe Kang Woo is not even serious. He calls up a ton of tornadoes and sends all of them at Kang Woo, promising to give him a painful ending. Kang Woo dodges all the tornadoes easily and laughs at him. He even says Ryoma is stronger than others he's faced so far. While still dodging tornadoes, he jokes that he'll buy Ryoma sushi when this is over. Then Kang Woo sneaks up behind him, getting ready to attack, but Ryoma uses Susanoo's eyes. Flash of light appears behind Kang Woo and slams him down into the ground. When he stands up through the settling dust, he says he never expected to live long enough to meet a god. Susanoo is standing in front of him. Ryoma can only hold this power for 1 minute, so he needs to defeat Kang Woo quickly. He tells Susanoo to kill the Demon King, but as Susanoo looks at Kang Woo, he feels the power inside him and realizes he is the one someone mentioned before. Kang Woo does not understand the god and thinks about using his translation power. Then Susanoo raises both hands and brings down a giant spear from the sky. He wants to see how strong the demonic sea is inside the Demon King. When he sees Kang Woo making his own weapon, he knows even Gay Bulb won't work. So he adds more energy to create a more powerful weapon. But Ryoma traps him in a whirlwind and laughs at him for his earlier mocking. He promises Kang Woo will die today, but suddenly sees the storm around Kang Woo getting even stronger. Kang Woo mixes the storm power with his other strengths. By joining everything together, he makes the powerful spear Gungyur. Susanoo is amazed by Kang Woo's strength and strikes with his holy spear. Kang Woo rushes straight at the god, and their spears hit against each other. The clash makes a huge explosion and light that stretches over the whole city. Kang Woo's girls arrive and see the bright light in the sky. At the same time, Kang Woo is barely managing against the god's power, and every second he gets more hurt. As his blood flows out, he sees it as black. That makes him think his demonic energy mixed with his blood when he gained his extreme demonic energy body. Since the energy is so dense, he decides to make it explode. This action helps him push the god back and chip the holy spear. Susanoo gets scared and says the prophecy came true. Then the Demon King stabs the god and wins. After that, Ryoma falls to the floor and shouts for help. He suddenly looks old and his body slowly disappears because Susan used up his life and magic. While he wishes Kurosaki could heal him, Kang Woo floats above him and calls him a broken fool. He reminds Ryoma that bringing out a god costs a lot. Then he mocks him while he is lying there helpless. When Ryoma keeps cursing, Kang Woo burns his hand away. Then he says that none of this would have happened if he had not tried to kill an innocent person. With that, Kang Woo chooses to take Ryoma's myth-ranked item. Ryoma pleads for his life and promises that Kurosaki Yuri will give Kang Woo a myth item instead. As Kang Woo's hand goes to his eye, Ryoma swears he'll never face the Demon King again if he is let go. Kang Woo pays no attention to the begging and takes the eye. After that, the ranker's body slowly turns into dust. And with his last strength, he still shouts at the Demon King for laughing at him. System window pops up and tells Kang Woo that he can't use Susanoo's eye. He thinks about the god and wonders if even more will come as Gaia's system gets weaker. While he thinks about how to handle more gods, another system notification comes. It shows 2 unknown Cyrillic letter 456 conditions, saying they are the second stage to become a demon god. That makes Kang Woo think maybe he needs to become a god to fight other gods. As he jumps down from the tower, he lets Mujin and Soyang handle what comes after. The Sword King thinks if Kang Woo let him win last time. After watching the Demon King's skill, he even offers for Soyeon and Kang Woo to marry, but she refuses and says she's heading back to China. Her father asks her why, and she says she wants to practice. She wishes to fill in where Kang Woo is missing talent in martial arts. As she sees the man she loves float away, she realizes sneaking to visit him will be much tougher from now on. Kang Woo comes back to his friends and they instantly ask where he was. Yeonju is clearly mad at him for going off without telling them. She also gets on him for not saying that Ryoma was in the demon cult. Not wanting to look at her angry gaze, he claims he only found out lately, even though Ryoma never joined the cult. Kang Woo tries to tell Yeonju things are fine, but that only upsets her more. Sheola steps in to calm her down before she loses her temper further. Even so, she tells Kang Woo they were really scared something bad would happen. Kang Woo gets anxious when he sees how sad Sheola looks. He looks like she's about to cry. Then suddenly he hugs her and calls her his sweetheart. Her whole face blushes. He says he wants to go home and eat his favorite dish. As the two share their happy moment, Yanju is about to lose patience and poor Echidna is stuck between them. While Kang Woo embraces his loved one, a thought comes into his head. He can't understand why Kurosaki Yuri helped him since he had never used his power on her. It doesn't make sense that she said she woke up, he would have noticed something like that. His thoughts stop when Yanju pinches his cheeks. She tells him to come with her because she knows a nice sushi place. Kang Woo is in pain, but she pulls him along and tells the others to come with them. At the same time, Kurosaki Yuri watches them from far away until her assistant comes to take her home. As she's leaving, she says she'll keep an eye on Kang Woo from a distance and will visit him herself soon. As she walks off, her shadow changes into the form of a certain demon who has a strong interest in Kang Woo. 1 week later, Kang Woo goes home with his family and friends. He and Echidna feel happy, but Yanju just wants to rest now that everything in Japan is over. Sheola tells her to get home safely, even though Yanju can barely walk straight. She and Kang Woo both worry about the Red Rose Guild master. Kang Woo feels sorry for her after everything they went through while in Japan. After he and Mujun were named as the ones who defeated Ryoma, Japan lost its hero. Because of that, many people got mad at Korea, and Yanju got all the hate instead of Kang Woo. As he thinks about it, Sheola tells him they should go home, but instead he says she can go first since he needs to do something. They just got back and he's already not going home. When it asks to come, he lets her and says they are going somewhere quiet. When she wants to know why, he says it's nothing big. Then he takes out Suzanu's eye and says he wants to make a new item. They then fly to a large field covered with grass and land there. They look around first to be sure no monsters are around. Next, Kang Woo brings up his status window to review his skill. He reads about his 6th awakening ability, which lets him make equipment using the power of an authority. The more authorities he puts in, the stronger the gear becomes. Kang Woo remembers making gun gear, and now knows he can use 4 authorities at one time. Using more than 1 authority costs much more energy. 2 take 4 times as much, and 4 use up 16 times the energy since he isn't in battle now. Kang Woo thinks he might be able to do 5. Echidna then offers to help if he needs it. He asks her to keep monsters and people away so he can stay focused. Echidna happily runs to make a barrier. After that, Kang Woo decides to train a bit by starting with what he knows best. He uses the demonic art of creation. Black flames appear all around him. Symbols cover the ground and the fire gathers in one spot, making a flexible furnace. With no materials, Kang Woo tries to create equipment using only his powers. Using the strength of 3 authorities, he creates a Jebulg spear, but this version is just unique rank. Kang Woo quickly notices it is not as strong as the spear he makes directly with his authorities. He tests it on a boulder nearby. After the rock breaks, he figures it only has about 20% of the original power. Still, he says he can make up for this by using his body-enhancing authorities. Echidna returns and asks what kind of equipment he wants to make, but he hasn't chosen yet. He thinks about making a main weapon like Sihun, but that would stop him from changing styles and attacks. Then Echidna gets an idea and suggests a weapon that can change shape as Kang Woo considers it. Night comes, Skola is with him now and he gives her the signal to start. She uses graceful light to boost him and he adds Kraken's rage on top. Then he uses creation again and takes Suzanu's eye as the base material. As he adds the authority of storms, he remembers how Echidna said a shape-changing weapon would help him fight in many ways. Kang Woo adds a 5th authority and meets all the requirements. System tells him a myth rank item will be ready in 10 seconds. While he holds on until the countdown is over, he wonders if myth rank is truly the highest. He also thinks about whether he can make something like the dimensional rift he once made with the Archduke's equipment. Just before the timer ends, Kang Woo pushes in even more power and adds the authority of predation, changing the rules. Seiya and Echidna get worried by the aura coming from him. At the same time, the system says a transcendent rank item is being made. Bright light flashes over the area, and the girls call for Kang Woo while shielding their eyes. Light fills the whole space until it fades away. The girls look up in surprise, and Kang Woo also looks at his new equipment. A strange, mystical item floats on the water, and the system calls it the key of the demonic energy sea. More messages from the system pop up. Since he's mastered the demonic art of creation, he can't use that skill now, and his demonic energy increases by 2. When Kang Woo touches the key, the engraving starts. He checks the status window and finds out the item can get better if certain things are done. There are also more effects, but they are still locked. Kang Woo is amazed by what the item can do. Its first effect, demodable, means no attack can damage it. The second change lets it change into any weapon he saved as a skill and use up to 34% of that weapon's strength. A quick look at his face shows he is amazed by it. Kang Woo then uses the item's power to change it into a bident. It transforms well, and its force is close to the gay bulk he created before. After that, he changes it into the magic sword Graham. Changing is almost as fast as using the demonic energy stone. Finally, he tries turning it into Gungir, but it doesn't work. The system tells him the key only copies weapons that use 4 authorities or less. Kang Woo feels disappointed, but he's still excited to watch it grow. Then Sela asks if the weapon turned out fine. He says yes and changes the key into a ring so she can look at it. He thinks it will be much simpler to carry it now. But Sela looks upset about the ring. Once they finish, they head home. A week later at the apartment, Kang Woo is still stuck at his level cap. Even with getting the key of the demonic energy sea, the cap is still there. He sighs angrily. Looking at the ring, he wonders how he can level up and get another trait to weaken the seal on the demonic energy sea. He thinks about it and wonders if he should stop trying and look for another way to get stronger. He considers visiting the demon cult in Russia and eating demons there, but finding them would be tough. His stomach growls, which reminds him he hasn't been eating properly. He goes to make kimchi stew but suddenly sees Lilith's tentacles in the dish. Kang Woo almost jumps back, then realizes it's just his imagination. But there are real octopus tentacles in the soup. He feels sorry for thinking that someone like C would give him something so bad. Looking around, he sees Sol is gone and luggage is next to the sofa. Ekadna says Sol left to clear an A-rank gate with her team. She also says Yong brought the octopus and luggage last night. The previous night, Sola and Ekna met Yong at the entrance. The guild master told them Kurosaki Yuri sent gifts and $30 million. Yuri said it was her way of saying sorry for what happened in Japan and she wants to help Kang Woo. Young is shocked that the maiden has feelings for him, but Sol's expression surprises her even more. Even is afraid after seeing the scary look on Saw's face. Kang Woo, on the other hand, thinks that's way too much money just for rescuing the maiden. Still, the octopus bugs him and makes him uncomfortable. Then a news story catches his attention. World ranker Alec Osborne, called the Sword of Justice, has come to South Korea. The news says Osborne is visiting to meet Kim Si-hoon because of what he did during the ISU station case. Kang Woo looks at his phone for more information. Alec Osborne is a well-known hero who saves those who are defenseless. 2 months after the ISU station event, he let people know he was also fighting the demon cult. A month earlier in Europe, there were problems with the demon cult which he solved. Not one person lost their life. Kang Woo thinks Kim Si-hoon probably looks up to people like this. Then he starts to think about it in a strange way. After that, he puts on his coat, asks Ekna where Solo is and says he's going to hunt with Golden Sun. Ekna cheerfully asks if she can come too. Later at a cafe, Tao waves at Kang Woo to come join them. Kang Woo says they could have kept hunting, but T says they had to stop once they found out he was on his way. They begin chatting about Alec Osborne, and Tiso says that some players who recognized Kim Hun told them about him. While that happens, Kang Woo looks at Kim Hyun and wonders why he seems so happy. Kim Hun says he feels lucky since he never thought the Sword of Justice would come to Korea for him. He starts acting like a big fan and talks about how great Alec Osborne is. Kang Woo tries not to mind that his teammate is admiring someone else and asks Kim Hun about his level progress. He's really surprised to hear the swordsman has already hit level 60. Sala says Kim Hun never had the level block the others did. After hearing that, Kang Woo feels a bit useless because his teammate is leveling up fast but he's still stuck. Kim Hun then asks if he should head to the airport to see Alec, and Kang Woo says it's not needed. That's when someone walks into the cafe. Kim Hyun immediately knows him as the Sword of Justice. While Kim Hyun hurries over to greet the world ranker, Kang Woo looks back and checks Alex's aura and how he moves. As soon as Alex talks, the Demon King can tell he is stronger than Ryoma. Kim Hyun greets Alec with excitement but tries to stay polite. At that moment, Kang Woo feels a little down since Kim Hun didn't act this happy when they first met. Alec finally sees the Demon King, who wants to know why he traveled all the way to Korea. Kim Hyun quickly introduces Kang Woo as his brother. Alec also notices the women, but only Sola responds to him. When he asks for an introduction, Kang Woo interrupts and wants to know why he came to see Kim Si-hoon. Alec brings the focus back and says, Kang Woo has the right to be careful since he hasn't shared his reason yet. After that, he turns to Kim Hun and asks if he has heard of beings named guardians. That word immediately catches the attention of both Kang Woo and Kim Hyun. Kang Woo remembers Kim Hyun saying the Gaia system picked him as a guardian. Alec then explains he is a guardian too, so Kim Hun isn't alone. Kang Woo wonders if Alec came to recruit Kim Hyun to help save the world alongside other guardians. Alec agrees that is exactly his reason. He invites Kim Si-hoon to join a group named Guardians. They may not be famous, but he says they are the best hope for everyone. He tells Kim Hyun that joining them will help him avoid feeling helpless again. He is talking about what happened at ISU station. The demonic monsters had once been people, and it made Kim Hun feel powerless as he fought them. Alec thinks that if they get stronger, they can protect everyone. He says they will reach a level where they can stop others without hurting anyone. When Kim Se-hun asks how this can be done, Alec says that guardians are able to raise each other's power. Then, Kang Woo finally realizes how Alec defeated the demon cult in Europe without causing any deaths. He watches Kim Hyun closely, curious about his reply. Kim Hyun is anxious and finds it hard to answer. As he looks at Alec and gets ready to reply, the story moves to Alec walking by himself. He says that Kim Hyun refused him, but he still thinks he can convince him. Nearby, Kang Woo secretly watches Alec and is surprised at how persistent Alec is. Before Alec was refused, Kim Hyun was about to agree, but Kang Woo used his power to stop him. The Demon King disturbed his senses, making Kim Hyun doubt Alec's words. Because of that, Kim Hyun could not decide. Alec told him to take his time because he will stay in Korea a bit longer. As Alec leaves, Kang Woo promises he won't let Kim Hyun become like this rancor. He plans to keep them apart. Suddenly, Alec speaks to someone hiding and Kang Woo worries he has been found, but instead a cultist jumps down from the roof to attack Alec. The cult member's nails grow into long claws as Alec readies his sword. As they begin to fight, Alec asks if the cult followed him here from Europe. He asks the man to give up, but the cultist just wants to rip him apart. The battle gets really intense and neither gives in. Kang Woo stays hidden, making sure he isn't spotted. Even though the cult member tries hard, the fight finishes quickly because he's not close to being as strong as a guardian. The cultist asks Alec to end his life, but Alec doesn't agree. That decision irritates Kang Woo, who can't believe Alec keeps acting so naive. Still, Alec tells the cult member to regret his actions and start a new life. Seeing that Alec is too soft, the cultist uses a smoke grenade and runs away. Alec tries to chase him, but then notices the cultist rushing right at a random person nearby. The man hits the girl and pushes her hard into a wall. He quickly checks his surroundings, then gets away, leaving Alec there with the hurt girl. Alec goes to her, but his hand starts shaking when he sees she's gone. He starts crying, wondering why this happened. If he had just killed the cultist, all of this wouldn't have happened. And he hears someone asking what he is doing. Alec turns around and spots Kang Woo looking at him angrily. The Demon King asks Alec why he let the cultist escape. Kang Woo says it's Alec's fault the girl died since he didn't stop the cultist. Alec tries to speak up, but Kang Woo interrupts, saying Alec's beliefs caused her death. Then Alec says no one was harmed, and that surprises Kang Woo. Just then, the girl's body begins to disappear. Soon, only her clothes remain in Alec's arms. At that point, Kang Woo understands that Alec isn't thinking clearly at all. Still, the Guardian continues as if nothing is wrong. Kang Woo calls to him, then gives him a cold look and asks if he's finally going to stop chasing Sehan. Alec calmly answers no, he doesn't plan to stop caring about the swordsman. He insists Sehan is supposed to do something special, and Kang Woo only laughs. Alec, filled with excitement, says Sanhan was born to protect a lot of people. With this, he turns to walk away. Before Alec leaves, he tells Kang Woo to help convince Sanhan to become a guardian, though Kang Woo knows it won't work. Alec only wants Sanhan to turn out as troubled as he is. He also understands he cannot stop his partner from doing things forever, not while Sanhan looks up to justice so much. Then Kang Woo suddenly has an idea. He remembers Alex saying Han must get stronger, so he starts thinking up a dark plan. Later that night, Alex is alone in his room, lost in thought. Kang Woo's words keep coming back to him, making him feel unsettled. Still, he thinks to himself that Kang Woo wouldn't understand since he isn't a guardian. Alec thinks the Demon King will realize the truth someday. For now, he spends his energy trying to add Sakun to the group. All at once, a loud scream breaks out. Alec quickly gets up and races to find where it came from. The cry happens again, and he figures out it's coming from the rooftop. He runs up and leaps onto the rooftop in a bold way. When he looks in front of him, a cultist is waiting. The man tells him he's the same cultist Alec fought a few hours ago. When Alec asks whose voice he heard, the cultist confesses he was the one screaming. Alec realizes he got tricked. Then, the cultist starts talking about the woman he killed when escaping before. Thinking of that makes Alex's face grow serious. Still, he pretends nothing happened. The cultist laughs and teases him for acting like a hero, but ignoring the death of an innocent person. As the mocking does not stop, Alec pulls out his sword and tells him he'll make the cultist feel sorry for the rest of his life. But the cultist notices Alec still doesn't say he'll kill him. Alec thinks the cultist could never see why he won't take a life. He really believes that saving everyone is the best choice. Then Alec moves in for an attack. The cultist just points at his own neck and tells Alec to do it. Alec can't kill him and ends up crashing into the wall instead. Trying to change where he attacks, he hurts his arm. The cultist acts like Alex just missed, then throws a hard punch. The punch lands in Alex's stomach and throws him across the rooftop for not being careful. Before Alex can land, fireballs slam into him as well. The whole rooftop is covered in fire, but Alex survives and wonders how this enemy got much stronger so quickly. Cultist swings an axe down at him. Alec lifts his sword to defend, but the sword disappears all of a sudden. Before Alec can react, the enemy hits him hard in the face. Alec rolls across the roof, holding his hurt face. He starts wondering if this is a different cultist. Maybe it's another person. He then recalls the cultist can suddenly get much stronger and realizes his enemy is really a demon. The masked cultist remains silent and only stares. The fight continues and every hit makes bright flashes above. They both move very fast as Alec tries to win against his enemy. He tells the demon to stop, but the cultist already wants to end this useless fight. As expected, Alec isn't strong enough to be a guardian. Before this fight, the cultist was resting alone, making plans to attack Alec again. Suddenly, the wall next to him blew apart. Thinking Alec had caught him, he stood up, ready to attack, but he stopped right away when he saw Kang Woo. The Demon King is confused because the cultist thought he was one of the guardians. He begins asking questions about the guardians, but the cultist cultist won't answer, so Kang Woo changes his ring into a demonic glove and gets set to force the answers out of him. Kang Woo rushes forward and pushes his hands right through the man's body. Even now, the cultist thinks Kang Woo is foolish for coming too close to him. But when he tries to activate his claws, they go back to normal and he feels his demonic energy fading away. He looks down and sees Kang Woo's claws draining that energy from him. After that, Kang Woo asks if he is ready to speak. The cultist stays quiet, so the Demon King puts a hand into his mouth and activates subordination. Still, the cultist resists somehow. With nothing else left, Kang Woo burns him from inside with hellfire. After this, he removes his hand from the cultist's injured mouth. The man falls over, yelling in pain. Finally, he says he will talk. Kang Woo orders him to tell everything about the Guardians, but the cultist replies that Kang Woo should already know more than him. That just gets him one more threat from the Demon King. The cultist finally admits the group's name is Guardian and there are less than 10 members. He adds that their leader is a woman whose power lets her find guardians anywhere in the world. That explains how Alec was able to find Kimmy Hyun. When Kang Woo asks about the others, the cultist says Alec is the only guardian he knows. After giving that away, he begs for his life. MC tells him he might spare his life for something else. Shaking, the cultist looks up while Kang Woo asks what more he can give. Scared, he chooses to tell Kang Woo everything and starts to reveal all he knows while Kang Woo listens. After a bit, Kang Woo says none of the information is new, but thanks him anyway. The cultist asks if that means he'll get to live, but Kang Woo says there's no reason to let him go. Filled with fear, the cultist realizes this is what they planned the whole time. The last thing he sees is the Demon King burning him to death. After that, protagonist Kang Woo walks out of the fire and puts on the cultist's robe. Now that he has what he came for, he goes to the next step in his plan. The story goes back to his battle with Alec, and by this time he knows what sort of person the Guardian is. He then quickly finishes the fight with Alec. He knocks Alec's sword aside and says fighting him is boring. Then, the Demon King grabs Alec by the neck and lifts him off the ground. Alec tries to fight, but he is much too weak in front of Woo. Kang Woo even thinks to himself why there aren't more normal rankers like Chae and Ju Mujin. He assumes Alec might have a sad reason not to kill people, but he doesn't care. Alec gets angry when Kang Woo brings up his beliefs and asks if problems just go away when he ignores them. Barely breathing, Alec listens as Kang Woo brings up the person he erased earlier that day. That's what finally makes Alec shout, and the protagonist is pleased to see Alec lose his calm. Alec gets even angrier when Kang Woo says Alec's choices are only for himself. Alec tries to argue, but MC Kang Woo holds him tighter. Suddenly, the roof door swings open. Kimmy Hyun bursts in, ready to help Alec and face whoever attacked him. He wants to know who the masked cultist is. Kang Woo changes his voice fast and gives out a few made-up names. Finally, he introduces himself to the swordsman as Satan. When Kimmy Hyun hears that, he decides the enemy must be a demon too. Kang Woo tightens his grip on Alex's throat even more and tells the boy he has more important things to worry about right now. He sees Kimmy Hyun start to sweat, even though he tries to stay calm. The boy holds his sword tightly and ignores the Demon King's taunts. He recalls the call from Kang Woo, who had warned him Alec was being attacked by the demonic order. Kang Woo acted like he was hurt, then ended the call, making the swordsman very worried. Kim Se-hoon doesn't think he can defeat someone strong enough to beat Alec, but he rushes forward to prove himself, using his dragon sword attack as he moves in. Still, the Demon King stops all of it easily. Kim Se clenches his teeth when the other mocks his weakness, but he still keeps trying and starts another dragon sword move. Before he can finish saying the name of the move, Kang Woo hits him and sends him flying into the wall. A dark purple glow appears around the Demon King and he stares at the swordsman, confused why the boy still doesn't sense the difference between them. Still, Kimmy Hyun doesn't give up and attacks one more time. Kang Woo asks why he's fighting so hard for Alec, who doesn't matter to him. Kimmy Hyun keeps slashing with all his strength and the main character likes it a lot. The fight keeps going and his demonic energy stops Se-hoon's sword. Kang Woo notices his worker is much better than Alec. Se-hoon is no longer holding back or trying to capture him. Every hit is trying to kill. He finally makes a tiny cut on Kang Woo and cracks his mask. Kang Woo uses his purple power on the floor to push Se-hoon away. Then he attacks the swordsman, but Se-hoon moves out of the way just as the spears are about to strike. The talented boy goes for Kang Woo's weak point, but the Demon King quickly blocks him. He keeps moving around, attacking again and again, but Kang Woo blocks everything. As he defends, he thinks about what Simhin is still missing. Simhin goes in for another attack and the Demon King defeats him easily. Kang Woo grabs his face and throws him hard into a wall. Simhin spits blood and his vision blurs. Even so, Kang Woo says he did well and continues to mock him. Simhin is tired of hearing this, but his fear grows when Kang Woo says he wants the battle to keep going. The Demon King starts taking Alex's life energy while praising Simhin's determination and courage. Alex softly says Simhin's name and tells him to escape. Then he is destroyed right there. Seeing this finally breaks something inside Simhin. His voice trembles as he runs at the one calling himself Satan. Trying to avenge his ally, he moves to attack with killing intent, but his body fails and he falls to the ground. He can only clench his teeth and glare while Kang Kang Woo tells him to keep fighting and remember him. As Simhan loses consciousness, Kang Woo tells him that he should use his anger and hatred to become stronger. After Simhan passes out, he takes off the mask. Then he almost throws up from how embarrassing his whole Satan act was. Still, he hopes this helps Simhan break his limits and become stronger. Since Young and Jae went to jail, Simhan hasn't had much to keep him motivated. At the same time, Kang Woo still isn't sure if the Guardians are allies or enemies. If the others are like Alec, he might need to kill them himself. While thinking of getting stronger, he gets a system message. Since he killed a Guardian, his level cap is removed and reset to 69. His level goes up by 10, making this his 7th awakening. Kang Woo sees that killing a Guardian is how to break the limit, but the new cap at 69 surprises him. Normally, the next limit wouldn't appear until level 89. Since killing another Guardian is now the only way forward, he glances down at Sam Hun feeling tempted. For a second, he thinks about killing the Guardians one at a time, but he decides against it and removes the cultist robe. He chooses not to deal with the Guardians now because he isn't sure what dangers Earth will face in the future. Then he checks his trait from the 7th awakening. The status window displays a new SS rank skill called Reaper of Souls. It is linked with the power of predation and allows him to take demon souls to enhance his own soul. That power already steals a target's life force, demonic energy, and other strength, but Kang Woo has always thought it didn't work well enough. Next, he checks the second requirement for becoming a demon god. The requirements are still hidden, but he senses this skill is important for them. It's like how his 6th awakening allowed him to create the key to the demonic energy sea. Thinking about hunting demons puts a twisted smile on his face. He also remembers he'll need to bother Young again. Just then, she is lying in bed shivering from a cold. Kang Woo starts to meditate and enters his demonic energy sea. His 7th awakening weakens the seal on the 10,000 demon core, and he uses the celestial dragon psyche method to make demonic energy more solid. Because of his demonic energy body, he can absorb it more simply. He keeps bringing in more, but the quality is still not good enough. He goes farther and farther, taking the chance his whole body could turn into the 10,000 demon core. Right before the power takes over, he stops himself. It is hard to pull back, but he still boosts his demonic energy by 8 points. This makes him smile. When he looks at the window, he knows something is off. His demonic energy should be at 121, but it only says 120. He soon guesses his coat is the reason. The system confirms it. His legendary item can't let demonic energy go higher than 120. Kang Woo looks at his coat, wondering why the system did not mention this before. Afterward, he thinks maybe no one else ever had a stat this high. Then he turns to Alex's body and burns it. As he thinks of leaving, he remembers it took half a year to reach this stage. He sees the smoke from Alex's body going up. A few days later in the Red Rose Guild, a tough fight happens in the training room. Sehun and Mujin give it everything they have, but one side is clearly losing. Mujin wins by making Sehun drop his sword. He tells the young genius to rest for the day. Sehun says he can go on, but Mujin does not believe it. He is tired and bruised but still wishes to continue. With determined eyes, he says he must become stronger. Machen sees that his sword ability is getting better, but he still worries. Later, he announces to Kang Woo he plans to take seed turret hunting. Kang Woo gets nervous after hearing that Shanghai is the place. There is an SS rank gate there just like the one in Hokkaido, so it seems too soon to go. Ajin says that fighting real monsters will help Seetur grow more. Kang Woo knows it's like full survival training and it might be the best chance for Sehun to get better. In the meantime, Sehun is still trying to breathe steadily. Kang Woo walks over to him and tries to lift his spirits. He grabs him and acts sad, blaming himself for not saving Alec Osborne. He says they have to become stronger and make sure the fallen guardian did not die for nothing. That really gets to Sehun, who promises to be stronger. Because of that, Kang Woo's sneaky plan keeps going ahead. Later on, Sehun heads to Shanghai with Mujin, while Kang Woo lies around on his couch doing nothing. His phone suddenly rings. He picks it up and Young tells him to switch on the TV. He does so, confused, and is shocked silent by the news that the demon cult has started a huge summoning. They have summoned thousands of demons, and the creatures are spreading chaos around the country. Most people would be scared, but the Demon King looks excited. To him, this is the meal he has been waiting for. The next day at the Red Rose Guild, Young goes into her office and sees someone entering. Kang Woo comes in with his family asking what's wrong. He says everyone looked upset on the way in. Young tells him the mass demon summoning took place in Vladivostok, Russia. They still don't know just how many demons appeared, but she guesses it's over 100 plus demonic monsters. At the same time, Kang Woo struggles to cover up how pleased he is about eating them. Kang Woo and Adida take a seat as Yang shares that there have been few civilian losses until now. Adina says the true threat is the demonic monsters moving out, and Yang nods in agreement. They are traveling through Manchuria and Yang worries that a big war could start if they go into South Korea. Kang Woo wants to know how China responded. She says China asked South Korea to join forces and stop the disaster in Manchuria before lots of people die. There's going to be a planning meeting in Harbin with all the guilds joining. This is why her team is hurrying to get plane tickets. She then asks Kang Woo if he'll go with Ajidna and wonders if only the two of them will be enough. Kang Woo explains that Sehun is still working on training, and he left the others behind for a reason. He feels it is too risky for them now that demons are there. He acts like he can handle everything alone, and Yang is clearly bothered by this. Soon after, they show up at China's player administration office. Ain leads them inside. Kang Woo tells her thanks for the Ryoma incident help. She gets embarrassed by this compliment and says she needed to keep a promise. Since her dad is away alone training, she has had to do all his tasks. Even so, she says that she is concerned about her uncle. That uncle is the swordmaster Chaeyoung Muon. She says that Mujin was always ahead of him, so he didn't become well known. Still, Muon is the vice leader of the Thousand Sword Gate, and unfortunately he does not like South Korea. Kang Woo tells Suin that everything will be alright, and she says she wishes that's true. Ahead, a large guard stands in front of two people. Those two are Minjong of the Anyuri Guild and Hyunju of the Samurai Guild. Yeonju is shocked when she sees Yeonju, who asks why they still have not entered. When Yeonju hears they are not allowed inside, she gets angry. She demands that the guard move away, but he replies that they will be told the decision later. He also says that if they go against Muyin's orders, the China-Korea alliance could end. Yeonju almost forces the door open, but So Yan quickly asks her to stay calm. Then So Yan steps up and asks the guard to let them through. He says no, explaining her uncle's instructions stand while her father is gone. While this happens, Kang Woo moves forward to take care of it himself. He asks politely to go in, but the guard repeats his earlier answer. Kang Woo says he will go in anyway, and the guard tries to hit him. Suddenly, the meeting room door bursts open. Everyone inside jumps in fear. Kang Woo walks in smiling as the guard is left on the ground. One of the guild leaders stands up and attacks him for coming in without permission. Kang Woo grabs him and smashes the bald man's head into the floor. The rest of the leaders are shocked at how easily he was beaten. Kang Woo jokes that the man should not have gotten up, especially since he already lost his hair. He sits on the knocked-out man and calmly tells everyone to continue the meeting. Directly across, Mayan suggests Korea isn't wanted here, and Kang Woo quickly answers him. He even calls the vice leader an arrogant brat. Not wanting to put up with it anymore, Kang Woo decides to show what Mupian is truly like. He speaks about a younger brother who is always jealous and can't ever beat his talented older brother. Now, with monsters appearing and the older brother gone, the younger brother is trying to prove his worth. As Kang Woo talks, he flicks a pen into the mat behind Mupian, just missing and cutting his cheek. Then he says that this younger brother is keeping other groups from getting any credit. Kang Woo calls Mupian an idiot who is just trying to avoid living behind his brother. That really hurts Mupian. Mupian says Kang Woo doesn't understand anything, but Kang Woo tells him he guessed what he was like as soon as he started talking, and people like him are dull. At that point, everyone can see the vice leader is very angry and trying hard to stay calm. Kang Woo tells him to go on with the meeting and not waste everyone's time. Soon, troops gather outside. Yeonju is getting ready to talk to them, and Kang Woo wonders why she looks so worried. She yells that it's his fault. Cyrillic letter 456. Right after Kang Woo made Mupian angry, the vice leader rushed at him, promising to silence him forever. He tried to attack Kang Woo, but before his sword hit, Kang Woo threw a pen at his face and knocked him across the table. Since it was clear they couldn't work together, Kang Woo said they should split up and fight on their own. Mupian ended up knocked out on the floor and couldn't say anything back. Yeonju complains because she thinks he should have finished the job. Now she has to lead a huge group and isn't sure what to do. Meanwhile, Minjong tries to cheer his guild up, but Hunu is already annoyed with Yoonju's complaints. Even the Haerang squad leader is tired of them arguing like kids. Kang Woo tells Yoonju he has something else to handle, and she asks what could be more important than this. He only says it's a secret because he wants to go after demons. Then they all freeze when they hear someone shout about the demons arriving. Huge crowd of monsters is running straight for them. Hundreds of wild animals rush at them, ready to destroy everything. Their huge numbers shock the players and no one knows what to do next. Luckily, Yeonju quickly steps up and brings them back to their senses. He reminds them they can win against these monsters. She tells the mages to get their spells ready and the tanks to hold the line, but her orders become confusing and the players start to lose focus again. Feeling awkward, she loses confidence, but Kang Woo cheers her up. Even so, she says leading isn't her thing and lets Han take charge. When she's no longer in charge, Yoonju gives the players one last reminder. Don't overcomplicate the fight, just see it as a way to get lots of experience. That encourages everyone and the panic goes away. In the end, Han doesn't even have to speak. Just a few words from Yoonju were enough to gather their spirits. She brings out her blood chains and says to remember 3 things. First, no one should get hurt. Second, no one should die. And third, all of the experience points are for her. After saying this, they rush toward the monsters. Right as both groups are about to clash, a symbol shows up in a huge demon's eyes, allowing a cultist to see through it. The real mastermind appears at last, the evil apostle Anton Sedorovich. Anton explains that the Gaia system growing weaker has made demons stronger. While he is thinking, a demon comes over and Anton tells him it still is not the right time to reveal himself. This demon is from the 5th Hell Uter. He says his supporters want to fight and hates having to hide. He wants to prove that humans are not dangerous. Anton asks him to wait, Looking at a poster of Woo, Anton says there is someone they have to meet. After watching what went on with the Japanese demon cult, he saw the look in Kang Woo's eyes and thought they were the same. Anton believes he knows what Kang Woo wants and thinks he can get him join the demon cult. As dark energy fills his hands, Anton tells Yuter to hold back until he talks to MC Kang Woo. Yuter dislikes being bossed around by an old man. Anton says sorry and begs him not to do anything rash. But to the demon, Anton is nothing more than a human. Yuter gets even angrier when Anton tells him not to go against the wishes of the demon cult. Feeling insulted, Yuter tries to crush him, but the darkness that Anton calls on holds his hands. More dark arms come up and hold him in place, pushing the big demon to the ground. Anton asks if Yuter will obey. Yuter only swears, so Anton shuts his book and lets the hands pull him apart. His supporters see their leader getting torn to shreds. They look at the old man scared, and he tells them to pay close attention. Back in the fight, the demon attack keeps on going. Yeonju easily takes down her enemies and moves forward using her blood chains. The demon tries to strike her from behind, but Bu Yong cuts it down and protects her. She says that she and Hyeon Mo are here to help, so Yeonju shouldn't get too angry. Hyeon Mo feels anxious because the demons seem to have no end. Bi Yang says it would be simpler with Kang Woo, but Yeonju won't agree that she needs him. But he is already there, though no one else can see him. He notices the players are handling things well. Segola and the Samurai Guild are helping a lot, and the others are doing a good job holding off the demons. Kang Woo thinks their side will win soon, but something still troubles him. The big group of demons they had counted still haven't appeared. He starts guessing what they want and why they're staying hidden. Then something grabs his attention. He calls one of the Chidna and asks her to watch over Segola along with the Samurai Guild. The young girl promises no one will bother her master's child. Kang Woo says his plans must change, just as a wave of demonic energy bursts from below. Han comes out and writes a message. Somebody wants to talk to Woo, and this makes him excited. He thinks maybe his banquet call has finally reached him. Anton notes that the main character read the message and tells the demon next to him to relax. They'll most likely get to meet him after this fight. The demon becomes upset, not liking the idea of waiting. Anton shoots an angry look and shows he's the boss. The scared demon quickly says sorry. Anton says it's all right, then checks if any other demon wants to go against him. No one does. With the demons obeying, Anton thinks about the best way to get Kang Woo's attention. He reasons that taking Skyla might be the best plan, not knowing how much trouble this would bring him. For now, he chooses to finish things here. But then he sees something that worries him. He looks far away and spots Kang Woo walking straight toward him. When the Demon King arrives, Anton thinks he could kill him if he says no to the deal. Anton wipes off dust and asks if MC can understand Russian. Kang Woo understands everything said but first looks over the weaker demons. Most come from the 5th hell and the stronger from the 6th. After making sure no one knows him, he asks Anton why he called him. Anton begins talking about the benefits of being a demon, and this discussion about demon perks draws O's attention. Anton says humans can die, but demons live forever. The old man continues, explaining that demons don't need food or water and don't age. He tells him to stop wasting time and say what he wants. Anton eventually explains that the demon cult can change humans into demons and offers eternal life to the protagonist. He tries to lure the Demon King by saying he could live forever and never weaken like a human. He then puts out his hand and invites O to join the cult. Anton claims he understands people like MC and says only he can do it. That's when he finally snaps. He laughs out loud at the old man's weak offer. The other demons are shocked as the protagonist insults Anton and makes fun of everything he said. Anton is left in silence when he sees O laughing at him. After he's done laughing, MC's face becomes serious. He tells Anton not to act like he knows him, as he truly doesn't know who he is dealing with. Then, releasing his power, he causes the ground to start breaking beneath him. The demons try to escape as the earth breaks open, but instead they fall into the cracks below. As massive pillars rise from the earth, fear spreads among the demons and Anton as well. The old man, scared, cannot make sense of what is happening. Young and the others feel the ground shaking and they are all shocked too. When she sees the strange structure made, her anger only grows. Even so, she still worries about the protagonist and wishes he will be okay. Anton sees MC turning the place into what seems like hell then. Looks on in shock and wonders if this amazing power really comes from Amir.